Hey, Dave. We're going to be starting pretty quick here. If I can get everybody to start kind of finding their way to their seats. If you want to, we got a packed house today. If you want to speak, please make sure you fill out a card. There's a table in the very front. Fill out a speaker's card, get it up to the desk here, and we'll make sure you get an opportunity to speak on whatever case it is. Also, we're running at near capacity. We don't want the fire marshal to shut us down. So I do want to point out there are exits. I feel like a flight attendant here. There's exits to the front and an exit to the back, just in case anything happens. So we're going to be starting here in just a minute. We're working out a couple of details, and we'll get going. Thanks, everyone.
What's that? The problem is that it's 7 times more.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. I don't remember. I'm like, numbers. Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'm thinking you got yeah.
And then yeah. I think you have.
Yeah, I don't. That's right. That's good.
I know.
Yeah.
Sorry for the delay. We're gonna get things started here. With that, call to order the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing for Thursday, June 19th. And pledge allegiance.
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. We'll start with a roll call.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, members of the public. Our chairman is not able to attend. Vice Chair Globe,
Here.
Member Hartman,
Present.
Member Keller, not here. Member Lizaraga, here. Member
With that in mind, I'm going to call the first case. This was a continued case remanded back from the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to, and I apologize, I'm going to flip these cases, the first two. SUP 007-23. I'm going to call it first. And SUP 006-23, I'll call it second. I think the second one is going to have a lot more bearing as we go forward. So with that, I will turn it over to Patrick.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Patrick J. Roberts, Senior Planner here, presenting case SCP 00723 for the Gene Drive Abbott Shepherd's location. Just as a background on this case, this is a request for a special use permit to allow a commercial kennel on a property in SR zoning, Suburban Ranch zoning district. The property in question is 3.3 acres and is located at 49641 West Gene Drive in Maricopa on parcel 510630100. The applicant for this case is Renell Abbott, represented by Jason Sanks, and this project is in Supervisor District 1. So at the May 28th meeting of the Board of Supervisors, the board moved to remand this item back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review and consideration of 11 stipulations as revised by staff following the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Due to these changes to the stipulation, we felt that it was necessary to bring this item back and address any concerns the P&Z might have with these new stipulations and address any questions that may arise. So this item has been remanded back date specific to today's date for June 19th, and will also be continued date specific to the July 2nd Board of Supervisors meeting following a decision by this commission. So that being said, I'll go ahead and start off by reading off the 11 stipulations as revised. Stipulation 1, the special use permit is issued to the land and shall be binding on the property owner from the date of the Board of Supervisors approval. And 2, approval of the special use permit will require that the applicant, owner, or developer submit and secure from the applicant and appropriate federal, state, county, and local regulatory agencies all required applications, plans, permits, supporting documentation, and approvals necessary for its operation. And 3, signage on the site shall not be permitted. And 4, the number of adult dogs for breeding purposes allowed on the property shall be limited to 7 at any time. And 5, a 7-foot high opaque fence composed of metal, wood, and/or vinyl fence shall be constructed by the property owners along the property line abutting the neighbor's property at 12330 North White Road, in accordance with all Pinal County Development Services Code requirements, and shall be completed within 4 months of the approval of the SCP. And 6, all dogs on the property shall be housed and maintained inside kennels from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. on a daily basis. And 7, in addition to complying with all Pinal County Development Services Code requirements relating to the excessive noise caused by dogs, excessive barking as defined below is prohibited. Further, the applicant shall take appropriate and necessary measures to mitigate any excessive barking, such as use of bark collars, use of insulation or other materials to reduce the level of sound from kennels, so as to avoid disturbing the peace and quiet of another person with excessive barking without justifiable cause, as determined by the zoning inspector or code compliance officer. For purposes of this SCP, excessive barking shall be defined as frequent intermittent barking of more than 15 minutes or sustained barking of more than 15 minutes in the early morning prior to 5 a.m. or late at night after 10 p.m. during the same time frame. And 8, a current valid commercial license from the Pinal County Animal Care and Control shall be maintained at all times while the dog kennel is operational. And 9, an action to revoke the SCP shall be initiated by the zoning inspectors or code compliance officer's determination that the property does not meet or is not in compliance with any of the stipulations of approval pursuant to Pinal County Development Services Code 2.15110B. A notice shall be sent to the property owner and or leasee of the property covered by the SCP requiring compliance with the conditions of approval within 15 calendar days. Upon failure to comply with this within the specified time period, the supervisors, after notification by certified mail to the property owner and or leasee of the property covered by the SCP, shall schedule and hold a public hearing to determine if the special use complies with the conditions of approval and or possible action. The supervisors may extend the time for compliance and or approve and or deny the revocation with or without conditions. And 10, the property owner and or leasee of the property and or the operator of the kennel shall allow Pinal County employees to enter upon the property upon request for purposes of inspections to ensure compliance with these conditions of approval. And 11, if there is any change in property ownership after the SCP is approved by the Board of Supervisors, then the SCP shall become null and void on the effective date of the transfer of property ownership parcel 510630100. The current owners, Byers Abbott Family Living Trust, Russell C. and Ashell S. Byers, trustees, shall notify Pinal County at least 30 calendar days prior to the property ownership change by way of certified United States mail. Return receipt requested and sent to the following addresses: attention Pinal County Development Services, CO Clerk of the Board, PO Box 827, Florence, Arizona 85132. So at this point, I'll go ahead and summarize some of the items from the case. Ultimately, very little has changed as far as the conditions of the property themselves. Location map, vicinity. I'm just going to go and skim through these slides here from the these were all presented to the Board of Supervisors last, and just give you guys an update on current conditions of letters of support and opposition. At this time, staff has received 40 letters of opposition to this case for the above list or the below listed reasons: increased noise and nuisance, instances of escaped dogs at large, such businesses should require 5-acre minimum lot size, a violation of terms of the Pinal County Animal Control Kennel Permit, increased traffic in the neighborhood and on neighbors' property, a diminution of property value, adherence to the CCNR's inclusion of a petition of 10 neighbors in opposition to the special use permit. And then we have 132 letters of support at this time. Most of them discuss the following items: ethical operations, facility cleanliness, quiet operation, support of family businesses and local businesses, and community engagement of the Abbott family in their neighborhood. So at this point, staff forwards this case with the recommended 11 stipulations. Does the commission have any questions of staff?
Chair, if I may.
Any questions? Yeah, Commissioner Mooney.
This is going to be lengthy because I'm going through almost all of the stipulations because they changed. So we'll start with stipulation number 1. And it's my understanding that an SUP is for the person and the owners of the property and not attached to the land. And when you get to the end, it clearly states that if they were to leave the property, then they have to notify everybody and it would be undone. So it's like those two stipulations seem to contradict each other. So that's just a concern I have. Number 5, we discussed the times when this case was before us before. 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. for these dogs to be outside all day long. Many of you weren't here. I grew up and had a boarding kennel all my life as a kid until I graduated college. And to leave dogs outside with total disregard for the neighbors to be able to use their property as well. At Christmas, we had 110 dogs. The dogs went out, they did their business, they played, they exercised, they came back in. And they were let out in and out multiple times a day. So I feel that number 5 is a total disregard for all neighbors, even those that may not have an issue with it. Number 6, the last sentence, oh, this is the wrong number 6. That's because I had this on number, hang on a second. You changed cases and I wrote all the ones for number, I'll get back to that one later, I'm sorry. Number 7, what are the consequences if the SUP lapses? Are there fines? Does it get shut down? Will it renew and continue on? Go through this process again, or 3 strikes and you're out? I mean, there is one that has to go to the Board of Supervisors upon a complaint and things like that, but there's nothing in there that's clear about what happens. And I know that I don't want to confuse the cases, but the other one had lapsed. And so I just want to know there needs to be consequences and accountability. Number 8 does list the actions if it's initiated by a zoning inspector or code compliance. Number 10, I recommend removing part of the first sentence and leave the sentence as the property owner of the kennel. If the property owner is the one that's asking for this SUP, why the property couldn't be leased to somebody else and continue on with an SUP the way I understand it to be. And maybe I'm misunderstanding something, so the county can correct me if I am. Number 11, it is very clear, oh, I already said that stipulation number 1, they seem to contradict each other. And so when we approved it, number 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 were in our original and were all removed. So there is no site plan required, no commercial use No commercial kennel uses explanation included, no lighting ordinance included, the International Fire Code was taken out, dust permit for any work on 0.1 acres or more was removed. All construction, number 10 was construction to conform, so if anything is done, that's been removed, no traffic impact study, and no drainage report. A few of these might not necessarily be necessary because it's existing, but I think some of the others need to be considered. And so that's just on my stipulations on this case. Thank you.
I appreciate your concerns, Commissioner Mooney. I would refer to the planning manager for some address of some of those items. But yeah, we can certainly see that there's some friction with some of these stipulations that we should likely address.
If I may, would want them addressed and
Right.
straightened out before we make a motion.
Sure.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, did you want me to address it now or just want to wait till the end? I didn't capture everything, but should we
I
start?
think other people are going to have some comments, so maybe we do it kind of all, get a consensus from the dais and then
Okay,
kind of round it up with any resolutions at that point.
Vice Chair, I have a question. I just am curious to wonder why from when we approved the STIPs, why were they changed and then presented to the board without our knowledge and with that being there? That seems to be something that might need a little explanation for us.
Of course. And I believe Harvey Kraus would be the best option
Yes.
to answer that as well.
Vice Chair, members of the commission, Commissioner Schneff, the reason why, after our last planning commission meeting, when this was considered, the neighbors did not feel that that their concerns were adequately addressed. And I had contact with Chad and Katie, who are the neighbors, who went through a laundry list of concerns they had. So I reached out to as well as, in addition to the neighbors, I also was contacted by elected officials. Some of the supervisors contacted me because the neighbors had contacted them regarding some of their concerns. So my motivation was to address some of their concerns. I reached out to the applicant, talked to the applicant about some of the concerns. So the applicant wanted to try to reconcile some of the differences. So I sort of negotiated or mediated some new stipulations to address their concerns. So that was my motivation. So I took it to the board, and the board, rightly so, said, we think that the planning commission ought to review these since you didn't see them initially. So you're welcome to scrutinize those, make changes to them. So that's the genesis for why I did what I did.
Yeah, and that does, for us as a commission, it just made us feel like, hey, what's going on here? You know, probably it would have been better suited if the STIPs were presented as we approved, and then with the opportunity to present the new ones to the board. Maybe that would have done different, but obviously we can see why it came back on their end. So, okay, thank you.
Any other comments regarding the STIPs,
Yes, I want to clarify the one I couldn't find.
Mr. Mooney?
It's number 7. It is number 7 on case 007-23. And the last sentence contradicts the time frame. This says 9 to 6 is what the hours are, and then the other one says 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. So I think that's either a typo or just needs clarification. And to address Harvey, if I may, I find it very disheartening because we voted a certain way. So when the case was presented, because I listened to it, we voted a certain way. So if stipulations are going to be changed, I'm requesting that my vote be removed and if it breaks the motion, because the board looks at it and goes, oh, the commission said yay or nay, and then it was changed. So I just want that on the record. Thank you.
Very good. Any other comments on the STIPs or questions for staff? I had a few things that I wanted to address. And I think probably the best thing, just line item here, some of what Commissioner Mooney said, and I share some of the same concerns. Number two, you know, with the requirements, it kind of leaves it a little vague. And by taking out one of the other steps previously of what is required, is it G&D, landscape parking, that kind of thing. I think in fairness to the applicant, they need to know exactly what they're having to comply with. Number four, the number of adult dogs and it says for breeding purposes allowed, shall be limited to 7 at any time. I'd like to strike for breeding purposes. If they have 7 dogs for breeding and 7 more dogs for personal use, I think that could become problematic or even more problematic. Especially when you combine, they have 7 dogs for breeding. A Google search told me that on average, each litter is about 8 puppies. That's 56 puppies potentially, and they could be bred once to twice a year. Even though I did read it, didn't recommend that, it could happen. So that's quite a few dogs that could be on a property at given times. So. The number 5, the 7-foot high opaque fence composed of metal, wood, or vinyl. My question is the metal, and is metal, and this is actually just a question back to staff, is metal an approved fence? And of the metal, what type of metal? Is it chain link? Is that in that, or is that corrugated metal? What can be used?
Yeah, so the metal is an allowed fence type in certain capacities of the code. The community development director also has the discretion to allow certain fencing materials to be used in lieu of others. In this particular instance, we had an actual photograph that was included as part of the stipulation to the board of supervisors of the existing portion of the fence that was constructed out of it looked like corrugated steel and wood boards. But the intent was to utilize an opaque fence type, not a chain link.
Okay. I think that needs to be, spelled out. I can't think of where, and I could be wrong in this, where corrugated metal fencing has been allowed. But, something for staff to look at. Item 6, in the middle of the paragraph, it says, so as to avoid disturbing the peace and quiet of another person with excessive barking without justifiable cause as determined by the zoning inspector or code compliance officer. Could that be more vague? I think this is where things just need to get tightened up a little bit, especially with the contentious nature of this. Harvey, I know that I saw your eyes. I get it. I want to be fair to both the applicant and to the neighbors. Should this proceed, that both sides are treated fairly, and there isn't, unfortunately, the opportunity for abuse that could occur. Number 7, talking about the current valid license, but it doesn't say, if there's a failure in that, what happens, or how many days delinquent is acceptable? Is 30 days acceptable? 180 days? 760 days? Whatever. I think that needs to be tightened up a little bit. Item.
If I may.
Just a minute. Let me finish mine and then I'll come back to you.
Your recapitulation numbers from 6, not the case you changed to 007. The one you just quoted.
Oh, I had it in my list as that. So.
Sorry. So I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
I'm trying to straighten you out, that's all.
Nope, I appreciate that then. Thank you. Let's see.
For clarity as well, the
Yes.
only difference between stipulations on these two items is the stipulation 7, which is that fence requirement.
Okay.
The rest of them are common between the two. So anything after 7 is just one number ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and then let's see. As far as the compliance, development services, having the opportunity for a compliance officer without cause at any time. They don't necessarily have to notify the homeowner. They could knock on the door and say, we need to inspect things. And let's see, I think that was it. So, any other comments from the dais? Barbara, do you want
Yes,
to add?
Vice Chair, let me address some of the issues. One, first, I apologize for not directly bringing it back to the commission when we revised the STIPs. Some of the STIPs were actually discussed at the planning commission meetings. For instance, applicant agreed to do a 7-foot high fence between the properties. So also agreed to put the dogs in the kennel by 9 o'clock every evening. So some of these things I wish to codify in the stipulation. So if they violated what they said they were going to do at the planning commission, we would have a vehicle to revoke the license, the SUP license. Regarding ownership, the SUP per the code runs with the land. It doesn't run with the property owner. However, when we presented this to the board at their meeting, there was concern that they wanted it to run with the property owner as well. So that's why I added that additional stipulation that if the ownership changes of the land, then that gives us the ability to void the SUP. Now, not leasing the property. So if the owners, the Abbotts, decide that they want to lease out the operation to someone else, I don't think should be. They should have to live with the exact stipulations we called for. So I don't think that's reasonable just to void out the license just because they want to lease it to another operator. It runs with the land, except when they sell the property, they lose that SUP. So that's the genesis for that. In regards to the stipulations, I think one of the things that I want to do is they need to be site specific to an SUP. An SUP is a special use permit for that use in a particular district. So we're trying to get away from generic requirements that are already in the code. There's already a requirement for lighting. There's already a requirement for drainage. These things are already in the code. And the purpose why they're not in here is because they aren't planning to do any new construction. This is to provide them the vehicle for them to become into compliance with the county in regards to their existing operation with no intent to expand. So if they want to expand, they're going to have to apply and look at those lighting, new structures, other code requirements. So I didn't address that because the way this SUP is structured is we're going to freeze what they've got now and with no expansion. So that's the purpose in that. In terms of the fence, we don't really dictate. We can dictate the material. I was giving them options. The important thing is that the fence the neighbors don't see the dogs. So whatever material they've got a combination, I believe, of wood and metal now. And so that's what they said they would do. However, I gave them some other options to make the fence a little more appealing if they wish to do that. In terms of the barking, now the barking is very difficult to enforce. In my experience with code cases, what excess parking is to one person is maybe different to another person, and what's excess parking. So I looked at other codes, and what's reasonable is people should enjoy peace and quiet before 5 a.m. and after 10 p.m. they should have peace and quiet. So we needed to put a handle on excessive barking and be able to enforce something like that. You have lots of dogs in the neighborhood. People that don't breed dogs and just have 6 or 7 dogs in their yard for just enjoyment, they bark too. So when a dog barks, another dog barks. So it's hard to get a handle on which dogs are barking. So how do you control that? So the thought being was that after 9 p.m. they could put them in the kennel. Now that doesn't preclude them from letting them out at any particular time to do their business, but that was the thought. So we could get a handle on excessive barking and be able to somewhat monitor that and enforce that, because it's very difficult to enforce excessive barking if you can envision that. In regards to the valid license.
I have a quick question on, as it relates to that. Is this something that a code compliance officer would have to hear for 15 minutes in order to be cited? Or is it something that someone could, I'll say the neighbor could record for 15 minutes and then present that to a code compliance officer, and that would be valid?
Yes, that's the way it would work. And the code compliance officer would be the one to initiate the revocation of the license. That's the criteria. It wouldn't be just because we have excessive barking, we get a call and complaint, we're not going to revoke their license. We have to have some evidence and a right to go on the property with their permission, go on the property and to check it out, make sure they're in conformance with the stipulations. In terms of a valid commercial license, the way it works is there's 4 classes of dog licenses within Pinal County, and animal control is the one that administers that program. So the way I understand, it's an annual license. It needs to be renewed. They have to call up animal control, and animal control goes out and inspects the property and then issues the license based on that inspection. The problem was, the reason I didn't put a time frame for lapse is they call up and maybe animal control is really busy and they can't get out there for a month or 2 months or 3 months. Like for instance, during COVID, they didn't do any inspections. So I kept it open, and it needs to be open because there should be a difference between people who, apply for the license, but the county doesn't timely respond. Why should we penalize them for that? If they refuse to get the license, and then that would be or don't do it, and after repeated contacts and reminders, then that would be a reason to revoke the license. But to tie our hands to just 1 month lapse, just administratively, that is just, we need to give the code compliance officers a little bit of latitude and a little bit of administrative discretion in terms of what is reasonable in terms of having a valid license. And the animal control dictates what kind of commercial license they have, not the applicant. So that's in regards, I think I addressed the revocation in the ownership. I don't know, I don't know, Commissioner Mooney, did I address all of your issues?
Except for the chair, if I may, the difference between the 5 AM and 10 PM in one
Yes.
paragraph and 6 AM and 9 PM. I don't know if that was just a
It's-
typo.
Yes, that's a
Okay.
typo.
So Chair, if I may. So I think a timeline is important. I had a kennel license for years. So, and I understand tying the county's hands. Maybe once there has been communication between the two, 30 days. You know, something like that. There has to be. It can't just be open-ended and go, well, I never heard from them. And they say, well, I thought I talked to you. And it's like, once there has been that communication, I just really think it needs to be there. It needs to be a timeline on that. So I just thought I would address that. And you mentioned some neighbors have multiple dogs, and that's everywhere, even in HOAs. But these locations are asking for a special use permit, so they have different rules when it comes to the barking. I don't care if there's people next door that have 6 pets and they're not raising, breeding, boarding, any of that. So there needs to be different rules if you're asking for a permit or kennel license or a temporary SUP. So that needs to be addressed at somehow. So during these time frame, y'all need to come up with something. Thank you.
Thank you. And Harvey, just to add on to that just a little bit, I completely understand as far as, you know, if the county, if something's been applied for and the county understaffed, they just can't get to it, and it's 30, 60, 90 days, whatever it is, that's on the county. And no, the homeowner shouldn't, the applicant shouldn't be penalized for that. I think the challenge comes into is if the applicant doesn't apply and they're not, you know, the county's waiting on them, not they're waiting on the county. I think that's where the timeline, I think, is important. If that's, you know, 90 days past when it should be, when they should have applied for their license, I don't know that that's out of line.
I agree. We can amend that stipulation if you'd like to provide for a 30-day lapse in the permit.
Yeah, I think that should be in there, just as a safeguard. That would have been,
Stipulation 8, I believe.
yeah. Yeah, 8. Any other comments on the stipulations? With that, I'll bring the applicant up.
Just one clarification.
Yes.
On 1 and 11, so 1 was the binding SUP on the property, but with further input from the BOS, 11 was added as an additional safeguard if the property or a leasee or somebody came in on top of the property itself.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what it is. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And before the applicant starts, I do have a disclosure statement I need to make. Last week, my family and I were attending at a local restaurant, and the applicant actually was looking for signatures for their petition for their SUP. And I immediately informed the applicant that I wasn't able to sign her petition. And then no other discussion was had by me with the applicant regarding that. So, and with that, I'll turn it over then.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm Jason Sanks, at 3500 South Chicana Lane, Gilbert 85297. I'm here to represent the Abbotts on both applications. We were here before you just about a month ago. I'd like to first start off by saying, based on the number of requested changes to the stipulations and the ambiguity there, I'm not certain if you would like me to proceed with the presentation or if we should seek to just ask a continuance, because I think it's out of responsibility to the Abbotts as my client. I think they need to see what all of these changes are, because one condition or two, I can see some verbiage changes and legal can knock those out. But when we have half a dozen stipulations changing in real time at a hearing, I get very concerned for them. I would actually, if I may, defer to the chair and the commission if we perhaps should just request a continuance to work this out and present to you a clean a clean presentation next time, because I feel like we're going to spend about an hour with all of these people here doing all this housekeeping. And I think out of obligation to my client, I would like them to actually get a chance to see the changes before they're just agreeing to it, because they've been very agreeable. All of the changes that were made were in response to the bird's concerns. We're never going to please them, and we understand that. But our intention was right, and we agreed with everything that was recommended by staff. So we're probably going to agree to everything again, as they have been, but I feel very concerned that I can't even review it in advance, all this stuff, if I may. Leave it at that and then ask if you'd still like me to proceed with the presentation.
We can,
Kind of little uncharted waters, but
we can put this matter kind of hold it in abeyance and give us some time throughout I think we'll be here a while. I think we'll have all day. We'll redraft we could work on the redrafting of the one stipulation that you want, I believe, or the two stipulations. Or you can continue it till the next meeting and give us more time to work on it and show the applicant, whatever the chairman or vice chair's pleasure is.
I say we ask the applicant if that's something they want to defer and to the next meeting, or if they want to wait here and let us go through it, or let staff go through it and then come back with it. I think that would be a question for him.
yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Commissioner Snapp. Yes, I've spoken with the Abbotts already about this. They would like to continue the item and to the next available P&Z hearing so that we can really sit down with this. I think on the fly here, it's going to be difficult to understand the implications, and we just need to clean this up.
Chair, if I may. I mean, I know I listed a lot, but I'm not sure all those are being changed. Those are my concerns.
What?
We haven't finished discussing whether or not all of the things I had listed and with these new stipulations as my concerns. So that would be a discussion for us to have. I mean, I brought changing some things, discussing bringing the dogs in and out and not just letting them be out from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. with respect. So these are my concerns that were discussed. A couple of things you also brought up and might be changed, but I'm not sure how many things are actually going to be changed. Not that I'm not for allowing you to have a continuance and not have everybody sitting here, but
Yeah, and I think before we, if we
you
choose
need to vote on
continue-
whether or not we're going to make any of the changes of my suggestions.
Yeah, we'd come back to a discussion with the dais, before any motion was made
Yeah.
to continue.
So I just want him to be
Yeah.
clear that we haven't done that yet before we made that decision. Maybe there's only a couple of changes and they're good with that.
And I also think that we need to, because there are members of the public here that want to speak. They're here, they're present, they should have that opportunity as well.
Yes.
Yes, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the, Chair's not here, Vice Chair, members of the commission. That would be my recommendation. If there is a vote, first of all, the matter has to be put to a vote to be continued. And as much as this is noticed for public hearing though, I would recommend that the public who's here to speak on this item be allowed to do so today, even if the matter is continued. And I would also just remind the commission that this matter is scheduled for a date certain with the Board of Supervisors. I believe planning and zoning, or the planning director though, could at that meeting advise the board of the commission's recommendation, or vote rather to continue the matter for further consideration at that time. Just those matters I wanted to put in front of the commission.
Very good, thank you. So knowing all that,
And thank you, Chair and Commissioner Mooney. I understand the concern about having the public hearing. And that said, I think if we're going to hold a public hearing and have a bunch of people speak, I should do the presentation then.
very good.
Thank you. All right, let me zoom back to where my step one. Okay, so we're going to go ahead if we can and pull up the applicant presentation. I'm not sure how to do that on here. Oh, okay, you're pulling it up. Great. Now, just for the information for the commissioners, we've spent a lot of time talking about the conditions or the stipulations of approval. I want to reiterate that since the last time you saw this application, there have been no changes proposed by the Abbotts on either property. It's the same operation. There are still no new development associated with it. It's the same operation that it was 31 years ago until today on the Val Vista property, and the same operation as it was nearly 8 years ago on the Jean Drive property. Okay, so all the work and all the discussion we're having is swirling about on the conditions that have been modified since you last saw it. So since that time, I did want to say, well, the PowerPoint's been brought up. I think especially when we got to the Board of Supervisors, the Abbotts were presented with kind of a deluge of neighborhood outreach that Chad and his wife Katie have done to go door to door in the neighborhoods across both subdivisions to get people to sign the petition. Understandably so, they believe in their cause, and they were able to obtain some additional signatures. That said, the Abbotts felt the need to also work with their neighborhoods and look for support. A lot of people didn't even know they had a kennel. Most people didn't. Some people even spoke like, oh, we don't want a kennel in our neighborhood. Well, they don't even know that they've had one for 30 years. So there's a lot of this information that came about. And so they went, and as of today, they have 350 signatures of support for them, and they have 45 letters of support. What you have in your packets, this was a snapshot in time of approximately last Thursday, but since then there's been a couple of hundred more signatures, and they anticipate even more if this were to continue forward. I wanted to present an aerial of the photo of the property. In the blue is the Abbotts. This is the Jean Drive property. The Burr property is located next door to them. And as you can see there, I've tried to allocate like what the uses are on each property. With the little house icon, you can actually see where the residences are, where the kennel building is in the shade. The Burrs actually have basically a junkyard on their property. The entire 2/3 of the back of it is a junkyard. And they just had a McDonald's playset delivered in the last week. So there's a lot of commotion that's occurring over there. And that junkyard actually backs to the Abbotts, almost the entire length of the fence. That spot you see forward that has all of those poles is actually a special event venue that was constructed, but neither of those uses have been permitted through the county. It is a residential zoning district. So abutting the Abbotts is actually an event venue and a junkyard. And on the Abbott side, you can see the shade structure, the kennel, and the primary residence. The two green spots on the Abbott property are the turnouts for the dogs. And that's really the relationship between the two properties right now. The Burrs back to the side of the Abbotts. Their main access is on a white road. The next slide, please. So I wanted to recap that both of these properties are exceptionally clean and well maintained. I'm going to show you a short video clip where Shell went out and took a video of the dogs playing, and we tried to get them to bark, and she got one to yelp. And I want you to show the juxtaposition of their property next to their neighbors. The fences are in excellent condition. There's been a lot of concern about this. Oh, this steel fence makes it sound like some ramshackle environment, which it's not. A lot of the properties out there have purposely installed agrarian style fencing. This has panels of oxidized metal to give it the rustic feel with wood. It's purposeful. It's not ramshackle. They do fully secure both of their properties. Their dogs do not get out. There are a couple packs of wild dogs in this area that do go around and kill people's chickens and scare the horses and things like that. Those are not the avid shepherds. They certainly don't have any incentive to allow their precious German shepherds to roam the neighborhood at large. So there's been some confusion in the neighborhood as to what's going on with the wild dogs. The shepherds are trained to not bark. They are collared with bark collars. And if they are barking, or if there's excessive heat in the summer, the dogs are actually put in the kennels during the day. They are not locked outside in the heat in the sun the whole day. What the intent of the condition was to put additional guardrails from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. as a promise to particularly the birds. They're not just locked outside all day. They go in and out all day, especially to keep cool. So, and there are only 7 adult breeding dogs, and not 100 or 120 or 40. It's just 7 at each property. So it's not like there's this roaming pack of German shepherds everywhere. And they're good with children. In fact, they have children's play equipment and their own children play outside. So they are not dangerous dogs. They have a 6-month-old that sits out in the yard while the dogs play. If you can, let's just play the video. This is the Jean Drive property in the last 2 weeks. And Shell got the dogs out and wanted to show you real life, not try to manipulate it or get something to happen. It was just, I told her, can you get the dogs to play? To show the real deal. And if you can play the video, it'll just be like 15 or 20 seconds of your time. You can see the fence in the background and the storage of the junkyard beyond that. The dogs are there. There's children's play equipment, but that's the dogs. I don't think there's any audio here, but one of the dogs does yelp. We got the yelp, but it didn't bark. That's it. So you can see the property, you can see the fencing. It's very well maintained. The place is meticulous. If you have any opportunity, if you want to do a site visit, it is meticulous. Both properties are meticulous. There is not an open code compliance case on this, except for the idea that they're out of compliance with this SUP. Historically, the Val Vista property is, we believe, legal non-conforming. The only reason they're in today is because one property is newer, the Gene Drive property. It was deemed in the last 3 years that they needed an SUP. So we're in for the SUP. It's not a boarding facility. It's just a dog breeder. So they don't take commercial dogs in. I don't go drop my puppy off for doggy pet kit, daycare or pet resort stuff. This is just their shepherds and their shepherds puppies. And there's only 7. The puppies do add to that. They do have litters, as you would anticipate. They rear those dogs, and then the owners either do pick them up, or the Abbotts take those dogs to them, or they use the airport and things like that for national shipping. It's all professionally done. Obviously, these are valuable German shepherds. Next slide, please. So since we last spoke, it became clear to the Abbotts that they needed to talk even more to their neighbors. We have, I don't know if you know who the Abbotts are, but they're well known in their industry, in the shepherd's world, in the dog breeding world. They've been published in the Maricopa Monitor and other venues with Canal Central, Maricopa, the Recorder, all that stuff. They've got numerous articles on their dog training, their public outreach, their charity events. They do off-site dog training exercises. They're very involved in 4-H and other things in the community. A lot of people know them. And since we last spoke, they felt they had to get out and defend themselves because the birds are coming after their family business. They want to shut them down. All of the code compliance calls into the county came from one property, basically calling code compliance on speed dial over the last 7 years. And they went out into the neighborhood and even intimidated some of their neighbors and called other people into Pinal County code compliance that didn't want to sign their petition. That's what the Abbotts are dealing with, and I feel bad for them, honestly. So we're here today to ask to have your support again, as you did last time, since nothing has changed. There are even additional guardrails in place since you last voted on this. You did vote almost unanimously for approval to the Board of Supervisors, and we ask that of you again. So I'm happy to answer questions. Shell is here. I'd like to give her a chance to speak. She knows all the operations and she does a better job than I do. So thank you. If you don't mind, if you could scoot back to slide number 1 that shows the aerial. Thank you.
Hello again. I didn't expect to be here, so I think I answered a lot of questions last time. Obviously, there are additional things after meeting at the Board of Supervisors. I would be happy to answer those. And some things have actually been cleared up for me. Like I was unaware that we had lapsed our kennel license. And now I understand why, that I didn't lapse it, that it just has to do with their timing. And I want to reiterate that I have been in compliance with everything that I have been aware of. As far as paying my taxes, paying my TPT taxes, all of the things on my property are permitted appropriately. I've always had my kennel license when necessary. The thing I didn't know was that I needed an SUP, and nobody told me that. I was 100% unaware. I wish I could have brought this to you without being told I had to. I wish I would have had that opportunity, and I just didn't. Are there questions about my property?
Any questions with the applicant?
I do have 5 letters of support from my closest neighbors, obviously other than the birds, but 5 letters. All 5 letters state that I take great care of my dogs listen, and they're not a problem when it comes to barking. The only person that's ever said anything about the barking is Lloyd, which is behind me. He says it happens at 9:30 at night, and it's my neighbor to the east, and never mind. And I don't care if his dogs bark. I'm just like you said, I'm in control of my dogs. I have German Shepherds, and I need to make sure that I'm controlling my dogs and not other people's.
Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Mooney.
Vice Chair, sorry. So because the times are, so how often are you bringing them in and out? Because it just, the way the stipulations read, I mean, you don't have to have set times. I'm not saying they have to be back in by 10:45 or any of that, but like how often are they in and out so that people, your neighbors can enjoy? I mean, having had a kennel, when there's activity going on, especially if you have block wall, and the dogs can't see it, they're gonna bark, 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 bark because they don't know what's going on. I do that when when my pool guy comes every week, and he comes the same time every week, but the dogs don't care because they can't see him.
Mhm.
And so I was just, are there times during the day that they are brought in so that people can enjoy, especially on the weekends, enjoy their backyards without dogs? I mean, your neighbor's dogs may bark, but you're getting the license. So that I was just
Right.
curious as to how often.
Yeah, so I hear three questions in that. Number one is, my fence blocks from my neighbors. My neighbors are not against that fence unless they're driving their forklift around moving things. So, and my dogs are used to that. They do it often. Again, I don't mind. But my dogs aren't going to bark at a forklift that's moving around because it's not very exciting. As far as the dogs being put away, so I have always, because I built a kennel, obviously, I've always put them away at night. And then I always let them out in the morning. Those are approximate times. Right now, because I'm getting up at 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning, they're going to bed at about 8:30 because it's more convenient for me. I don't want to be up till 9. So I always stick to 9 o'clock. I think last year I missed one day because I was out late, and so I didn't put them up till 10. But for the most part, that's very much. Even this morning, I leave at 4:30. I don't let the dogs out. My sister lets them out because I was already gone. In the summer, I put them up in the afternoon because it gets hot, so I don't like them out in the heat. They have access to go inside. And then as far as barking, so obviously my neighbor Bill is right there next to my property. There is a no climb fence right there. And if my dogs are ever annoying, he just tells me. We have a great relationship. I listen to him because he is literally the very closest person to me, and we've always had a great relationship. He's one of the people that wrote my letter of recommendation. He complained about one dog within my 7 years, and I rehomed the dog.
So just to be clear, it sounded like Mr. Sanks was saying you bring them in and out all the time, but in the summer you bring them in when it's hot, but in the cooler weather, they're just put out in the morning and then brought in the evening.
It depends on the weather. A lot of times, I mean, we spend a lot of our time outside. So if I'm not outside, then they tend to be inside. If I'm outside, then we're outside. I don't have a set schedule, and I only have my own dogs. So it's different if you have other people's dogs that you don't know. But most of these dogs I've raised, so I know them from puppy. Like I've socialized them as puppies. There's just certain behaviors that I'm looking for. I have an infant, so if I have a barking dog, it wakes up my infant. That's a problem. I have a 7-year-old. He plays outside by himself with the dogs. They have to be safe. These are dogs that I know these dogs. I know their behaviors. We train to not bark when they leave the property. Well, when they leave their kennel. So when they come out of their kennel, even my 7-year-old, when he lets them out, he's like, they have to sit. They have to be quiet. They're not allowed to bark. And then he lets them out. And we do that with every one of them. So it's very organized. So my neighbors aren't like, I can tell you, let your dogs out at 6 o'clock in the morning. And they get put just because I don't want there to be that question. And because like I said, I know my dogs. I never take care of anybody else's dogs ever.
Scott.
I just have a couple of questions here for you. You said that you didn't know that you needed a SUP,
Correct.
and you're related or tied in to the property on Val Vista? And
That's
they
my-
had a
Mhm.
SUP, and their SUP expired? Is that what we're talking about here?
No, so the property on Val Vista, so I grew up on the property on Val Vista. That's where my mom lives. And then when I got married, I moved to the property on Jean. They never had an SUP. I could be wrong, but I
So
believe
whose SUP expired then?
nobody's SUP. We've never had an SUP.
Sir, I can clarify, both properties are pursuing an SUP at this hearing under SUP 0623 for the Val Vista property. That is her mom's property.
Right, I
And
understand
then
that.
this case that we're discussing is SUP 0723 for the Jean Drive property. Neither property had an SUP at any time.
Okay, the Val Vista property, I'm just saying you
They
didn't
had-
know, but the other property had it. but
They
you
had
didn't
commercial
know. That's
kennel
what I'm trying to figure
licenses.
out.
They had commercial kennel licenses, but not a special use permit at any point.
Yeah. So my county permit through animal control, which is what I got on my property when I moved there.
Okay. And then of your letters of support, what was it, 100 or something? I didn't write it down. How many of those people live within is it 600-foot boundary on this one, or is it 1,200 foot?
There's 300 feet and there's 5.
Okay.
And then over at my mom's, there's 1.
There's 5 letters of support.
Correct.
So that means 100 plus?
Yes. So I can point them
Don't
out.
live in any proximity to this property. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So I have 5 letters of support within 300 feet. So the property right in front of mine, I have a letter. The property right next to mine, I have a letter. 2 of the ones behind, I have a letter.
So you just went and canvassed the whole community looking for support? Is that what you did?
I knew them all. So that was easy.
Okay.
I didn't actually go out to the neighbors. I just started talking to people that I actually knew. I've always known Leanne because we help each other out. Obviously, I know Bill because he lives next door to me. My husband had worked for Lloyd in the past, and he has dogs too. So he sees me. He's retired, so he sees me out there with the dogs often, and he keeps his yard quite tidy. And then the other people are rodeo people, so they're outside roping and practicing, and so they see me outside running my dogs or working with my dogs, and so they know me because of just my presence. I did not go and talk to them after getting this. I didn't know I needed letters, so I did talk to them.
Yeah, I
once
just
knew
wanted to
that.
clarify that you only had 3 letters within the boundary that was set.
What's the boundary?
That's what I asked you. Is it 300 feet or 600 feet or 1,200? What is the
300, within
boundary?
300 feet, there's 5 letters.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I was trying to establish. Thank you. That's all I have so far.
Chair. If I may. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Actually, I was just looking at this. I was like, I did not say my name. I'm Shell Abbott.
Michelle?
Shell, like a gas station.
Okay. Funny, I'm out of the oil industry. We had quite a work session here
Yes,
on your stipulations. Were you able to follow that?
I did.
You did better than me.
I think the biggest, so there's a couple of stipulations. I think, so the time being 9 to 6, I think moving that over is fine. I obviously, my fence, I love my fence. I would hate to have to change it. Obviously, doing a block wall would be more cost prohibitive for me. The only other thing was really the 7 dogs. I currently have seven dogs on my property. 2 of them are not breeding, but let's say I have somebody who is unable, they're moving out of country or they die and they're not able to take their dog. And that dog comes back to me, that would then put me over the limit. That's why I limited it to 7 breeding dogs. That would be part of my program in case I have to take in a dog that would not, that I would not be using for breeding, but I would be holding until I was able to find them an adequate home.
So because you were able to follow, because I didn't, I really didn't, I'll admit it. You guys were way out in front of me. You're telling me you feel comfortable, and I know that you're anxious to get this done.
Thank you.
If I was in your shoes, I would be too. I don't want you in a position where you go home and your husband says, "What did you do?"
Again,
So
what
I'm
did you
giving
do
you the
again?
opportunity to tell us if you're comfortable with how we've handled this morning.
I really don't. I realize that whatever in those stipulations holds me, right?
That's correct.
And so it's a very heavy thing for me, and I'm not particularly smart in those aspects. I can
Okay.
work with a dog, I can talk to people, but I think that Jason made a good point that I want to make sure that what we present comes in more positive, and it didn't feel like it did. It felt like there was a lot of corrections to it, so I'd like it to be clean. I really want to present something that's clean to you guys. I realize that the birds and such will still come up and talk, but I would feel more comfortable if we could present something that's very clear.
Clean.
Yes, Yeah, like my property. I want something that's clean like my property, just
I
very
get it.
straightforward.
I get it. And I agree with you. That's why I'm giving you this opportunity.
I appreciate you asking.
Any other,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner DeVoe?
Ms. Abbott, just to confirm, with the stipulations presented as they are presented, you are in agreement with them, correct?
If I
No
understand,
deviations, no changes as
You hear
presented
what I said?
at the beginning of the meeting.
at the beginning of the meeting, yes.
Perfect. And you are aware that these are additional stipulations for this SUP and that you are obligated to follow all other laws and ordinances.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Money?
Just to be clear, this isn't on you. My changes and concerns with the stipulations are because all of those were changed and we didn't see them last time.
Right.
So it's not necessarily on the case or whatnot. It is on the case, but not you personally. It's just trying to get clarification because this is nothing like what we saw for stipulations, most of them. So I just didn't want you to feel like, whoa, these are just concerns I have with what was the way they were presented, and I wanted clarity myself.
I appreciate that.
So-
I want it to make sense for everybody.
Yeah. And then, so I just have one last question for staff and, if we're gonna open it up, but the Lisi part really gets me. She's here presenting. Her mom will be on another case. And, and if somebody wants to lease the property and keep the business going, we don't ever, or we or the Board of Supervisors, the county doesn't ever have to have them come before us. I just have a problem with the leasing part. This is an SUP for that land, but also that property owner is who presented. And so I just wanted to make that before we open it up to the general public, that I have a real strong concern with that particular verbiage in this, that's all. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Commissioner Smith?
Point of clarification, sorry, I appreciate Member Davia's questions. So prior to this meeting, did you receive and have opportunity to look at those new and changed stipulations?
Yes, I
Okay,
agree. Yes, I agreed to them. We discussed them before they were put in, and then I did see them before the meeting, and I agreed to them at that point.
okay. So at this point, if we proceeded forward with what is presented today, you're okay?
Yes, I would feel very comfortable with moving forward with what I currently have as my stipulations.
The ones as presented to us today, the additional
That's-
one?
yeah,
with
that's in the
changes, you're okay? Okay. Thank you. I just needed to make sure that we were clear on that for our vote.
We good? All right. Thank you. With that, I will open up to public comment. I do have several speaker cards here. And the first one, Renell Abbott. You said you wanted to speak on A and B, so. Oh, it says you did, my error, it says you didn't, but you're free to if you'd like, sorry.
Questions to ask. I just have a sore throat, and so I preferred not to speak.
That's fine, not a problem. I didn't notice that you marked not to speak, so,
Okay. Did you have questions you want me to answer?
not
Because
necessarily.
I'm on the Val Vista property.
And we're gonna hear that next, so you'll have that opportunity as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Jason, thanks. You spoke your piece. Thank you. Shell. Good. Chad Burr. And I apologize again, we're going to keep comments to 3 minutes. Please be cognizant of that.
Morning. I'm Chad Burr. I live next to the kennel on Jean. I lived the current residence for 24 years. These neighbors moved next to me in 2017 and started building a kennel in 2018, 2019. We reported our concerns for safety and noise concerns after talking to them and not having anything resolved with animal control and code compliance. The neighbors first denied that they were running a commercial operation, but after determining that the dogs housed there were in fact for a breeding business, they claimed that they were no puppy sales at the property and only at the Val Vista house. Code compliance said since there was no evidence of puppy sales through this location, their hands are tied. In their application with the SUP, they stated the opposite and that all puppy sales go through Jean location. There's always been deception and non-compliance in use of this property and currently in the open case being monitored with code compliance and building safety. The neighbor's perimeter fence is inadequate and retain German Shepherds with the property lines at only 46 to 48 inches high. Please note the pictures there. The section of metal fencing installed along the shared property line is falling apart and dilapidated, likely due to not following the county's fencing guidelines and standards, making them non-compliant as they stand today. Sound waves are amplified through acoustic resonance in metal, whereas in concrete or block, the sound is dampened through the rigidity and lower density of the material type. Please review the community petition handout documenting 31 neighbors and community members that have signed against the SUP, including 6 within the 300-foot boundary. The area map listing the 1,200-foot buffer shows the associated numerical petitioners and their location, the SUP address. Petitioners not indicated on the map are either anonymous, work for the domestic or irrigation water districts, and interface with the property frequently, or live further away in the local community that this map didn't cover. And while not in the immediate vicinity, they're also in SR zoning, also very concerned this SUP approval could set a precedence on their own land rights. The 300-foot opposition map shows the county 300-foot line and the 6 known neighbors residing within that that are in opposition to the SUP and commercial kennel. Please note there is one anonymous neighbor who also lives in this 300-foot line that reached out to the district supervisor directly and voiced their opposition. German Shepherds are the #3 leading in bites and attacks in the U.S. This is based on studies posted in Forbes and TopDogTips.com. German Shepherds are natural guard dogs, and their natural instinct is to protect their land and people, as it should be. It was stated in the May 7th Board of Supervisors meeting the applicant was working with the neighbors on stipulations. However, the applicant nor the applicant's representatives or family members have tried to reach out to me and discuss any aspect of the SUP with myself and my
30
wife.
seconds.
I've only received harassing texts. The stipulations presented to you today do not fix the safety problems or the sounds problems and grant this non-compliance property a blanket solution. It seems as though this would override the current open cases and code compliance and building safety and washing it under the rug. There's been a lot of lies said today. I can't hit them all. Obviously, I don't have any time, but please know that there's been a lot of deception, smoke and mirrors, as our county supervisors identified. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for?
I got a few. It was brought up that you had events there at your house. Those events, were they for family and friends, or did you charge for people to come out there?
No, we do not have events at our house. We got married at our property and we have a family area where we hang out. They built the kennel right next to it, so we can't use it anymore.
Okay, they just showed in one of the illustrations that you had a
Yeah, they didn't talk to
canopy
me
or something
or
like that. So
Yeah,
that
sorry.
that didn't.
They didn't talk to me, or what's on there is a lie. What they project, they think is a junkyard or whatever. Currently, we're in compliance with the county.
Okay. So how's your communication with them since we met last time? Are they open?
So immediately after we met last time, I got threatening messages from Russ Byers about if you don't stop harassing our family, we're going to take legal action against you. Multiples, enough that it was recommended to me to go to get an injunction on harassment, which I haven't done.
Those were text messages,
Yes.
phone calls?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I noticed that you have a measuring tape on the fence and it shows that it's 6 feet tall and the stipulation number 5 is 7 feet tall.
That's true. It
That's-
says
that's
it's 7 feet tall. It's not 7 feet tall.
Yeah, the tape measure didn't show it was 7 feet tall.
That's right. Standard off the shelf tape measure.
The stipulation is 7 feet, the fence is 6. Is there any other things you want to bring up to us?
Comment was made by Russ as I walked by him on the way up here, a derogatory comment.
I know it's
But other
hard.
than that, the main issue we have here is, this isn't a, turning into it, but it isn't a war against neighbors, right? There's some things that happened in the past. It happens to everybody with the neighbors. That's not the issue we have here. The issue we have here is I can't use 1/3 of my property. I don't use it anymore. And I realized this through all this. Instead of using that area, that's where I put stuff. That's my backyard, right? I don't want to go over there. I don't like going over there. We don't allow our girls. We have 3 little girls, 14-month-old, 4-year-old, and a 6-year-old. We don't allow them to go outside by themselves because their dogs are in our property. They're out. Russ has sent me a message saying, hey, our dogs are out, even though we have 3 acres, our dogs are out. You know, thank you for letting us know. And yep, that's our dog. So it's hard to address all the lies, but these are the specifics that I can tell you. It's not nice. Between 5 a.m. as the stipulations read, 5, or if we change it to 6 to 9, during that time, based on the stipulations, we can't document an issue because it doesn't allow us to make an issue or a barking complaint. Between those hours, we're not allowed to complain about it. So when you put those stipulations into place and you change the zoning on one house forever, right? That affects the community. That affects our SR zoning. That affects everybody in SR zoning, not just us next door. We share 624.5 feet of fence line, right? Of which their fence is on our property for half of that, right? Out of that whole line, that's 1/3 of our property. If you count the first 50 feet, that's 1/3 of our property. That's 1 acre we don't use. We can't use. It's not comfy over there.
How often do you hear the barking over 15 minutes through the day?
So
Is that common? Is that rare?
interesting you should ask. Since this case started, and I wasn't aware of it until 5 days before it came to board, because that's when it was posted and sent out to the community, which most of the community didn't know about ahead of time. And they weren't aware of it when we talked to them. We didn't really time it, but since then we've kind of been noting it, and I can go out any time of day and go record them barking. In fact, I have thousands of videos and sound bites that show it's all the time, especially when I'm not there. Now, when they're there, they don't bark, right? Our dogs don't bark. If our dogs are barking, I walk outside, they stop. They know dad's here, don't bark, right? That's the same. When the family's home, the dogs aren't gonna be aggressive against them. They're guard dogs. Dogs should be able to do what they were born and what God made them to do, to bark and to protect land. Depends what kind of dog you have, right? The problem here is we have too many dogs in one area. And way long ago when SR zoning was created and it was established and modified and tweaked, it put this in place because it had no place for a kennel unless you had 5 acres. All structures 100 feet from the fence line, right? And 75% of the neighbors written consent that we want this. There's no place for this here. The SU, now, if you ask all the customers, I have a German Shepherds, and I believe they run a good program and they make good dogs and they have good dogs. That's fine. If you ask all their customers, of course they're going to say it's great. That's where they get their dog. That's where all their signatures are coming from, right? Maybe there's a few in the neighborhood, but not nearly enough to warrant a change to the whole neighborhood where now this is allowed. Well, so I don't have a junkyard. I don't want a junkyard. But maybe if I go apply for an SUP to get a junkyard put in next door, why wouldn't we approve that?
What
You know
is
what I mean?
what is in your yard? I see some things that look like clutter in there.
This is an old picture, right? This is before, so they contacted code compliance on us because they were unhappy. They trimmed my tree and they left a branch on my side, and I talked to them before. I said, hey, just let me know. I'll help you, whatever. I tossed the limb back over the next day. He said, oh, that's it. I'm going to turn you in for code compliance. I'm like, okay. And then all of a sudden it started, and I've been working 3 years every weekend to get my property in compliance.
So what do you have up there? Old cars and stacks of boards or things
No,
like that?
so we have a building permit, and so we have our materials for that building permit there that we were allowed to stay in that area where you see on the map. Now, this is an old picture before that cleanup happened. Someone said, Jason Sink said we got a McDonald's playline. We did. We got one last weekend for free. We're setting it up in our garden so our girls can have a fun place to play in the water this summer.
Let me ask you another question. You have 3 girls
I do, yes.
and the ages were what?
6, 4, and 14 months.
Do your daughters know what's on the other side of the fence?
They do. They do.
Do they
They're
have
scared
a
of them.
feeling on that?
Yep, they're scared of them. There's a section in where me and my wife got married, which they identified as a commercial area. It's not an event area. It's a place we got married. Instead of spending 15 grand on trying to rent something, we chose to build something that worked, that was within compliance of the county. So we built something there, and we had family parties there every fall. We call it the Fall Festival. I have 6 kids in my family, and so we could never get a holiday that we could use. So we created our own. So Fall Festival, usually the first week of November, we created that space. We can't use it any longer because their kennel is so close. They bark at everything they can see and everything they can't see. So if they hear something and it's not their owners and the owners aren't home, they'll bark at it. And so this metal fence amplifies sound. I'm an engineer. I spent most of my career as an engineer. Metal corrugated fence that's not secured properly amplifies sound. Even if it is secured properly, amplifies sound. That's what happens. They hear a little sound and they start barking. And one barks, they all go off, right? And currently, there's a video of a couple weeks ago when it rained. I think we all appreciated that. They posted a video on their website showing 9 dogs there at their house, at the Jean house there. I think they just told you 7. But having that many dogs in one area is not what SR zoning was created for. And it specifically did not have anything regard to a kennel allowed unless you had 5 acres or more. This is why. This is why. When we went around and talked to neighbors, specifically the neighbors nearby, they don't live here half the time. So they didn't want to be opposed to it. They were afraid of what Russ has been doing, is turn everybody in, right? They're afraid of that, and they're afraid of it.
How
So-
current, let me ask you another question. How current is the information that you're sharing with us? Is this stuff that's happened in the last month, 2
Oh, yeah.
months, 3
yeah.
months? We're not talking what
Since-
happened 3 years ago or anything
No,
like
since
that?
this started, the dog was out years ago. It wasn't this month. The picture in there with the dog out and saying, oh yeah, they still want to be out. I think the date's on there, so you'll see that. But other people have reported their dogs are being out lately as well. We've kind of ignored them for a while because our complaints weren't being heard 7, 8 years ago. And so if you see our property, we've kind of focused on just being closer to White Road, so we don't have to deal with it. But in the realization of putting this before you guys, it's kind of woke us up like, yeah, we don't go over there. And some of the videos we have records of their dogs barking all night long in the kennel. Every once in a while, they kennel one up all night and it barks all night long, all day long. And you'll hear it in front of our house on White Road. We can't even enjoy the other side of our house, far away from them. And I have all those videos, but there's no venue to share those with you guys here. So I wasn't able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
I have a question. You had stated in your in what you had said earlier at the end of those 3 minutes that there was a lot of deception here that the Board of Supervisors, I believe you said, had identified, or a supervisor. I don't know if it was plural. Could you share with us what those deceptions are that you claim the Board of Supervisors have identified?
Yeah, so 15 or more complaints is what we heard. We didn't learn about until the Board of Supervisors meeting of the kennel on Jean Drive. 30 more or 30 dogs, it sounds like, assigned to that property or assigned to the Abbott's German Shepherds. When the dogs go back and forth, how do you keep track of those dogs? Also, they admitted they kennel dogs. They take dogs back, and which is great service, but it's not what they stated May 20th. Said, we absolutely don't kennel any dogs. Well, they do sometimes. And I think that's great, but that's not what this community needs, right? That is something that popped out in the there was kind of smoke and mirror kind of thing in the Board of Supervisors meeting. One of the statements made that I wanted to try to make sure is clear is they said they were working with us. We talked to Harvey and we told him our concerns. My wife talked to him, told him our concerns, and he worked
You
with
just
everyone.
speak-
Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, once we-
My wife talked to Harvey for a lengthy time, and as he explained, he said, okay, yeah, we'll put some stipulations here, which was great, and we appreciate that. Sorry, dry mouth. Can you repeat the question? I got off my tangent.
The question was the deceptions that
Yes.
you claim the Board of Supervisors
okay,
had
thank you.
called out.
Thank you. And so this is one of the big ones. They delayed that meeting with the Board of Supervisors because they said they were talking to the neighbors. I presumably they meant us, right? Because they're always saying, we're the only neighbors that are opposing this. We may be the loudest because we have 624 feet of fence line. You can see this map. Our backyard backs up to a kennel with a turnout area of 3.3 acres. They never called us once or talked to us about this at all. They were in Europe the whole time, right? They were in Europe for, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, something like that. Taking trips to up north for breakfast in the plane they have or whatnot. They all work at ACP. They all work together on everything. This isn't their main business. This isn't how they make money. You're not shutting down a family. These are the things that you don't hear. I don't want their business to shut down. It just doesn't belong in our neighborhood. I'm not trying to shut down a business, not trying to get into a big fight with our neighbors. But those are the deception things.
So the two big ones I'm hearing, sorry to cut you off, is the more complaints than what have been stated and more than up to 30 dogs. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, it's unknown how many
And at
dogs
this
are
one
actually on the
property, not combining the two properties, but at this one property you're saying.
It's very unclear. The way they register their dogs and the way these SUPs were brought in here makes it's very slippery what the rules apply to which SUP, or is it with the kennel? Is it with the company, or is it with the land, or is it with the person or the leasee? It's not set in stone and it's not clear. And I think to do our due diligence as zoning integrity, I think it's very critical we have those cut and dry.
One last question. What, on this photo right here, what year is this that you would say? You said it's not current.
No, this is, man, I don't know, maybe 2021 or 2022.
So a few years old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions?
Anybody else? Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Next I have Katie Burr.
Hello, my name is Katie Burr. I live next door to the kennel on Jean Drive. I've lost the ability to fully use and enjoy my property. We've owned our place for 24 years, like you heard. 7 years ago, these neighbors moved in and expanded their dog breeding business from Bella Vista property. We reached out to animal control and code compliance because there was nuisance barking, aggressive behavior. They were snipping at my husband when he got too close to our property line. That was before the fence was there partially. Dogs escaping their property and at large in the neighborhood, as well as my own yard. Kennels are not a listed reason to obtain an SUP, and this request is disregarding community's wishes and landowners' rights to enjoy peace and safety. A nuisance property that makes its surrounding neighbors change their way of life, like moving horses because it's making the dogs bark, or avoiding using land or right-of-way because people feel unsafe, is not a use that is in the best interest of the public. There is not a need in the neighborhood for this breeding business. Our shelters are full and dogs are being euthanized. We avoid 625 feet of our backyard with this property because we're not safe. As you can see the pictures of the fence, we've already kind of went over that. I don't want to keep the time going, so let's see. Please vote no today. If this SUP passes, it will live on indefinitely because it is attached to the land. When we were there at the Board of Supervisors, one of the supervisors did explicitly ask, can this be not attached to the land? And the lawyer said, yeah, it doesn't have to be attached to the land. So I would like maybe further investigation on that. Because if the property is sold, the buyers will be able to continue this breeding kennel, effectively changing zoning. So if we're going to change zoning, I also would like that super vote to be in place too, because this would be a zoning issue. It's just changing zoning on one person. The stipulations applied to further prevent landowners' rights to document nuisance barking from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., which is all waking hours. So when I'm at home with my kids playing in our yard, we don't have a right. You're taking more rights away from us to be able to address barking concerns. Additionally, the stipulations state that the existing 7-foot privacy fence will be extended the entire boundary line between our properties. The fact is, this fence is about 6 foot tall. Again, we've already been there, done that. I think materials like a block wall, a 7-foot block wall would provide both security and help the sound not carry. Yes, it's not cost effective. It's not great for them, but for the safety and
30 seconds.
sound, I think that would be reasonable. Let's see. Please keep our communities, our families, and animals safe as you go today. Please think about how you would feel if your home, your peace of mind, your ability to enjoy your property was in jeopardy. No one wants to live next to a dog kennel. There's a place for it. The code is there to define that place. So please, thank you.
Any questions for the speaker?
Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Scott.
I have a few questions for you in your comments. I wrote down a
Yes.
few questions. You talked about the loss of ability to use your property. What does that mean?
So whenever we want to go over to this area, so there's that block, that fence that you see there, it doesn't extend the whole length of our property. So on either end,
Can you point to that map up there, please?
yeah, can I go over here? Like about, so here's the end of their kennel yards, but again, they let their dogs go the whole property. But it's the fence that's right in line with that. And so this is all open. They wanted to be able to still use these spaces. This is still all open. So whenever we're over here, and even whenever else.
I think
Yeah, any discussion you have to be on the microphone so we get on record.
Yeah, so whenever we go over to that area, or even playing in our big field there, the dogs have access, they see us, they're barking. And even people just driving by, which I think in some of the pictures we sent or showed you guys, they're just there. They're at the fence line barking and running. They don't, when they are there, when the applicant and the homeowners are there, I would say that they have pretty good control. But that's not the case. They have other jobs. This isn't their livelihood for that. So anyways, the loss of our property, I'm talking about that. So we can't go over there without feeling unsafe because it's a 4-foot fence right there. And I feel like it's kind of known that a dog can jump over, especially German Shepherds, a see-through 4-foot fence. And I'm not going to risk my daughters and my safety. So.
Okay, I have another question. How many times have the dogs escaped in the last 3 months?
None that I know of, but when we went out and spoke with others, they claimed that they believed what was their German Shepherds, the property next to us, they believed it was their German Shepherds that attacked and killed some of their livestock.
Okay.
I don't have,
But none that
anything.
you know of in the last 3 months?
yeah, not me personally,
Okay.
no.
I got another one. You said that you had safety concerns. What is that relating to?
The safety, again, that the dogs can jump over those fences. They're only 4 feet high. So I feel unsafe because they're German Shepherds, they're protective. They, like I said, they go up, they rush the fence line. If we're going over there, they rush at it and bark at us really aggressively. So I'm scared they're gonna jump over and bite one of my kids or myself.
So you're saying that the fence that's closer to the Gene Drive isn't
Right,
6 feet tall, it's shorter?
Right, that is also 4 feet. Everywhere except that fence that they said that they built for us, for our benefit, is just along our property line right there where you're seeing. But again, it doesn't extend all the way from.
So the
Shed.
fence along your property line
Yeah,
isn't consistently 6 feet tall?
no, it is the 6, yeah, correct. It's only 6 foot tall in sections that they built that was
But not
non-compliant.
consistently,
Right,
like the code reads,
correct.
okay? So you said you're out with your family playing games and the dogs bark at the kids or bark at the
Yes,
noise?
yeah, and I have plenty of videos, but again, we
And
don't
it's-
have access.
It's
to give
during
to
the
you.
day?
Yes,
That would make sense.
Yeah. My kids are sleeping at night, we're sleeping. So that caveat there of just only being able to say when they're barking is at night doesn't effectively help us much.
How does that make you feel?
Really upset. Again, I don't want to have this animosity that's building between us. I don't like it. I'm sorry, me cry. I don't want it. But we've made it very clear that once they brought it over, they tried to expand this property and they said that we're expanding this business over to Gene. We've lived there. We have these CCNRs, we have these codes in place for a reason, and there's opposition to it. We want them to be upheld because our safety, we can't use our land. And so it makes me really upset and sad. And again, guys, I really don't want this to be this big, huge argument, but at the end of the day, like these are our homes. It's not a place to just make money during the day. They're not there. They're not there to watch over these dogs. I think she said she has a sister that lives with her kids, but I personally haven't seen her ever out there, honestly. But yeah, it's just very disheartening. I don't like this. I don't want to go through this, and I don't want to be harassed either. We want peace. Truly, we do. We want something that's fair, though, to the community. It's not just us. We're not the only ones. We're the loudest because, again, we've dealt with a lot of it. Like we're right there. We're getting the brunt of all of this, the accusations, because we're the ones who spoke out about it to code compliance and to animal control when they first started. So this is from that time that it's been in place, that they tried to start opening this business. We've said, hey guys, we really aren't, we don't like this. This isn't safe. Your dogs are barking at us. So it's been a very well-known problem. And then even in their application, they say, oh, no neighbors have problems with this. So it's little things like that that are very discouraging because there's lots of, I don't know, I just feel like deception has happened.
I have one more question, Vice Chair.
I'm done.
Are you done? Okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Bashar
you.
was next.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Scott's questions, I'm good.
Okay.
Answered it.
Real quick, are you the citizen at 12330 North White Road? Okay.
Yes, I am. And
Thank you.
We do not have a junkyard and we don't have a business. And I think those two don't go hand in hand either. Wedding junkyards, junkyard weddings, maybe?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to refer my fellow commissioners to item 5 of the proposed stipulations. It does state a 7-foot high opaque fence would be one of the requirements if proceeding with this SUP along the entire property line.
Yep. Very good. I don't have any more speakers cards for this case. Is anybody else want to speak? Please sign your name and address.
Hello, my name's Russ Byers. I am the neighbor to the Burrs. And I hadn't planned on speaking. I just feel the need to, though, because there have been a lot of accusations about me personally and about our property. And I don't know how relevant that stuff is to what we're actually here to talk about. But this has been a very difficult thing. I've had multiple attacks by Mr. Burr where he's come to my place of work, talking to my business neighbors. I own the building that my company is in. He's gone to my business neighbors and tried to tell them things about me so that they would file complaints about me and my company, completely unrelated to my residence, unrelated to my wife and her mom's dog breeding business. And now he comes here and he tells you that I'm assaulting him or that I'm harassing him. His evidence of harassment is after he went to the business next door to my business and he started saying all that stuff, and the neighbor liked me and he called me and he told me, and I sent him a message. I said, if you keep harassing my family and I am going to take legal action. Now, if that is harassment or a threat or whatever else, then fine, I'm guilty of it. That is what I did. I cannot continue to try and operate I have a very upstanding business. I do a lot within my community. My wife and her mom do a lot within the community with their business. We very much give back to this community. Mr. Burr, he lives there part-time. He works in Tucson. His wife stays in Chandler because she doesn't like the country life, and that's the way it's always been. And yet they're trying to make our life so difficult here because, and he lied when he told you that there was just a little while ago about something happening. I cut tree branches down at Mr. Burr's yard 8 years ago. When I first moved in, he has mesquite trees down the entire tree line, and they were over on the ground on my side, and I cut branches down, and because branches fell on his side of the fence, he flipped out. That's been the sort of the genesis of our debate between each other. Ever since then, he has hated us. He's tried to make complaints about the dogs, even when there's no issue. And that's all that's been going on this entire time, is one singular neighbor who hates my guts and who hates our family and is going out of his way to make our life miserable. And as I said, I apologize for taking up everybody's time. I realize this is probably irrelevant to the case here, but I just don't like the fact that he gets to stand up here and say these negative things about me and my family and our property when it's not true. And those photos on Google, you guys can look on Google yourself. Google photos are dated. They do have a junkyard. They do have a wedding venue. All of that is current. Those are not old photos. Thank you.
Let's please keep this professional. Please. Thank you. Any other comments? Anybody else from the public want to speak on this? With that, I'll close the public portion of this case and bring it back to the applicant to
Chair and Commission, I'll keep it brief, and Shell's also here. We're kind of co-applicants. I just wanted to address the issue of the fence. We spent a lot of time on it. The fence is being extended as a stipulation. The dogs have never jumped the fence, ever. They've never jumped the fence. So we're just making things up at this point. So we've already addressed it. They've committed to the expense. And I will advise you, like, if there's an intent to go towards a block wall, I want you to know that that is a poison pill on purpose, because everyone knows it's going to cost $50,000 or $60,000 to build a block wall that long. And the intention is to do it on purpose to shut the business down anyways. So the fence is fine. And I think compared to what's on the other side of it, it looks very, very nice. I'll let Shell speak.
I'll keep it brief. I just want to acknowledge Katie Burr's concern. I take it seriously. I will extend the fence. I want her to be able to use her entire property. I don't want her to feel threatened. If that would take care of it, I think we could live very happily on our own side of the fence. That would be my goal. They're anxious about the whole thing. I'm anxious about the whole thing. And that's where we're at. As far as my sister living there, she gets her mail there. She's been there for 8 years. If she hasn't seen her, it's because my fence blocks most of what they can see. So, but my sister, their 2 kids, you guys probably don't have any more questions, right?
Okay. My only question is, you just said that you were going to agree with all the stipulations, the new stipulations, right? And the stipulation on the fence is 7 feet, and your fence is 6 foot, and in some places it's 4. When are we going to take care of that?
That's a great question. I thought it was 7 feet. Well, it sounds like you probably have a picture of exactly how tall it is. My plan is to extend that fence all the way down. And so if I need to change a stipulation to include the 6 whatever inches, then we'll have to continue and I'll have to make that adjustment. My absolute goal though is within 4 months of being accepted, I will extend that fence all the way to one side, all the way to the other side. And again, I will pay for all of it. Every fence that is between the Burrs and I have paid for.
Mr. Chair, if I may, again, I'd refer my fellow commissioners to stipulation 5, which states the applicant would have 4 months from the approval to complete the fence.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, anything else?
I'm done.
Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Any other questions for staff?
I do. It's for the commission and staff. You're all set, Shell. You can sit down. is the concern about the leasing. I don't know how everybody feels. I know it was a discussion at the Board of Supervisors meeting. They were concerned about it staying with the land. So I don't know if we want to change the verbiage or remove that line and it just is with the property owner. So if anything were to happen, just wanted to bring that back up. And the times, I don't want to sound repetitive here, but I will, because they have 6 to 9. Nothing about bringing them in during the day at all, for anybody to enjoy their backyards during the day with peace and quiet. I get that the excessive barking for 15 minutes, but I know how that happens, and by the time county gets there Monday afternoon, when it was reported on the weekend, it's not gonna happen, and it won't happen with the owners there. Dogs behave differently when the owners are right there with them. So some hours that they need to be in, not a set of hours, but during the day, they'll be in for 3 or 4 hours, so people can be out there and enjoy their families. Those are just concerns because I know the dog life. Thanks.
Any other comments?
Just a point of clarification, the stip 1 was SUP attached to the land. The stip 11 was an additional benefit to the neighbors that stated, if a lease was gone into, then it would null and void the SUP. Am I correct in that, Harvey?
Commissioner, I believe it was if their ownership of the land changed,
Okay.
then the lease would, or then the operation would cease. The leasing wasn't really addressed. The reason, typically, the zoning ordinance deals with rules and regulations to deal with land, not ownership. So that's what the zoning ordinance deals with. So we don't, when we approve things for a piece of property, it's tied to the property, not the owner of the property. So and it would be very difficult for staff to try to monitor and enforce a change in operation if they decide to lease it to another owner. Where we would enforce it is the stipulations you place on the land. They need to operate it in the same manner the former owner does. So that's the purpose. That's why the reasoning why leasing is difficult. But change of ownership, they are to notify us within 30 days, and then we can close. Then the SUP would go away.
So that's the reason for 11, stipulation 11.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Vice Chair. So can you add to stipulation number 11, if the lease were to change, if they were to lease the property as well, then they'd have to be notified. At least then you know what's going on. I'm just trying to help both sides here, so that people know. We've worked with the current owners, but if it's leased to somebody else, so. I don't know if that's something you do. I'm asking, and I'm asking the commission what their thoughts are on that as well. That is a concern.
We can do that. I was just giving you some background as to why we do what we do with an SUP and land.
Yeah. Any other questions for staff? Question, Everybody else, everybody good?
Vice Chair, members of the commission, if I may, there was a request for continuance earlier. Unless that request was withdrawn, the rules would require a vote to be made on that request.
I do have a question for staff before we go to that, but thank you. As this case sits, we've heard, this particular property has been operating as such for 8 years, the other one substantially longer. The zoning compliance has never been, they've never been in zoning compliance, correct? Within this operation?
Technically, no, speaking to the fact that they never possessed the SUP.
Okay, so zoning does not allow this
By right, no.
by right, okay. If that's the case, I'm gonna pick on the county a little bit. Then if it's not allowed by right, then why was there a county kennel permit allowing them to operate?
So the best answer I could have for that is that at the Board of Supervisors meeting on May 28th, Audra Michael, the director of the Pinal County Animal Care and Control, did provide some background on how operations were conducted over time, specifically speaking to changes recently to more stringent enforcement. Things like COVID, there was failure to issue permits because there was no ability to send out for inspections. Speaking to situations along those types of lines, I wouldn't want to go into any additional detail as far as those without Audra's presence here, but that was, in summary, the answer we were given at the Board of Supervisors meeting.
And I think part of my challenge with this is if we might not be in this position had that license never been granted. And
That is correct. There's been a lack, I mean, to be perfectly honest, there's been a lack of communication between those two divisions, and we've corrected that going forward. So that is, the genesis for why they've been operating for all these years. Yeah, we got a big county, and if they don't tell us, we don't go out and look for dog kennels. So that's why, we're trying to address a current problem with a kennel and neighborhood. So if that makes sense.
And that kind of leads also to my can of worms situation of there's been a lot of it is a big county the size of Connecticut. And a lot of out of sight, out of mind has occurred over the last many years, probably going back before I was even born. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be trying to come into compliance that have never been in compliance with the use of their properties. So do SUPs hold precedent as it relates to future or other SUPs coming in looking for the same type of relief? And Darren, not necessarily asking for legal advice per se, but is each carry their own like a variance does, or are SUPs more generalized?
Vice Chair, I don't want to go into issues that may involve legal advice. What I can point the commission to, though, is the code which sets forth the considerations that the commission may consider when it comes to granting a special use permit to be looked at on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Money?
I do. With what you just brought up, Vice Chair, I didn't really want to cross the cases, but you switched the order. So before we make a decision, a kennel permit was issued on the Val Vista property as well?
Correct. Both properties have
For
possessed
years on the
commercial
Val
kennel
Vista.
permits over various periods of time,
So
but
it-
neither had an SUP.
Right, but the original property had a kennel permit and was issued that even though it didn't have what the county deems the proper amount.
Correct.
So then my question is, why do you go and buy, and I'm really sorry, why do you go and buy another piece of property that doesn't fit those requirements under a kennel permit and now ask for an SUP?
I could possibly speak to that actually.
Okay.
So the issue of the missing SUP was brought to their attention in 2023. That's why both these properties have a 2023 case number. So they've been informed of this fairly recently, far after they purchased the properties, and were told they were out of compliance.
But the kennel provision states the kennel has to be 5 acres or more. And so if there's been a kennel license on the Bell Vista property prior, for years, they've been, and it comes and goes, then it's a question, why do you go and purchase another small piece of property and not a proper kennel size?
And to that, I would speak to the planning division, or sorry, all of community development rather, and animal control had very poor communication over the years. That's something we're correcting now. they didn't look at our code. We didn't really look at their code. There was no back and forth. Now the intention is they would receive zoning clearance before issuance of that commercial kennel permit.
Yeah. Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate the clarification.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny the request to continue.
Okay, motion's been made.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Sounds like, carried, the motion carries to deny the continuation.
Mhm.
And anybody else want to make,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to.
before you make your motion, do we want to clarify any stipulations of this going forward?
Nope.
Okay,
I'd like to move that we forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors regarding case SUP 00723 with the 11 revised stipulations as presented in the staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second. Do you want a roll call? Roll call, please.
Nay.
Hanzo, I'm sorry. It's the motion is to deny, so yeah,
No,
deny the
doesn't-
continuance.
No, so we denied the continuance already. This is to
okay.
approve the SUP
All right,
Without changes to stipulations.
without
up
changes.
changes.
So we're voting to approve it, right?
Yes,
Is that where
with the
I'm-
current stipulations, without any changes, is my understanding.
Okay, my vote is still no.
We're gonna do a roll call. Oh, probably, I'm sorry, I overstepped you.
Is that correct? Is that the was that the motion?
That's the motion I made, yeah.
Commissioner Pranzo?
I'm sorry, you made a motion. Does that include this incredible work session that we've done this morning, the changes to those stipulations?
No.
It does not. No.
Commissioner Mooney?
No.
Commissioner Davila?
Yes.
Commissioner Chef?
Aye.
Yes. Commissioner Lizaraga? No. Commissioner Keller is absent. Commissioner Hart and
Aye.
Vice Chair Globe?
Nay.
So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 noes and 3 yeses. Motion's denied.
Motion fails. Do I have another motion?
You're open for a motion? Is that what you said?
It's the motion on.
We have had one incredible work session, and this presents us an opportunity. This is not the first time we've had a special use permit for a kennel. We need to take the time to lock down the stipulations that we attach to a kennel that puts the operator, the owner, in a sink or swim position that protects the neighbors, the rights of property, the value of property, but still allows a cottage industry. So on that basis, I move that we continue SUP 007-23 until which point staff can provide a clean copy of what has been discussed this morning.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Commissioner Davila.
The motion to deny the continuance has already been completed.
Yeah. So I think that's already been addressed and voted on. The continuance has already been voted on, so
So we killed it.
we killed the continuance. Yes.
All right.
So now it's, all that's left either to deny it or to approve it with stipulations to move forward to the board.
With the stipulations that were presented on paper.
No, that one failed as well.
Well, I asked that question.
Yeah.
Was it with the changes that we made here this morning or not? And I was told no, without the changes.
Without the changes, that failed. Now we have the opportunity to make it with changes or to deny it altogether.
If I may,
Commissioner Mooney.
I will make a motion that we move forward with case SUP 007-23 with the 11 stipulations and the following changes. And if I miss one, please jump in because you had a couple. Item number 4 is removing breeding purposes. Item number 7, as my suggestion, is putting in some indoor time, not an exact time frame, but the number of hours to bring them indoors during the day for people to enjoy. Number 8, we had amended and discussed earlier about putting a deadline once the communication was in place about the license of the SUP. And number 11 was making sure you add that you are notified of the lease if the property were to be leased. Those were the 5 that I had, 4 that I had captured.
Yeah, I think so.
Did I miss any, sir?
I don't think so. I think we're good with that.
Vice Chair Club, if I
Yes.
may, the issue came up about a second motion to continue. Under the rules, a motion to reconsider a vote for a specific question or a motion can be made on the date the vote to be reconsidered was taken. And if the applicant is present, it must be made by one who voted with the prevailing side, and any member can second it. No question can be twice reconsidered unless it was materially amended. In this case, it wouldn't be a twice reconsideration, it would be a first reconsideration. And the effect of the adoption of a motion to reconsider a vote is to place before the commission the original question in the exact position it occupied before taking the votes. There could be a motion to reconsider the vote, to deny the continuance. It has to be made by a person who prevailed on the original vote, and then it has to be seconded and another vote can be taken.
Okay. However, there is a motion on the table by Commissioner Mooney, though.
And did I miss any of the other issues?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Pranzo. Do we want to take a roll call vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Harmon.
I have a question. So 4 new stipulations, does the applicant agree to that?
I don't know that they have that opportunity. Is that correct?
And do we even have the verbiage?
You would, Vice Chair, members of the commission, the verbiage would be important to have in place so that it's very clear on the record as to what the revised stipulations are. The commission can make inquiry by the applicant if they agree or don't agree, but the motion's been made. The stipulations do need to be clear and should be put on the record.
Should we take a 5-minute to? It's not up to your opinion.
Chairman, could we address the applicant?
We'll go with the revised.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, we can.
As revised by Mooney, it's fine.
With I made changes.
We can address the applicant.
Vice Chair and Commissioner Mooney and Commissioner Pranzo, the applicants are on board with the revised stipulations that you drafted during your work session as presented through the motion by Commissioner Mooney. So we are on board with it if you move forward with the recommendation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Now we gotta get the wording of the changes.
I, I hear the commission. I will draft something and, available for the applicant to review and comment on. And I don't know if the commission wants to review those separately, but I don't think we can do that outside the hearing room.
No.
We have to do it inside a hearing room. You can, just have faith in me to, draft something that'll reflects what you want. I think I heard what you want, and just work with the applicant on that and submit it to the BOS.
Chair, we have a motion and a second.
And we have to put.
We have a motion and a second in place, so we need to vote on that. But can,
But the stipulation needs to, the changes need to be read in. So I read what the suggestions were and I'm happy to read them in.
That's right.
Whether we pause and take a 10-minute break and they get them written up and we use the restroom.
I think probably just to keep it clean, let's take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break. How long do you need, Harvey?
5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes.
Okay.
We'll try to do it in 5 minutes.
It's 11:25. We'll reconvene at 11:30.
Yeah, Harvey. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't sell it though.
Good. All right, need a motion to come back in from recess?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Second. So we have a motion on the table for, to approve the case with stipulation modifications. And I'd like staff to read those modifications into the record.
Okay. Thank you, Commission. Those stipulation changes read stipulation 4, the number of proposed stipulation changes read the number of adult dogs, and then the struck language to be removed is for breeding purposes. So the total stipulation will read the number of adult dogs allowed on the property shall be limited to 7 at any time. And then moving on to stipulation 6. All dogs on the property shall be housed and maintained inside kennels from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. on a daily basis, except that the dogs shall be brought into their kennels during daylight hours for a minimum of 3 hours. And moving on to stipulation 8. A current valid commercial license from Pinal County Animal Care and Control shall be maintained at all times while the dog kennel is operational, excepting only a 30-day lapse unless the lapse is caused by Pinal County. And moving on to stipulation 11. If there's any change in property ownership or licensee after the SP is approved by the Board of Supervisors, then the SP shall become null and void on the effective date of the transfer of property ownership. Parcel 510-630100. The current owners, Byers Abbott Family Living Trust, Russell C. and Ashell S. Byers, trustees, shall notify Pinal County at least 30 calendar days prior to the property ownership change or change of licensee by way of certified United States mail, return receipt requested and sent to the following address. Attention, Pinal County Development Services, CO, Clerk of the Board, PO Box 827, Florence, Arizona 85132.
Go back to the motioner, Commissioner Money. Do those meet your?
Yes.
Very good. And the second still stands. We want to take a roll call vote.
Vice Chair Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman,
Aye.
Commissioner Keller's not here, Commissioner Zarago, aye. I'm dry. Commissioner Chef,
Aye.
Commissioner Davila,
Aye.
Commissioner Mooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Pranzo,
Aye.
and Commissioner Scott.
Aye.
Very
It's
good.
unanimous.
Looks like motion
It
passed.
passes, yes,
Very good.
yes.
Thank you. And just for the public that's here, just to let everybody know, we have a next case that's tied directly to this case we just heard. We're going to hear it, and then we're going to break for a 1-hour lunch. I will not put up with outcries like this, and if you want to continue to do that, you can leave, or we will have you escorted from the room. So please remain professional at all times while we're here, and we can get the business taken care of. I'd like you to leave.
Oh, some passerby.
Can we not continue, or? Fine. All right. With that, we're going to hear case SUP-006-23. Back to Patrick.
No.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Patrick Zay Roberts, Senior Planner here presenting case SCP-00623. In the interest of time, I'll go ahead and move through this fairly quickly. This case has a similar scenario to the other Gene Drive property. Only difference on this property is that the location is at 50956 West Val Vista Road, Maricopa, parcel 510-623010. And again, this item is being returned to the Planning and Zoning Commission for the purpose of discussion of 10 stipulations as revised by staff following recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and remanded to the June 19th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to be continued at the July 2nd Board of Supervisors meeting. Those 11 stipulations, excuse me, those 10 stipulations will currently read as agendized. The special use permit is issued to the land and shall be binding on the property owner from the date of the Board of Supervisors approval. And 2, approval of the special use permit SUP will require the applicant, owner, developer submit and secure from the applicable and appropriate federal, state, county, and local regulatory agencies all required applications, plans, permits, supporting documentation, and approvals necessary for its operation. And 3, signage on the site shall not be permitted. And 4, the number of adult dogs for breeding purposes allowed on the property shall be limited to 7 at any time. And 5, all dogs on the property shall be housed and maintained inside kennels from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. on a daily basis. And 6, in addition to complying with all Pinal County Development Services Code requirements relating to excessive noise caused by dogs, excessive barking as defined below is prohibited. Further, the applicant shall take appropriate and necessary measures to mitigate any excessive barking, such as the use of bark collars, use of insulation or other materials to reduce the level of sound from kennels, so as to avoid disturbing the peace and quiet of another person with excessive barking without justifiable cause. As determined by the zoning inspector or code compliance officer, for purposes of this SCP, excessive barking shall be defined as a frequent intermittent barking of more than 15 minutes or sustained barking of more than 15 minutes in the early morning, prior to 5 a.m. or late at night after 10 p.m. during the same time frame. And 7, a current valid commercial license from the Pinal County Animal Care and Control shall be maintained at all times while the dog kennel is operational. And 8, an action to revoke the SCP shall be initiated by the zoning inspectors or the code compliance officer's determination that the property does not meet or is not in compliance with any of these stipulations of approval. Pursuant to Pinal County Development Services Code 2.151010B, a notice shall be sent to the property owner and or leasee of the property covered by the SCP requiring compliance with the conditions of approval within 15 calendar days. Upon failure to comply with within the specified time period, the supervisor, after notification by certified mail to the property owner and or leasee of the property covered by the SP, shall schedule and hold a public hearing to determine if the special use complies with the conditions of approval and for possible action. The supervisors may extend the time for compliance or approve or deny the revocation with or without conditions. And 9, the property owner and or leasee of the property and or the operator of the kennel shall allow Pinal County employees to enter upon the property upon request for purposes of inspections to ensure compliance with these conditions of approval. And 10, if there is any change in the property ownership after the SP is approved by the Board of Supervisors, then the SP shall become null and void on the effective date of the transfer of property ownership, parcel 510-630100. The current owners, Byers Abbott Family Living Trust, Russell C. and Michelle S. Byers, trustees, shall notify Pinal County at least 30 calendar days prior to the property ownership change by way of certified United States mail, return receipt requested and sent to the following address. Attention, Pinal County Development Services, copied clerk of the board, PO Box 827, Florence, Arizona 85132. Furthermore, staff has retained the amended stipulations from the previous case if those would like to be read into the record to at the commission's discretion. At this point, does the commission have any questions of staff?
Any questions for staff? Good. With that, I will call the applicant back up.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Jason Sanks, 3500 South Chicana, Gilbert, Arizona 85297. I'm representing the Abbotts on both cases. In the interest of time and brevity, I think it's clear, it's fairly easy to say that you see the same steps. We're still okay with the same steps that were just modified to the prior case for the record. As well, this case simply has not had this level of involvement of the neighbors. We only had one letter that was read into the record in opposition to the Val Vista Drive case at the Board of Supervisors. Renell spoke with the property owner in the last week, and she did confirm that her daughter-in-law wrote that letter. Judy owns the property, and she's supportive of the case, and she said we can convey that. In addition, the neighbor that actually sits right next door to Renell's property, between her and the Fuller property, she sent a notarized letter of support to Pinal County, to make it very clear that she's lived next to them for many years and she loves the family, they loves the dogs, no problems. So we accept the revised stipulations. In the interest of time, I'll cut my presentation short. That's it. And then I'll let Shell speak.
Actually, I do have a question about the stipulations pertaining to this property, because this is the property that the puppies are born on. Can we add to the stipulations that the 7 dogs do not include any dogs under the age of 6 months or 3 months or something? Because obviously, as long as it says, I just want something to be in there that is clear about how many dogs, because it does have the puppies.
You can't have a litter of 8, can you?
That, and I can't have the mother at the same time.
Actually, can we pull that stipulation up?
Yes. Oh.
4.
Clicker is not working. There we are.
One back.
Mark. So this number 4 says adult dogs.
Okay, so anything over the age of a year, 2 years,
I don't.
adult, normally 12 months? Okay, thank you.
Should,
Any other questions for the applicant? No. For staff? No. With that, I'll go to the public. I did have a speaker card for a Don Wilkinson. Is Don here?
It was for the wrong agenda item.
Okay. You had the wrong number, but the right case you noted. So I just want to make sure. And Jason Sanks and Shell, I assume we're good. Chad Burr had requested to speak on this one as well. Did Chad leave? And Katie had also asked. She's still here. No? Okay. Saying they're not here, I will. Anybody else want to speak on this case? Saying none, I will close the public portion and bring it back to the commission. Any motions, discussions? Commissioner Mooney.
You're okay, I'll make a motion.
can I,
Oh,
before you make the motion, should we, and would it be pertinent to put dogs that are older than 12 months in there if we're trying to define an age in that stipulation 4, or is it good as it is?
do we have a definition anywhere that says what an adult dog is?
We don't have a definition of adult dog listed. I would likely say that this would fall into the discretion of animal control or the code compliance officer through interpretation of the other stipulations.
Chair, the way 4 reads, the number of adult dogs for breeding purposes allowed on the property shall be limited to 7. I don't think they're breeding puppies.
Well, the new stipulations does, if the new stipulations are carried over from the last case into this case,
Then we should be,
takes out breeding purposes.
right, we're lining out, where was it? Yeah, for breeding purposes.
Yeah.
Staff can also put the revised stipulations on the screen if that would be to the commission's benefit.
Yeah.
Probably.
There it is, for breeding purposes.
Yeah.
We really need to insert the word adult dog.
It doesn't.
Staff can read into the
Sure.
record the
Okay,
revised
sorry.
stipulation. The number of adult dogs allowed on the property shall be limited to 7 at any time, and Stipulation 5, all dogs in the property shall be housed and maintained inside kennels from 9 PM to 6 AM on a daily basis, except that the dogs shall be brought into their kennels during daylight hours for a minimum of 3 hours. And 7, a current valid commercial license from Pinal County Animal Care and Control shall be maintained at all times while the dog kennel is operational, accepting only a 30-day lapse unless the lapse is caused by Pinal County. And 10, if there's any change in the property ownership or licensee after the SCP is approved by the Board of Supervisors, then the SCP shall become null and void on the effective date of the transfer of property ownership. Parcel 510630100, the current owners, Byers Abbott Family Living Trust, Russell C. and Michelle S. Byers, trustees shall notify Pinal County at least 30 calendar days prior to the property ownership change or change of licensee by way of certified United States mail, return receipt requested, and sent to the following address: attention, Pinal County Development Services, copied clerk of the board, PO Box 827, Florence, Arizona 85132.
Any other discussions on this? And Commissioner Mooney.
I'll make a motion to, I move the Pinal County Planning and Zoning Commission approve case SUP-006-23 with the following 10 stipulations as they were read, and the revisions as they were read into the packet.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Schnapp, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Good. There was just a little bit of housekeeping. I did have a couple public speaking cards for some general items regarding almost like a call to the public.
Sure.
Um,
Vice Chair, I
Yes.
believe those individuals maybe failed to put the case number on those requests for speaking. So maybe
Oh, okay.
we can do that.
That's fine.
During the
I'll bring it
break.
back. And just want to say, call the public's not on the agenda, so it's not something that we could hear outside of any particular case. So with that, I'll someone want to make a motion to go to lunch?
I'll make a motion to go to lunch.
Very good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Go to lunch. Be back. It's 12:06. Let's be back as close to 12 as possible. One, sorry. Thank you. Bring back in session the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. Do I have a motion to reconvene? Do I have a second? Welcome back. Thank you everyone for coming back. And with that, we're going to start with, there's 4 cases kind of all involved on the same case, if you will. The first one is independent. It is to vote to remove the existing overlay from the proposed pad. So it'll be heard separately. The other 3 will be heard together. And so with that, I'll turn, I'm going to call PZPD-001-25. Patrick.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Patrick Zay Roberts, Senior Planner, presenting case PZPD 00125. And this is the Circle Cross Ranch PAD amendment. This is a proposal from Rose Law Group on behalf of Wolf Enterprises 3 and 93rd Street Crane LLC. And this is requesting a PAD amendment to the Circle Cross Ranch PAD under PZPD 00900B. This is for a total of 12.45 acres. And the ultimate intent here is to develop a 240-unit multifamily apartment complex and a commercial pad. The property is located on the northeast corner of North Gansel Road and west of Algarve Place in Santan Valley. So as mentioned, this property is 12.45 acres in question, owned by 93rd Street Crane LLC, and it's in Supervisor District 2. This is a county map showing the approximate location of the subject site. A zoning map showing the proximity to the Encantera development to the east. The proposed zoning is to multiple residence MR with a general commercial C2 component, and the existing zoning is CB2. This is a vicinity map showing the proximity to Queen Creek. An aerial map showing the surrounding context. And a map indicating the intent to also redesignate the Pinal County Comprehensive Plan. That will be covered under the next case. For now, this is just discussing the PAD amendment, PZPD 00125. This is an image looking north towards the Pinal Professional Village. You can also see Barren Ironwood there along Gansel. South, east towards Encantera, and west across Gansel Road. This is an image of the existing Circle Cross Ranch PAD amendment. Ultimately, the original PAD was about 1,400 acres. The conditions of this case would also retain the existing 1,314 acres of land on the property. You can see the subject property on the right side of this image as that portion off of the Gansel curve. And this is the subject site itself as indicated in the existing Circle Cross Ranch PAD amendment. So some items for consideration. The submitted application for this land use requester for a PAD amendment removing 12.45 acres from the Circle Cross Ranch PAD. The removal of this property is necessary for consideration of a new proposed PAD overlay allowing development of a 240-unit multifamily project with a commercial pad. The property has legal access, and the Santan Valley Special Area Plan designates this property community center, allowing 8 to 16 dwelling units per acre. At this time, staff has received 930 letters of opposition and 88 letters of support. We've also received a letter of opposition from Town of Queen Creek and a letter of support from a member of the Town of Florence City Council. The opposition letters largely summarize the following points: incompatibility between multi-story and single-story development, concerns with increased traffic, concerns regarding water resource availability, potential loss of property values, a loss of rural character, and a strong visual impact from development of this site. The support messages largely, this is a list of different supporting agencies that provide letters of recommendation for this site. One Entryway, Pinal Regional Partnership, the Arizona Nurses Association, and Pinal Professional Offices. And they largely spoke to the availability of workforce housing and providing adequate residential development in this area. So staff offers this case PZPD 00125 with proposed 5 stipulations. At this point, does the commission have any questions of staff?
Questions of staff? No? With that, I'll bring the applicant up. Please make sure you're signed in if you haven't already.
Just hit this button.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay, thank you. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, members of the commission. So glad to be here today on behalf of the applicant. I'm Tom Calvin with Rose Law Group, 7144 East Stetson Drive, on behalf of my partner, Jordan Rose. And Mr. Chairman, I do know that there were 4 items that you said are up today, but if it's okay, we're going to give one presentation for all of the 4 items, including this one you've separated out in the other 3.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. The way
There'll be 4 different votes.
Right, exactly. Okay, just one presentation. So the way I see it for this particular site is that this is a triple win. This is a win-win-win. One way for the particular site in question, number 2 for the immediate area and vicinity of the community, and number 3 for Pinal County as a whole. Holistically, if we take a look at Pinal County, you're going to see some of the issues raised here today that the county itself is grappling with, that we are addressing and we're working on and very proud to do so. But at the same time, in consideration of the neighbors, and also you know that staff did raise some of the objections that have been raised in terms of opposition. We answer every single one of those. And I think a lot of people here sitting in the audience today are going to be seeing those responses and news for the first time. And so as you can see, this would be a beautiful project right here. This is 4 areas that I'm going to cover today. 1, this is a challenging site that makes retail impossible. And you're going to see the history of the site, if you don't already know it, that has literally made retail, which many people have advocated to be located here, literally impossible. Number 2, there's going to be less traffic than existing commercial entitlements. And I think traffic is going to be the biggest question that we're going to be talking about today. But we're going to have very specific information for you, key data for you, all of it produced that we have developed through a national traffic and transportation expert. And I challenge anyone else who's going to challenge our arguments regarding traffic to bring forth and proffer a transportation expert, because we have one with us who has provided us the key data for your benefit. Number 3, we do have substantial support, including letters and petitions. And yes, we heard in the presentation from staff that there was 88 letters of opposition on one side, but they're all from one community. The letters of opposition we have, if you look at it, one particular letter will represent thousands of people in Pinal County. And I think that is very important in terms of doing the math of where we actually believe there's more support than opposition. And number 4, childcare. Such an important issue, not just here in Pinal County, but throughout the country. It's really resonated, including in the last presidential election. This is childcare offering that's sorely needed for local workers who happen to be nurses, teachers, and first responders. And the consistent theme that you're going to see today is that our applicant and our client here today is addressing needs for really important work that's being done here in Pinal County. First responders and people doing essential work, nurses, teachers, exactly.
like that. So here, I mentioned earlier, this is a challenging commercial site. As you can see here, it's surrounded on the west and the east by very dense residential zoning, and there's professional medical offices directly to the north. But also we're going to examine and see how this is really tightly bound on all sides by its unique position. This site has been vacant for almost 20 years because of its challenging location and really not a good size for commercial use. This site was zoned for multifamily and it was changed to retail commercial 19 years ago. And think about how much our lives have changed since 2006, not just Pinal County. It's just been considerably different since 2006, but there's been multiple attempts to see if retail would work at this site. And frankly, if it would work, it would have happened by now, especially in a place like Pinal County that's been growing. It's not on a prominent intersection where retail is essential. There's no room for big box anchor where retail is essential. And the only thing that we're doing is requesting and changing it back to its originally zoned use, which is multifamily. The other thing is that there's been so much development and change in Pinal County due to the leadership from our County Board of Supervisors. And as you are well aware, it was unanimously approved by the Board of Supervisors in February 2025. What was it? The future Santan Downtown Urban Core. And as we can see, this has been considerable work done by the county, done by the Board of Supervisors. And look how the site has a close proximity to this area. But with this future Santan Downtown Urban Core, we're going to have residential, mixed use, employment center, regional commerce, and retail. So all of the things that you're going to be hearing today from folks, possibly, they're going to be advocating for these things that are now going to be here on a much more substantial level, much more dedicated level, much more, I would say, organized level than just this little difficult site that is just right off the beaten path. Traffic. As I said earlier in my opening statement, I think traffic is the most important question here before you today. We have developed and produced information due to our transportation expert who actually teaches at ASU and has done so for 30 years. So let's look at the alternatives if this project would not be approved. That would be for retail. And as you can see, under every single scenario, whether it's in the morning peak hour, whether it's in the afternoon peak hour, there would be a lot more retail traffic generated than by this project of multifamily residential and childcare by a magnitude of several times. It would just be fundamentally just a huge difference in change in traffic. And what we've seen here is 55 to 91% less daily traffic with our proposed use. Also here, what another proposed use could be medical office. But once again, that's an intensive commercial use. It is incumbent upon retail and commercial operators to try to get as many people as possible to come to their business. That's how capitalism works, which is beautiful. But in that case, you want to generate as much traffic as you can. So if a medical office here would be opening, you would see substantial more traffic than just you would have from multifamily residential and childcare. And as we see here, our proposal would be between 25 and 67% less daily traffic. And now let's take a look at the site itself. As you can see here, I mentioned earlier, there's substantially dense residential on either side of the site, but the site itself is very unique. It's bounded by Gansel to the west and Algarve Place to the south. But if you just go slightly east to Encanterra, you see the gate. That's the back entrance to Encanterra. That is not a through street. And I'm sorry, if I'm looking to do shopping with my family, with my son, or with my wife, I'm looking for a place where I would consider to be the path of least resistance, where I want to be able to get in easily and get out and really shop for the things I need to shop for. I cannot imagine someone coming down Painted Desert all the way down to this site for a commercial spot at this very challenging small site. However, the property directly to the south does have proposed commercial, which, you know, God bless them. I hope it works out, and I think it might. So they have proposed a gas station, more medical offices, and drive-through pads. As we can see here, there's already commercial directly to the north. We are bounded by and neighbored by the Pinal Professional Medical Offices. And as you heard earlier today, they are one of the letters of support for this project. And I just want to point out, which I'm going to go into in depth later, directly to the east, there's a buffer with the transmission line corridor, which is quite substantial. So here it is, the significant buffer from existing homes. That's 125 feet. That's quite a great deal. 125-foot electrical easement with transmission towers. That is a substantial buffer, not just open green space, but to have those towers in between. Encanterra also has a block wall that's along our property line. and there's a private access gate into Encantera, so there's no through traffic. All of these things, I tell you, would be much more challenging for any retail potential to occur there, and it just doesn't happen. So we obviously know that people do have objections to what we're proposing here. And what we have done over the last few months is spend considerable amount of time listening to folks respectfully. And we do think that people raise objections in good faith, but we wanted to show them that we have an answer for everything. And as I said earlier today about the triple win, I think this would be the best outcome for the Encantera neighbors. One of the arguments we heard from folks is we'll keep commercial. Well, we are going to keep commercial here if this is approved with the Wonderwise preschool and daycare childcare center.
Well, if I have to clear the room of everybody, I will.
And I've heard a few chuckles in the back, but I want to tell you folks, and I think you already know this because this planning commission grapples with very difficult issues at every single meeting, that childcare is a substantially difficult issue, especially in Pinal County. And one of the things that we have seen when we've talked to people who work in Pinal County, the nurses, the teachers, police officers, and firefighters, it's very hard for them to find availability for childcare needs. And so if we hear an argument today that there should be commercial there, then one of the best options for commercial absolutely would be this Wonderwise facility, which is just a great facility. This is developing a true mixed-use site with local childcare operator and multifamily to support the local workforce. There's a crucial need for childcare in Pinal County, as I pointed out before. And I want to show you in the bottom of our slide here, these are the statistics that we've seen regarding supply and demand. This is not statistics that I have supplied, that I've just come up with. This is presented by experts in the field, two organizations that are just doing tremendous work here in the county and the state of Arizona. First of them is First Things First, and the other one is Enhancing Early Childhood. Representatives for both organizations are here today, and I'm going to allow them to speak to you about the urgency of this issue and how potent this issue is for people right now. This is an economic issue. This is an economic development issue, and this is a security issue. And it is vitally important that we find a place for people to have an ability to have their children in a safe environment, in a good environment for learning and development, while they're doing out the hard jobs keeping our lives safe. There's a significant lack of market rate childcare services in this area. I've only identified two blue stars in-home childcare facilities within this area, which is a shame. It is absolutely crucial and necessary that we develop something that we can have to provide for families and for children. And the fact that we could only identify two in-home childcare centers shows you there's an acute need for this service. And once again, this is an appropriate commercial availability for this site and to make it a mixed-use site. As I said earlier, that we've been listening to the community, and we have made big and substantial changes from the original presentation and from the original proposal. Number one, the original proposal, as you can see here, had 12 buildings. People have said keep commercial in the corner, but they don't like that there were 12 buildings. So you know what we did? We reduced the buildings from 12 to 10, made this a substantially nicer at a significant reduction to the proposed site plan. Also, we decreased the total units from 288 to 240, and that's a total reduction of 216 bedrooms. That is a significant ask, even though we found that there's a need for 288 when we started this process. Also, there's a 30% square foot reduction of multifamily since the neighborhood meeting. It just shows that at this neighborhood meeting, we took into account the objections that we heard from folks, and we took them serious, and we're trying to meet them halfway, and I believe we're going more than halfway here. Also, we internalized the buildings to provide additional setbacks. I've already talked to you about the 125-foot transmission corridor, but take a look at this. We have now moved the buildings that were proposed by 105 feet, 90 feet, 57 feet, and 97 feet. Those are additional setbacks that we did not have to do, but we're willing to make those concessions. And finally, we heard earlier about the architectural enhancements that respect the agrarian history of the community. And as you can see here, I think these are beautiful projects that would be built, absolutely gorgeous, that reflect the character and the respect the neighbors here in Encantera and in Pinal County. And there was a lot of work and design and thought that went into producing these. The client was very, very amenable to changes, which is, of course, a very costly thing to do in terms of time and resources, and they did it anyway and produced something that I think is quite beautiful. Also, in terms of listening to the community and making big changes, one of the things we heard about was height. And as you can see here, the proposal is just what would be proposed for any commercial thing that can come here as of right. It's 35 feet. In fact, we're not even going to the full 35 feet, but we're going to stay right there. And so when you listen to the community and we're making big changes, we double the 25-foot required rear setback from the property line, which now gives you a 210, 250-foot buffer from Encantera Homes. And it just shows you that we have put thought and care into every single aspect of this proposal, yet at the same time, meeting what we see is a market demand for this type of housing and for childcare. Also, in terms of traffic, as I said earlier, which I think is the biggest issue because I think retail would be devastating for this community, we listened to the community and made big changes regarding traffic ingress and egress by adding a third northbound lane on Gansel, by adding 2 entrances from Gansel and 1 entrance from Algarve, adding 2 decel lanes on Gansel, and adding a right turn only on Algarve. And as you can see here, with the traffic focused on Gansel, it will be very respectful of the neighboring community, but also a lot of thought and care went into that. The other thing is that the applicant on its own volition is going to be spending up to $4 million in improvements for the area. This includes the applicant proposing to spend $334,000 for a traffic signal reimbursement that's already been constructed, $830,000 in impact fees for regional growth in parks, public safety, streets, water, and sewer, $1.8 million in construction tax revenue, $322,000 in user fees, and $56,000 annually to rural metro. As we all know, these are not insignificant sums. This is a really good public benefit. Now, I also want to talk to you, we've talked about traffic, but I want to talk to you why multifamily and why this kind of multifamily. There are different types of housing stock that we need in Pinal County, all different kinds. We need a good balance and we need a good mix. And so when people talk about that they don't want multifamily, I want to ask them, what exactly about multifamily are you talking about? Because there's different kinds. We have build to rent, and then we also have this type of proposal here. So in build to rent, I have it here with the orange dots. As you can see, there's been quite a lot of build to rent facilities that are either being built or that were approved, and we have a spreadsheet here showing all of them. But then we have what I call attainable multifamily, which is really going to be addressing the needs for young people, for young families, and also for people working in professions that frankly don't pay that much but are quite demanding on their time. Once again, nurses, teachers, police officers, and firefighters. There's very few of them. And so if this gets built, it would just be one small step in terms of addressing this larger need. And so it wouldn't be an oversupply, but it's just a small step towards an undersupply. There are only 2 existing multifamily projects within 3 miles. There's just not enough housing currently for nurses, teachers, police, and firefighters, which is what we call the attainable market. Build to rent is just more expensive. They look like single family homes that people buy and sell every single day, but they're renting, but they're on larger lots. And what we have seen in our research is that build to rent is 15 to 35% higher in terms of the rental rate than the proposed you see here today. But it's 80% of all planned rentals. How can people who cannot afford that, who just had a baby, where can they find a place to live if we want them to live here in Pinal County and work here in Pinal County? So there are different levels and tranches here of where the rent is for the different kinds of places that people can rent. And so we are in a good spot here, and also a spot that has to be built somewhere. And if retail is just not going to work here, then this type of multifamily residential is actually the perfect spot for it to be placed. And so what we're also going to see is that despite the fact that people are not making what I would consider to be godly sums of money because they're doing things and because they love it and it's a profession for them, they're still going to be contributing to the economy of Pinal County, still going to be contributing to the local economy. And what we project here is $4.8 million in retail spending. And this is from an economic impact study from the highly respected economic development research group called Elliott Pollock. And Leo here from Elliott Pollock will be able to talk about this more directly and in depth. Also, we've heard a lot of objections. I'd like to walk you through all of them because I think a lot of the neighbors who came to our neighborhood meeting haven't seen the work that we have done since that day. So one is this argument of height versus 3-story buildings. I don't want anyone to say, hey, I don't like a 3-story building, because it really comes down to what is the height. So the proposed buildings are the same height as what is approved commercially that can be built today. There's no height increase. In fact, the PAD will restrict the max height to ensure it's 35 feet, just like it is already. Additionally, Wolf, the applicant, has doubled the required building setback from the property line to minimize any issues. And as you can see, by right, if you want a commercial building to be built at 35 feet tall, that's how it would look. But with our proposal, this would be a much more pretty view and a nicer vista right here. Exactly the same height, but look at that, much better with those setbacks. Also, another one we heard is that apartments are out of character with the area. But this site was zoned for a mixed use, which contemplated multifamily with commercial 19 years ago. And since then, the site has sat vacant for nearly 2 decades. This request only brings the site back to the original zoning, which is much more compatible with the area. I think we would all agree that leaving this site alone for the next 20 years would be terrible just because we're stuck in this idea that it got rezoned to commercial back in 2006. Approving this request will buffer and Cantera with more residential versus commercial loading docks, and it'll decrease the amount of future issues. Another one here, desire for commercial. Neighbors say they want more commercial and medical offices. Well, we already see there's medical offices directly to the north, and there's a proposal for more directly to the south, including a gas station. So this site, let's think about it. This site immediately south of Algarve is currently being planned for a gas station, medical offices, and several drive-through pads. Commercial is coming very soon, but at the appropriate spot. Also, the Board of Supervisors approved 3,200 acres for Santan's urban core just southeast of this site. There will be a commercial availability for the folks at Encantera. This site is challenging for commercial reasons, as evidenced by sitting vacant for the last 2 decades. Also, property values is something that I see in a lot of cases where people have concerns about property values, but there's a common misconception here. If it's nice looking and professionally managed, a multifamily building will not negatively impact property values. In fact, good looking residential buildings with a lush, well-kept green open space add more value than commercial loading docks with delivery trucks beeping at all hours of the night. And then you guys will get complaints about that. Additionally, the proposed multifamily will never be used in any type of comparison for valuation because they're just totally different uses. And also, if you have people like nurses, firefighters, and police officers living near you, dare I say, I think you'll actually be more safe and your property values will be okay. The question of whether or not there's excessive multifamily in the area, I addressed that earlier by showing you the distinction between this type of use and build to rent. The neighbors are mistaking build to rent for multifamily in the immediate area. As shown in previous slides, there's a lot of build to rent that has been built recently. However, the monthly lease for build to rent is higher than the proposed attainable multifamily for essential workers. There's only 2 existing multifamily communities. The balance is just out of whack. The mix is out of whack. There's just not a good, proper balance. And the client, who has done just fabulous projects throughout the state and understands the market, sees that there's a desperate need here for this type of housing. Crime. I love this one. Neighbors have expressed concerns that apartments will bring crime to the area. However, this is a common stigma that is associated with multifamily. That is a decades-old stigma. We just don't see that anymore because these projects now are more carefully vetted, and people who understand their county and their community understand which are the types of projects that should go forward. Wolf is a local developer here in Arizona and operator. They will be operating this project. They're not going to run away and sell it. This is what they do. Literally, this is what they do. They pride themselves on professional management of their communities. Additionally, they'll be offering discounts to essential workers such as teachers, police, firefighters, and first responders, knowing that there's a demand and there's a need for these types of folks. This is a high quality project. And also, going back once again, as I said, the traffic issue. Do you want more traffic with commercial or do you want less traffic with this residential use? The much needed road improvements to this area. Wolf will add a 3rd northbound lane on Gansel. There will be deceleration lanes to access the community commercial corner. There's a new right turn only lane in Algarve, and there's a proposed change in use will decrease the overall number of future trips that could occur here. And I just want to underscore these statistics because these are statistics we got from the transportation expert who's a professor at ASU. 55 to 91% less daily trips versus commercial and retail. 25 to 67% less daily trips if there was medical office. And I'm not a transportation expert, but to me, this is just common sense. And these numbers do bear out. We have seen mass email opposition based on wanting nothing to be developed, not based on facts and what is actually needed in this area, which is too bad. But we understand that people sometimes do have good faith objections. So all of the objections that have been expressed, they have been addressed. Some people might still be opposed to the stigma of apartment use, but apartments today are not with the way we think of apartments were or where they are located. And our team walked Meadows East, Pinal offices, and Combs Commercial for input, and we got considerably good input. And guess what? We did get support. And we did get support from surrounding areas who understand this site better than anyone. 14 signatures of support from Meadows East, 5 signatures of support from the Pinal medical offices, 14 signatures from commercial and retail workers on homes. And I do want to say, just because by virtue of the fact that this board meets at the time that it does, which is what happens, a lot of people are at work right now who would be here today who are passionate about this. And dare I say, if this meeting was being held at 6 p.m., we would see a different mix of people appearing here in public. But they're not able to make it. We understand that, but they still provided their signatures. And we did get a lot of verbal support from folks, and we're appreciative of them for that. And this is something that these people really care about. And but for their jobs and family obligations, they would be here today. And then I also want to add that we just received 55 recently added signatures of support in our petitions, which we're very proud about, which is not easy to get for any kind of project. But this is the most important part of support that we're getting from organizations who understand what people are dealing with here in Pinal County. When I talk about that win-win-win, this is the third win. Let's look at Pinal County holistically. What is good for the county? And so this is a letter from Entryway, Arizona, a nonprofit. They said that this project is a critical step forward in addressing two of the most pressing needs in Pinal County: attainable housing and accessible childcare. Here's a letter from Pinal Regional Partnership Council. And first things first, they have expressed a strong support for the proposed homestead mixed-use project. And they said this is a critically needed attainable housing and high-quality childcare option. Another letter from Sane Holdings, a local commercial real estate developer. And this is really well written. Employers are looking not only for land and infrastructure, but also for assurances that their employees will have access to diverse, attainable housing options and critical support services, including childcare. It sends a clear signal to prospective employers that we're planning with their workforce in mind. Also, another letter from John Hill's estate, which is the owner of the property directly to the south, which has been supportive. And they said this is a catalyst for future downtown Santan Valley, and this is addressing the missing middle of housing. I could not have said it better myself. Another letter from the Arizona Nurses Association, one of the most highly respected organizations in the entire state, that has critical concern about the issues going on here in Pinal County, which has directed a lot of their attention. And the Arizona Nurses Association said the following: in many parts of our state, rising housing costs make it difficult for entry-level nurses to live in our hospitals and clinics. Long commutes, limited access to childcare, high cost of living can place real strain on these dedicated professionals. Ensuring that nurses can find stable, affordable housing near their places of work benefits not only the healthcare workforce, but the communities they serve. And we're very honored to have not only the support, but this is expression of support from the Arizona Nurses Association, because they don't just give out their good name for any other project that's out there in the state. They do it if they understand there's a substantial need and there's a problem or an issue in a certain community, because they hear it from their workers, from their members. It's a member-oriented organization. So here, the other thing is that the applicant will provide a discount program for essential workers, which is a substantial benefit for these people looking for this type of family housing and for this type of childcare. And I just want to close by saying this is truly a mixed-use site that includes childcare, and childcare supporting the workforce that needs it most: nurses, police, firefighters, and teachers. And myth versus fact on housing. We need a balanced mix of options for families serving in these critical jobs. This is a workforce issue, and we think that this is the best answer in terms of traffic. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
The questions, comments for the applicants?
Vice Chair, I have something I need to bring forward because of the ex parte communication that we have. I was reached out by a person who doesn't work with the Wolf Company, but somebody who has an interest in the daycare world, and they had spoken with the Wolf Company, sent me an email. I had no correspondence back with them regarding this case, so I am able to stay unbiased and impartial to this case. Just wanted to bring that forth to everyone.
Thank you. Any other, Commissioner Mooney or Scott? No. Commissioner Mooney.
I do want to have a few minutes.
Sure.
I'll start out by saying I live in Santan Valley. Santan Valley has plenty of apartments right now. We have approximately 3,000 apartments and 11%, there's 11% vacancy right now in the multifamily apartments. 192 acres of commercial have been converted to mixed use and single family homes since 2017. Santan Valley has just been like the catch-all, put a piece of Velcro on, throw and see what sticks where, and that's kind of what's happened. And I'm sorry that it was mixed use 19 years ago, but a lot of things have changed. And to state that commercial isn't good on this piece, but they built it right down the road and where Chambray comes in, or Empire comes in, excuse me, and then right on the other side is more medical. That's just my personal, I disagree with that. The downtown area with the 3,200 acres that was just converted, that, if you listen to the presentation, that is years away. That is years, and they're gonna start on the street and work their way back. So that's gonna take a long time to get that infrastructure. So probably not even in my lifetime will I see that happen. So I don't like comparing to that, but that's just, I've disagreed with many people who have done traffic studies in Santan Valley. Home Depot finally came, and that's not far from my home, and I don't think it's added. There's more traffic, but there's also every area of ground has apartments or houses. There's no more dirt since I moved there. And I think they brought more traffic because there's more people in a house than somebody's running to Home Depot to pick something up. We do need more office space for commercial rather than, you know, when people think of commercial, they think of a big box store, Home Depot, Starter Fries Complex or something like that. We do have, according to my district supervisor, approximately 40,000 more homes coming to Santan Valley, and they're going to need services and not necessarily multifamily homes. And we have gaps in every area of retail, and I will agree, including daycare. We definitely need daycare, but that can go in a commercial complex as well. District 2, which is the district, paid for their own retail study, and it is different than the retail study. I don't have a copy with it, but it's different than what you have. And then I just have one last question for if the landowner is here, or maybe you can answer that. How long has the landowner owned the property, and how many people or companies have they reached out to see if they were interested in retail-wise, commercial-wise? And I asked that because I learned this just before I became a commissioner, that Home Depot was going to sell that land. And District 2 reached out and said, please come before you sell that property on Hunt Highway. And when they came here, they realized what they were missing out on. So if people actually came to the area and saw the amount of homes and what is needed, I really think. But those are just some of my concerns with what I went through and making notes through your presentation. And I'll yield back. Thank you.
If I may. Feel free. Chairman Klopp, Commissioner Moody, I think you make some really great points, and I understand where you're coming from, and I understand your concerns. However, I just want to take a look at this site in particular. This is a very challenged site in terms of retail options. And yes, you have seen a lot of growth in this area because you know you live right by there. But when you look at that option, that's not an attractive option for retail at all whatsoever. Down on Algarve, it's just not a through street. You're going to go up against the gate of Encanterra. And I would really hate if residents of Encanterra kept having to deal with cars that were going to come up against there and are going to have to turn around and cause considerable, I would say, headaches from morning, noon until night. The other thing is that you also said that there's a lot of apartments in the area as well. And I understand that there are more apartments and there's different kinds of multifamily. But in terms of this specific apartment, there is just not enough. And what we have seen is an urgent cry from first responders, from nurses, from teachers who are looking for the kind of housing, I'm just going to say it, that they can afford. And this is something that they can afford, but they also want pride in somewhere that they're going to live in that's really nice. And as you can see here, that this was a considerably beautiful project that I dare say is probably more beautiful than any other apartment options that they have at the moment. And then third, yes, there's still a respect for the desire for commercial and where to put commercial. It's not easy to put a daycare center in certain strip centers or power centers or retail centers. Those are very expensive places to rent. And think about the places like a CVS or a restaurant or your favorite casual restaurant or a big box retailer like Home Depot. Once you do that, that rent is just going to get dragged way up. There's very few opportunities for a daycare center to even make money, much less stay in business. And the reason why they make money is to ensure that these kids are still be able to taken care of. So I think that this site is just a really beautiful option because it's now only been reduced to 10 buildings, only a couple hundred beds and now a daycare center that will be nice for a family to come in and out and to take care of their kids. But I do understand your points. Thank you.
If I may. Sorry, I don't really want this back and forth, but you talk about the intersection. If you just go down to the next light, that's a medical complex. And you can only go left or right. So you're gonna have the same issue down there. And that complex is very busy. And rural metro's in the back of it. So just because they can't drive through and it's a gated community, and I understand and respect the gated community issue, there are entrances that are off. So I don't like saying that's a gated community, they can't drive through. They can't drive through on the complex right beside it.
Yeah, Chairman Klobb and Commissioner Mooney, I understand. I don't want to get into back and forth either, but I understand.
Very good. Commissioner Scott.
You know, I read your proposal, front cover to the back cover. And, you know, you seem to understand the target markets on rent, on demographics, on price points. And there's a lot of information there. But my question is, you sent out, I don't know, 1,200 letters, you got 930 letters plus or minus in opposition. And it would make sense to me that you at your neighborhood meeting wouldn't start at 5:30 and get over at 6:30. That you would have, we all know how the traffic is in that area, and people that work out of town, Chandler, Gilbert, you know, wherever, and then trying to get off at 5 and make it for a 5:30 meeting just isn't possible. And I assume a lot of people just didn't show up because they weren't going to make it anyway. But wouldn't it make sense to have a meeting from, say, 5:30 to 7:30 or 8, or maybe start at 6 and get off at 8? And then a lot of these people that wrote in letters could have came and addressed you personally instead of with a piece of paper.
Yeah.
So it just appears that you really didn't want anybody to show up, or a lesser amount of people to show up, because you didn't provide the time for average working people that you just got finished talking about.
Okay. Chairman Klobb, Commissioner Scott, with all due respect, you don't know the motivations of why we were doing these things. We have to do things to comply with the law, to have a neighborhood meeting when we're required to do so. But also, I just said earlier in my presentation, a lot of people that are supporting our project are unable to come today because they're working right now. And when you have a neighborhood meeting, I've done thousands of these. Neighborhood meetings do better in the evening. You get more of a higher turnout.
Right, I
So
understand that.
So
I'm
I'm
just
just gonna,
saying 1 hour isn't sufficient,
I'm in the
especially
middle,
at
I'm in the middle of
5:30.
my answer. So if we were trying to have a neighborhood meeting where we didn't want people to show up, we'd probably do it at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. We did do it in the evening. The other thing is that there's been an ample opportunity for the last several months to people to contact us, to contact staff, to contact the county. And we have taken into account all of those emails and feedback that we have been receiving. And we have been talking directly with people. So I would hate to think that any project or proposal which is hinged only on one neighborhood meeting. To me, every single email, phone call interaction is a neighborhood meeting. And so we have done everything we possibly can to incorporate all of the objections that we heard. In fact, a lot of projects ignore objections and don't even want to talk about it. But I literally walked through every single one that we heard to show that we have spent the time and that we have listened to people, and we have done so in good faith to address all of their concerns. And I'm just going to highlight one was internalizing the buildings and increasing the setback to show that we're trying to minimize any impact with the neighborhood to the east.
Yeah, that's fine and dandy, but the city or the county code is that you will have a meeting between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. Okay, you had one from 5:30 to 6:30, and that's within that time allocation. My statement to you is, if you wanted to talk to people face to face instead of receiving letters and cards, you would have made that time available for the working people, which you just said most of the people in that area work, to get home, get their, kids put to bed or fed, change their clothes, take a shower, and then come down to the meeting and let's have a face-to-face talk. That's my point.
Chairman Klobb, Commissioner Scott, I would just like to say that if we did everything we can to avoid hearing the objections of neighbors, we would have a completely empty section in that presentation. I think you can see that we literally did hear and incorporate all of the main objections that we've been hearing.
No, I've heard that. I'm talking about the availability of time, come down in a comfortable setting and visit. That's what I'm talking about.
Appreciate your input. Thank you.
Anything else?
Just a clarification.
Commissioner Pranzo.
You got a neighbor to the east, Queen Creek, and you have a neighbor to the west, Florence. I did see that they, if I got this right, voiced opposition to this project. I imagine you had an eyeball to eyeball with them as to why they're opposed. Could you enlighten me?
Well, as I understand, I'm sorry, Chairman Club, Commissioner Prenzo, as I understand it, the town of Queen Creek sent in a letter of opposition, and then one council member from Florence sent in a letter of support.
Okay.
And I do understand, if you're looking at it from Queen Creek's perspective, that the only people that they're hearing from are residents from Encanterra. But have you heard from all these other organizations that weighed in? They're thinking about Pinal County as a whole.
All right, but what was Queen Creek's opposition based on?
I believe it was based on the opposition of their constituents in the Encanterra community.
So it was political.
I'm not saying political. I'm just saying they're hearing the feedback from their constituents.
Had nothing to do with their planning area or the interface between the soon-to-be incorporated Santan versus Queen Creek?
Well, Chairman Claude, Commissioner Pranzo, I'm not going to speak for Queen Creek and their motivations or their interests. All I'm saying is that this site should be converted to a mixed-use site involving this multifamily residential.
I got that.
Which is
I got that
addressing
part.
the concerns and the issues. And also that it's appropriate to have a daycare center here. And I just don't understand how a commercial site could work here since it hasn't worked here for 19 years.
I'm not pushing commercial. I'm just trying to understand the surrounding municipalities.
Yeah. And sir, I'm trying not to speak for Queen Creek. You have to ask them.
No, I wanted you to speak for yourself. If you had any interface with them, and you're telling me you did not.
I'm not aware of any interactions with Queen Creek directly. We might have talked to them. But I've just been told our office did talk to them.
Okay.
Yeah, but we respectfully understand every single viewpoint here. We're just trying to proffer and push ours.
Yeah, well, I'm just digging.
Yep. Yeah. And I'm trying not to attack the town of Queen Creek because we have a lot of respect for them as well.
Well, they've gone through their growing pains. I've seen it. They've overexpanded. I'm not able to afford it. So, all right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
So your product looks good. I appreciate the presentation on it, and I won't disagree with the need of daycare. However, the heartburn out there in Santan Valley is seeing all the commercial be converted from commercial to other uses. And what is Santan Valley lacking? Commercial. 19 years ago, there was a lot less out there than there is now. Is it the most ideal property for commercial? I don't know. I'm not in that business. And you might hear people say yes, and some will say no. But the spending is not being done in Santan Valley. It's going to Queen Creek, and it's going to Mesa, and Santan Valley has its growing pains. And the heartburn is to see, since 2017, roughly almost 200 acres, 192 or something like that, be converted from commercial, which that area does lack. So you can see the heartburn to some that live out there and in that area, and people who represent that area, that's kind of a challenge to see multi-housing or residential, whatever, going in on commercial property that will never, once you rezone it, it's done. It's gone.
Right. Chairman Klobb and Commissioner Schneff, I think you make very good points, and I understand the concern about losing commercial. As I said earlier in my presentation, you're going to be hearing today from one of the supporters of this project, which owns the property directly to the south, that can talk to you about their particular expertise and how commercial would work on their proposal, but not work on where we're situated. But how, once again, going back to the win-win, if we're able to have multifamily with daycare, which you acknowledge there's a need for, but at the same time still have that commercial come develop across the street, I think that would be great for everyone. So I will leave it up to them to provide that feedback.
Yeah, we'll look forward to hearing.
Thank
from
you,
them.
sir.
Any other comments?
If I may.
Commissioner Mooney?
Because it was brought up with topic of Queen Creek, do you know if this is in Queen Creek's planning area? Or does the county know if this is in Queen Creek's planning area?
It is.
Thank you for the clarity.
I have a couple of my own questions. To staff, has there ever been some type of housing needs assessment study done for this area that has been an independent study that we know of?
I can't speak to one being completed. The planning manager may have more information or.
I just noticed Harvey stepped out, so I can table that question until he comes back.
That might be ideal.
Not a problem. I'll come back to the applicant. You were talking about your traffic counts.
Yeah.
I'm in the business. I'm on the, so I understand the traffic aspect, and I agree with you. Commercial uses more traffic than residential. It's proven time and time again. A question I have for you on your traffic study, where your counts came from, are they from actual counts or are they computer data driven counts that you've done in your calculation?
Okay, I'm going to defer to our expert who's here today, who can provide you that specific answer. His name is Paul Basha.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My name is Paul Bash.
Paul, did you sign in?
I will.
Okay.
My name is Paul Bash. I'm a consulting traffic engineer, 50+ years of experience. We did traffic counts at the site prior to beginning our study.
So you've done actual hard counts of
Actual hard counts.
Okay.
We did turning movement counts for 24 hours.
Okay.
In 15-minute intervals.
Done during the week, weekend?
During the week, the high volume days. It was either a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
Okay.
That's when we request the counts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reason I asked that is because we've seen traffic counts both where they're data driven, the computer says it, and versus what is actually occurring. So I am glad to hear that you actually went out and did those counts personally. So
Vice Chair, I've seen that same sort of lack of professionalism that you referenced. I do not allow that in our office.
very good. Thank you. Also, it's my understanding, I didn't see it in one of the graphics, but you're going to have there's going to be a traffic light at Gansel and Algarve.
There is one there, but the applicant is proposing to reimburse the cost of that traffic light.
Okay, I just want to make sure because that's a potential. The last one, I'm going to take a little bit of exception with kind of giving back in the discussion of, the site being commercial. And can we go back to kind of their site plan?
So I want to go backwards. Just tell me when to stop, please.
Yeah. The big overview of the site,
I don't know if staff's able to get there faster than my clicker.
Yeah. I think it's towards the beginning of the presentation. Actually, go back to just showing their site plan. Yeah, that one's fine. You know what? When I look at a difficult site, as a design professional, that's not what I see. Big rectangle, clean slate, pretty easy to get access in. It's not pie shaped, it's not wedge shaped, it doesn't have a funky little leg coming off of it. It's a big rectangle. So as a design professional, that's a blank slate for me for whatever I'm designing, whether it be multifamily, retail, commercial, residential, whatever. And I work on sites all the time where we commingle access with, some type of private residential streets, gated communities. We can drive all over this valley and see it happen everywhere. So that being an argument that it can never happen, I think really is not an argument because it's happening every day and working successfully. And I have a hard time grasping the need that this is the only thing that could happen here. Now, the market has spoken, I will admit to that. If a commercial developer really was, this was a site that was really important to them, they would figure out a way to build on it. I agree with that. But I think there's enough happening kind of to the north, to the south, that I'm not buying it. And I do have some heartache here because I also agree that we need housing for, the lower income, middle income people that support this area. And so this is a challenge that I see. And I honestly see both sides to this. But my issue is more trying to, portray that this is the only thing that could be designed here. I think that's a stretch.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to call you Mr. Chairman today, if that's okay. You point out this site. Yes, 14 acres, rectangular, looks great. But as we learned, we don't have to take real estate 101. The 3 principles of real estate is location, location, location. That is the issue here. It's the location. And also when we talk about Encantera, just off the screen here, you have that gated block right there. If you're going to be having a retail site, you don't want it to be there because you're already limited in terms of where traffic is going to come from. There is no traffic that's going to be coming from the east. It's going to be blocked from the Encantera site itself. And so it's already in difficult spot. You also have painted desert. If you look at this site and you put it on the busiest intersection that you can think of, yes, absolutely, would be a home run for retail. It just isn't happening. And it's not because it's rectangular. It's not because it's 14 acres. It's because of the location. And if there was a good retail opportunity, I can assure you someone would have grabbed it by now because people are scouring the Pinal County right now for retail opportunities. They just have been overlooking this one because if everyone approaches them for retail, they're just going to be like, no way, no how. And so what do we have here? We have a need. We have a critical need here that was identified by the Arizona Nurses Association. And we have a property owner directly to the south who does believe that they can make commercial work on that side of the street. And so I'm actually telling you or arguing to you that I believe that this is the only thing that can work on this site that has failed for the last 19 years.
And so I'll counter that by saying, so we have a full access drive to the north on Gansel. We have a right in, right out drive, it looks like, to the south on Gansel. From a design perspective, that's full access site. Whether we have access down to Algarve or not, it's still a full access site. We've got right in, right out from a primary roadway. So again, I'm just not buying the whole, this is what has to go there. So I think there's lots of options that could make this work.
And I would just argue the blank aerial speaks for itself.
Very good.
Thank you.
With that, I want to come back. Probably asked a question, you had stepped out, I'm sorry. Has there been any kind of housing needs assessment study done for any of this area that's been done by a third party?
Actually, we're in the process, the county's in the process of doing a needs assessment at this time because there is a lack of housing, especially affordable housing, and throughout Pinal County. So that's being done through, I think, the grants coordinator. So they have hired a consultant who is actually in the process of doing that right now.
Do we have any kind of feedback on anything yet, or is it just too early in that game?
They're still in the data collection, and so looking at sites more lower income sites and more for subsidized housing as well as any attainable housing. So they're still searching for that. Nothing to report at this point in time.
Very good. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just want to draw a distinction. I'm glad to hear that Pinal County is looking at that, but I don't want this project to be seen as a quote unquote affordable housing or subsidized housing. This would be apartments for professionals who are gainfully employed, who just have a need to find something that they can afford while they carry out the duties and jobs here in Pinal County.
Yeah, and my question was more as I mean, you understand, I mean, a needs assessment says this area needs this type of housing. It could bolster your argument. It could hinder your argument, but you know, having a third party come in and create that assessment of what is needed for the area.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, we're providing you a needs assessment study with this proposal because this is what the applicant and what Wolf Developers, who does this on a daily basis and are experts in these types of projects, this is what they have identified as a need. And unfortunately, if we wait for studies to come, then we're just not going to have progress. So it's incumbent upon you and your important roles and responsibilities to make that determination. But also when people drive by, they always say, oh, I think this would be a great retail site. Does anyone ever drive by and say, oh, I think this would be a beautiful site for multifamily? It just doesn't happen that often. So when someone comes in here with this offer to help people out and to provide a much needed daycare option, I think it's admirable.
Very good. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions for the applicant?
One question. Since this is in Queen Creek's planning area, have you ever had any talks with them about annexing into the town of Queen Creek?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other comments? With that, I'm going to open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Section, thank you, of this case. This is just for case PZ PD-001-25, which has to do with the PAD aspect of it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can we just reserve time for rebuttal after public comment?
There will be.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I have a very large stack of people that have asked to speak to this case. I want to give everybody their time and their opportunity to speak. Like I said, we're going to keep everything to 3 minutes. Please be concise with your comments. Please don't be redundant. If we've already heard it 3 or 4 times, we don't need to hear it 20 or 30 more times. The other thing is please be professional. I won't tolerate clapping, yelling, screaming, hollering, what have you. Let's be cognizant of everybody's time and let's all get through this together. So with that in mind, I've been asked to have, there's 4 speakers that have asked to come first and then everyone to follow that. So with that, I will ask for Rod Buchanan.
Thank you, Chair and Commission. My name is Rod Buchanan, and we have lived in Encanterra for 8 years. The developer and their representative knew that Encanterra residents would be very concerned about this commercial development being changed, promised commercial development being changed to more multifamily rezoning. Yet they chose not to expand the minimum 600-foot notification and other open houses that they could have done, literally leaving thousands of people in our community that are directly impacted to scramble to get the word out. They should have done better. It's fueled mistrust and should never have been allowed. Second point is that this project would sharply increase the local population without the infrastructure to support it and eliminate the very commercial land needed to serve it. That's poor policy. Chapter 5 of your own comprehensive plan emphasizes the need for economic development, specifically that we must preserve land for commerce. This application clearly is in direct conflict with common sense and the core intent of the 2019 comprehensive plan. Just read the introduction. For example, it states, a successful economy does not just happen. Developing infrastructure and preserving areas for commerce requires careful planning and disciplined implementation, and we're looking to all of you for that. Third point, Santan's anticipated incorporation, which is hopefully coming soon, with a citizen-driven general plan, offers a path to smart growth. Like the other cities in Pinal County, a general plan ensures proper zoning and infrastructure. This rezoning request is too fast-track, forcing rush decisions and taking advantage of the county approval process rather than a city process. Voting no allows the future of Santan Valley, or whatever it's called, to shape its own future responsibly and will give them a chance for success by allowing more commercial properties to exist. Please support a community-driven local planning process by voting no, giving the city of Santan a chance to thrive before all the land is gone. Let's grow smart, not fast. That's a win-win-win, by the way. Keeping the property commercial preserves future opportunities to help Santan City become vibrant. Please stop the urban sprawl and start thinking like a municipality would, since your decisions will greatly affect the new city. Thank you, and I look forward to eating and shopping in the future, city of Santan, rather than having to go to Cream Creek like everybody does today. You zoned it commercial for a reason. Please keep it commercial. I'll lose my last 10 minutes to say there were some mistakes on his slides that I can point out after my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none? Thank you. Oh. Commissioner Scott.
What mistakes were made? If you
If you
just want to
go
give
to-
us one or two, I don't want to.
Go to one of the first slides, please. It's the one that shows what's happening to the south of this property.
Way in the beginning.
Keep going. Okay, can you stop there for a second? What you've been seeing around Algar Place, the first thing has just been the top half of Algar Place up. There's a number of homes that use Algar Place from the bottom. To say that we don't use that outlet is disingenuous. But the property that's below that, that shows vacant right now, is not vacant. Half of that property is full of homes now. The patio homes that you see popping up everywhere are already in there. For them to say that's going to be commercial, all the room is, there's only room for the gas station, and that's it. So it's disingenuous, and that's the wrong picture. It doesn't show the current development of all the homes in that vacant lot right below the yellow sign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Feller.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's been an enlightening afternoon. My name is Steve Feller. I live in Ancantero. I've lived there for 7 years. I leased a home for a year and built a home in there at great personal cost and sacrifice to my family. The liquidation of our home in another state was not as favorable as it should have been at the timing. We moved here with great cost. I'm contesting this particularly, and many of my friends here are, is we moved here for a lifestyle that is jeopardized by the overdevelopment of this area. We've got that lot that Rod just pointed out is full of mushroom houses now. I call them mushroom houses because they seem to pop up overnight. These are single family development homes that are very close, single lot subdivisions. I don't know how they get approved and get built so fast, but they're building them very quickly. All of our people here have skin in the game. We have equity invested in our community, a great deal of equity invested in our community. We're invested here in businesses and other pursuits. We want what's best for our community. We don't think this project offers that to us. We live here. This is our home. We're not from Scottsdale. We live in Ancantero. We live in Pinal County. There's been 359 traffic accidents between Gansel and Combs in a year. 350, that's almost one a day. There's been some very serious accidents there. There's a flaw in that road in Gansel. There's a curve there right by that new veterinary clinic and a difference in elevation. People that are turning left there can't see the oncoming traffic. The oncoming traffic is going too fast. We need more speed control. Let's get some more cops with radar guns out there. That might help. The density of this project, while it's been reduced from the original 288 units, which constituted 25 units per acre, we're now at 20 units per acre. Well, 20 units per acre is still not comparable to anything around. It's higher than any other project of similar quality. The 3-story is a monolith. This thing's a Goliath sitting there in the middle of our peering into our backyards. It'll affect negatively a number of homes in our neighborhood. I think turning this into high-density zoning now
30 seconds.
limits our future development and economic flexibility on this site. To me, commercial zoning, more medical offices. We have Banner Hospital right there. They're building new medical office right up the street on Gansel, and they're pre-leasing. I think we didn't explore this from a sales perspective, this project, because there was an LOI on it. That's my feeling. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Very good. Thank you. Next one, Steve. Oh, sorry. Next one is Steve Poe.
Thank you, Commissioner, or I'm sorry, Chair and Commission members. My wife and I, Linda, have been living in Cantera since 2018. We've seen a ton of growth, as you all probably know. I'm here today to voice opposition to the proposed zoning change from commercial to multifamily apartments. And according to Realtor.com, as of June 1st, to Karen's point earlier, or Commissioner Mooney's point earlier, Santan Valley has an almost 11% vacancy rate in rentals with 343 units available today. Common sense asks, why would you build more when there are plenty in the vicinity? Here's some examples. Stella Apartments at the corner of Gary and Hunt Highway, 308 units, 3.7 miles away. Acero Harvest Station Apartments on the corner of Gary and Combs, 204 units, and it's 3 miles away. Bungalows at Combs, those are on the east side of the American Leadership Academy on Combs, 317 units, 1.3 miles away. And I'm talking about from the proposed project. And Velux at Queen Creek, there are 241 units, 1.8 miles away. And that's on the west side of American Leadership Academy. So we've also got approved or under construction Village Santan, which is that little plot there underneath the proposed position there. Those are rental homes. 240 are being built right now as we speak. And if you go down to Gansel and Bella Vista, there's a 252 unit apartment complex going up right now. And then it comes and in Cantera, across from our main entrance, it's already been approved for 149 units, rental units, right outside the front gate. So in summary, we've built or approved 7 multifamily projects surrounding the proposed project that is now under consideration. With 1,070 attainable housing rentals already built and another 641 on the way, we should not be cannibalizing our precious commercial and retail property that will provide retail services and tax revenues that are needed to support everyone, including those who will be moving into the area. Thanks for the time.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. And Pat Ritz. Hope I said that right.
Close enough, but it is right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Pat Ritz. I live on Morella Drive, also in Cantera. Not to be argumentative, but Cantera is not an age-restricted community. There are 2 small sections. I do not live in an age-restricted community. And that parcel that we're talking about being vacant for 19 years, in the 7 years I've been out here, it's been being farmed. Now, I don't know what vacant means to some people, but it was being farmed until last year. There was cotton farms. Anyway, that notwithstanding, I guess we've heard enough arguments. I can't understand how there would be any benefit to Santan Valley to have these apartments. It was nice that they threw in the daycare center to make it seem more palatable, but it's zoned already for a daycare center. If a daycare center could go in, it can go in now. It doesn't have to have a zoning change for that. In addition, when we moved here, we were told to expect, and most of us have expected, that we were going to be seeing an increase in goods and services. We're not seeing that. All we're seeing is rooftops and traffic. Somebody mentioned the traffic situation. 359 accidents in less than a year at 3 intersections. Algarve and Gansel, Good Life and Gansel, Combs and Gansel. I mean, that's a pretty big amount of accidents. And all we're going to do is add vehicles. The apartments that are built and not yet online, probably going to add 900 to 1,000 vehicles between Bella Vista and Combs. If there are 240 units, if you work on an average of 1.5 cars per unit, talk about another 360 vehicles. The traffic study element, and I'll go along with that, there may be more traffic, but it's not at peak times. And that traffic is redistribution of additional the vehicles that are already in the marketplace, not new vehicles being added. And that's a big difference. You know, when you already have 10 vehicles going in and out of a medical center, it's different than adding 10 vehicles. Also, Pinell County spent a lot of money doing a leakage study. I'm sure you've all seen that. If not, I can make a copy available afterwards. That leakage study and talking about the 4 million in retail that's going to be generated, where is it going? It's going to Maricopa. We add rooftops, we don't add commercial. We're becoming a dormitory
30
for
seconds.
Maricopa County. And that has to stop. I mean, if we incorporate in particular Santan Valley, you need to keep the funds in, and you're not going to make it on just rooftop real estate taxes. We need the retail, commercial, and sales tax revenue stream. And commercial is a funny word. It doesn't always mean box lots. Commercial can mean restaurants, florists, and so forth. Thank you. Any questions? I'll be happy.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one I have is Don Wilkinson.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Dawn Wilkinson with Enhancing Early Childhood, and I am working on the child care crisis and workforce issues here in Pinell County. I'm here to voice strong support for the proposed attainable housing development with on-site child care, an essential forward-thinking land use decision that addresses two of our county's most urgent infrastructure gaps, housing and accessible child care. Santan Valley has been designated as a child care desert with a 72% gap between the number of children needing care and the number of licensed spaces available. That means nearly 3 out of every 4 children who need care simply don't have access to it. We are in a child care crisis that has to be addressed for economic development. When we approve developments that integrate on-site child care into attainable housing, we are not just approving a project, we are shaping a smarter, more resilient future for our community. Here is why it matters. For families, this is life-changing. Reliable nearby childcare allows parents to find employment, stay employed, pursue education, or work longer hours, all of which increase household stability. No long commutes to drop off a toddler before rushing to work, no need to choose between paying rent and paying childcare. On-site childcare makes life more manageable and more affordable. Families choose housing based on childcare needs. The empty housing that we see in Santan Valley right now could possibly be due to the lack of childcare because they're having to go out of Santan Valley to find childcare. So they're living outside of Santan Valley. For employers, parents, especially mothers, can re-enter or stay in the workforce when they live near reliable childcare. I was at the Arizona Workforce Development Summit earlier this week, and they identified 3 main barriers for the workforce development. First was childcare. Second was housing. Third was transportation. We have the opportunity to address 2 of those 3 barriers with this project. This directly supports local economic development and employer stability. Employers have a more stable and productive workforce with lower absenteeism and higher retention rates. With retail and service industries already being built in the Santan Valley around Home Depot, this project is needed as the infrastructure to support the workforce that is needed for what's already being built. For the children, high quality early care right where they live creates a strong foundation for lifelong success. We know that the early years are critical for brain development, and placing care within the home environment helps build continuity and trust between families and educators, creating an environment for young children to thrive. If we want a community where families can afford to live and work, where businesses can hire and grow.
Time.
Oh,
Thank you.
I didn't give a 30-second notice.
Commissioner Scott.
I have a question for you. I understand what you're saying and the great need and all the homes and workplaces and things like that. So with that being said, you think that it might be appropriate to make this whole rectangle property, the 12.5, into different childcare facilities to facilitate all this?
I think the cost of that for a childcare provider would be unattainable. We are in an industry that doesn't make a lot of money. Our childcare providers don't make money. The industry itself isn't making money. And I think it would be almost impossible for a childcare provider to build from ground up a facility there to
Well, we
be
already
just
have,
childcare.
you know, they want to put one in there. Why not put 10 other ones? That's my general, you know, I understand what you're saying. And, you know, finding quality childcare is really important.
It is important.
And being you're a professional, I figured I'd just ask.
Yeah, no, and that's the reason, is because the cost for a childcare provider in an under-resourced industry as childcare would not be able to afford to put a childcare facility there. WonderWise, who is the proposed program, works with churches or other organizations to be able to find locations that can be multi-use type of facilities so that they can afford to have a childcare there.
Anybody else?
One question. In your opinion, is there other areas outside of this particular project that there has been the potential of having a daycare in the Santan Valley area? Other sites?
From what I know now, there are no sites that are available and being planned for childcare.
Okay, thanks.
I'm trying.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Bob Hodges. Bob?
Some of the people may have left. They had doctor's appointments, et cetera.
I'm going to assume this is the same boat, Carolina Hodges. Probably. Okay. George Tamayo, but says does not want to speak. So. Okay. Domingos Santos. And while he's coming up, Leo Velasquez is next on the list.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Domingo Santos. I'm 72 years old. I live in Pinal County at 770 West Gumtree Avenue. I'm retired, multifamily house owner over the years. I've been how crucial it is to provide housing that work for families can actually afford. My interest in today is as a citizen who cares about long-term health of housing in Pinal County. The proposed development, 140 affordable apartment homes, not subsidized, not luxury price, but reasonable price for the missing middle. Teachers, police officers, and health aides, administrative workers. These are the people we depend on to make our community run. And they deserve a place to live near where they work. Right now, less than 5% of the housing stock in Santan Valley and multifamily. Most rental options are either very high and or income restricted. There's almost nothing for everyday working residents who earn too much subsidized that can afford $2,000 a month. This is just about units. It's about giving dignity and options to real families who want to live near school, work, and childcare. I respectfully urge you to support this proposal, not just because it's a smart project, but because it reflects a kind of thoughtful, affordable housing and Pinal County needs. Let's give our workforce a fighting chance to live where they serve, grow, and raise their family. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Leo Velasquez. And next up, I have, Pamela Brandis. Do you still not want to speak? Okay. And go ahead, sir.
Hello, Chair. Hello, rest of the commissioners. My name is Leo and I work for LED Pollock and Company. We did analysis for the proposed apartment. The focus of the analysis was to see if there was an economic benefit to it and if there was a need. For this project, we focus on the Santan Valley market area. Based on our analysis, we concluded that there is a need for this type of obtainable housing, and as well that there will be an additional spending of 4.8 million. This equates to around 11,000 worth of retail square footage. As was mentioned before, the primary type of housing that's available currently is single family, with multifamily only making less than 5%, and most of that being built to rent. Now, built to rent tends to be higher end multifamily, meaning there's not a significant difference in terms of affordability or obtainability rent-wise. The proposed rents here are around 1,300 to 1,800, meaning if 30% of your income is spent on that, you would need $55,000 to $78,000 a year compared to the $76,000 to $124,000 that's currently needed. Based on forecasts from MAG and LICAS, we expect for more employees and more employers to keep coming into this area. This includes occupations such as fast food workers, retail operation nurses. Based on the current rental market, only using those wages, only 25% of those people would be able to afford the current level, meaning with a single income, only 25% of them would do that, compared to the 35% on the homestead apartments. On a dual income, slightly better, with 84% of being able to afford the current market, but 100% of them would be able to afford the current apartment market, the homestead market. Based on what we looked at, homestead apartments provide an excellent opportunity for workforce
30
housing,
seconds.
and complements the current and future employees that will be coming to the area. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Janet Levine says you don't want to speak. Okay. Matt Vela. Good.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Matt Vaughn, and I'm a resident of Santan
Sorry
Valley.
for butchering your name.
No, you're fine. No one gets it right on the first try. I'm here today to express my support for the proposed homestead mixed-use project. With rents between $1,300 and $1,800 a month, this multifamily development addresses a major concern for Santan Valley, which is attainable housing. According to Data USA, Santan Valley's median property value is about $365,000 for a home. The median household income is only about $93,000 a year, which means most working families can barely afford to buy a home. While there may be opposition to building apartments in the area, the idea of owning a home is becoming less of a reality for younger people. With the ever-growing population in Santan Valley, attainable housing isn't just a want, but it is a need. On average, roughly 30% of housing units in the United States are multifamily homes, and in Santan Valley, it's not even 5%. The Homestead mixed-use project will not only provide 240 high-quality units, but a much-needed childcare facility. This project is a game changer for single-income households, young families, and essential workers. By developing the housing and childcare facility together, it creates a family-first community where working families can afford to live where they work. I strongly urge your support for the Homestead mixed-use project as a way of building up a stronger community for the future of St. Anne Valley. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. The next one I have is Jay Carlson. Oh, said doesn't want to speak. Good there. And Kelly and Troy Winslow also said they don't want to speak. Okay. Jolene Adams, I'm gonna assume I apologize. Said you don't want to speak. Okay. Michael Goldstein doesn't want to speak, but the opportunity. Nope. Harry Despain also said doesn't want to speak. Okay.
Mr. Chair, quick question. Are these public commentaries in favor or against?
Most of them are opposed.
Okay.
And we'll be keeping all these, so they'll track with the record as well. Tammy Figueroa opposed, but doesn't want to speak. Okay. Let's see, Nyla Scher also opposed, does not want to speak. Kenny Scher, again opposed, does not want to speak. Anthony Romero, opposed, but does not want to speak. Pamela Buchanan, I believe, again opposed, does not want to speak. Mary Ann Brown. Okay, opposed. Domingo Santos. Okay, in favor. See, is it Johan Gamachi? I apologize. Also opposed, does not want to speak. Ned Gamachi, opposed, doesn't want to speak. Doreen Romero, or Romeo, sorry. Opposed, but doesn't want to speak. And if you do want to speak as I'm reading your name, you have the opportunity to do so. So just let me know. I believe it's Manson Frost in favor. Oh, okay. C. DeRosa, opposed, does not want to speak. Raquel Gabriel Benwitty. Sorry. Again, opposed, does not want to speak. Okay. James Benwitty. I apologize if I'm butchering your name. Again, opposed, does not want to speak. Sue Merkazi. Opposed, does not want to speak. Janet and Linda Jacobs. And opposed, does not want to speak. Tricia Bauman Orr. Opposed, does not want to speak.
Linda Donnelly. Opposed, does not want to speak. Kristen Bryden. Opposed, but does not want to speak. Elsa Costello. And after that, I have Brittany Longo.
All right, good afternoon. Dear honorable board members of the Pinal County Supervisors, my name is Elsa Costello, and I am a parent and an educator residing in the Santan Valley. I've taught science for over 13 years now. My husband is a medical provider, and we both do community volunteer work in the Santan Valley for over 10 years now. I'm writing to express my unequivocal support for the proposed project aimed at introducing additional childcare services and affordable housing options to our community. As a parent raising a family in this great community, I can attest to the critical need for quality childcare services.
Excuse me, ma'am, if you could slide back just a little bit.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
They're pretty sensitive.
All right, sorry, I'm used to holding a mic, singing, but not speaking. The expense of childcare has become prohibitive, and affordable options are just scarce. Not only are there a few options to choose from, but most classes and centers are overpopulated and they're filled to capacity. It is extremely challenging to find a safe and comfortable learning environment for my children to thrive in, and also environment that's regulated by the state. I don't feel comfortable sending it to just anybody's homes. I want it to be regulated, and I want quality to be the first priority for my children. I am compelled to travel over 40 minutes from my residence to drop off my 2 children at childcare. It is imperative that we have more childcare options available for working families and enabling them to access quality and reputable childcare centers in close proximity to their homes. Santan Valley is not only deficient in quality childcare facilities, but also affordable housing options for families. As an educator, I can attest to the inflated home prices that have become a significant barrier for us. New families navigating the home buying process will encounter considerable challenges in securing affordable homes. The proposed project represents a crucial step in transforming Santan Valley into a community where families can thrive. I strongly encourage the board members to support and approve this project, which will significantly contribute to a better Santan Valley for all. We're thinking bigger picture. This is for young families. This is for our children. I urge you to think of them
3 seconds.
first. I urge you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Any questions for her? No, thank you. Brittany Longo. And after that, I have, I believe it's Jennifer Braxton.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. As a mom of 4 kids, I stand with a project that holds real promise for the future for our community. A proposal to expand access to both childcare and housing. We all know that a thriving community starts with strong families, and right now, too many of our neighbors are struggling to find affordable housing and reliable childcare within a reasonable proximity of their job. As a wife of law enforcement, having my children close to my workplace so they aren't in childcare all day and a short drive home to enjoy quality time together is crucial. These are not luxuries, they are foundation that allows parents to work, children to grow, and our local economy to flourish. The proposed project aims to create new high-quality childcare spaces and increase housing options that are affordable, accessible, and sustainable. This is about more than bricks and mortar. It's about peace of mind for parents, opportunities for children, and stability for families. This initiative will also bring jobs, stimulate local business, and strengthen the community bond that connects us all in Cantera and non-55 communities. And I believe that this can be done thoughtfully in partnership with residents, with respect for the character of our neighborhoods, and with deep commitment to equity and inclusion. Let's work together to make this vision a reality for our children, for our neighbors, and for the future we all share. Thank you.
Any questions? Thanks. Jennifer Braxton? Okay, she's in favor. Tara Walter?
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tara Walter, and I am here speaking in favor of this project as an investment in our future, Pinal County's families and our children. If we want a community where families can afford to live and work, where businesses can hire and grow, and where children can thrive from the very beginning, we must invest in models that braid solutions together. Let's not build housing and then wonder why families can't stay. Let's not open jobs and then question why parents can't apply. Let's design our communities with intention and improve every project that includes childcare for our communities. Before the meeting had started, I did share a pamphlet, and there is a vast deficit, 72% of childcare deficiencies in Pinal County. I was an educator that almost had to leave my career 17 years ago due to no childcare in our area. And if you look around our landscape today, that childcare deficit is growing exponentially as Santan exceeds over 100,000 residents. We need to make sure that we're working with our partners. Now, Pinal County, you guys are amazing at strategic partnership. This is an opportunity for that strategic partnership to come together to braid housing and childcare. I do sit on Pinal County First Things First Committee, and this project includes critically needed attainable housing and high quality childcare. Access to early learning opportunities is one of the most significant barriers facing Pinal County families at this time. And it's far too common for our Pinal County families to have to choose between working and having a safe, reliable care for their children. Projects like Homestead are exactly the kind of community solutions that we need. This project creates a family-first environment where children can come together and where parents can contribute to the workforce and truly be a valuable, giving member of the community. It supports early childhood development while also strengthening our economy, promoting workforce participation, and helping address the growing demand for quality children
30 seconds.
in our community. I yield my time for any questions.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your time and for your service.
Next one I have is Vicky Jurena. Didn't want to speak, opposed. Oh, she will? Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Vicky Jarina. I have been living at Encantera since 2019. I came here with my husband and we were going to build a beautiful life here. Unfortunately, he is not here. He did pass at a very young age, but the problem is, I have a question first. You said that a lot of nurses and police and firemen are going to have these apartments. How is that going to happen? Isn't that discriminatory? I don't mean that in a negative way, but you want something to happen. Will it happen? What will we have? And when we came here, and I know some of you on the board also feel this way, there are no restaurants, no sit-down restaurants where we can have a meal. We have to drive to Queen Creek. We have to drive to Signal Butte, Mesa, Gilbert. We go as far as Scottsdale. There is no really good restaurants here. If you keep giving away all of this property to go for housing, there isn't anything left for us. And we were told that there would be, and yet it hasn't happened. It gets divvied out to every other place. What do they have that we don't have? And it makes me wonder, why did we move here? We were given the ability to come and grow here. And I don't see that happening. It just seems to be more and more housing. And as far as, I love childcare coming in. That's not the problem. It's the housing part of it. Keep it commercial, please, for us. Let us have a chance to stay in our homes and live in our valley and enjoy our valley. Because if we don't, it's going to be gone. And we're never going to have the chance to go back to it again. And I didn't plan to speak. I am not a speaker, but you raised some questions. And if I don't say something now, I'll never have the chance. So please think about it. We have a lot of wonderful people
20
in
seconds.
this area. Please let us come and live here and do what we came here to do. Thank you very much to all of you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions? And you did just fine. Thanks. All right. I have, it just says Riley. And next on it is Ariana Lacey.
Hi, my name is Riley. I'm 22 years old and I've been living in Pinell County for 14 years. I've been looking for affordable home now for 5 years. And with all the new apartment buildings and the home listings and condos available in the area, I get my hopes up each time and have been disappointed by the cost. I've had the same job for 5 years, a stable income working 40 hours a week, but in today's economy, my income covers basic needs, but not enough for me to live comfortably in my own home. I shouldn't have to search for roommates online and hope that I can find friends available to afford rent. A 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom in the area is currently $2,000 a month. I shouldn't have to choose between affording food and paying for a place to live. I'm grateful that I still have my parents' house to live in, but not everybody is as fortunate as I am. I'm in full support of the attainable housing and the additional childcare services being an option in the community. I hope that you're able to see that this is a need and that it will only provide better opportunities to people in the same situation as me. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Ariana Lacey. Next, I have Gail Russo after that.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariana and I appreciate the chance to speak today. I'm here to voice my support for more attainable apartment housing in our community. As we all know, the cost of living continues to rise, and many working individuals and families are struggling to find safe, stable, and affordable places to live. Apartments play a crucial role in addressing this need, and not everyone can afford to buy a home, and apartments provide an essential option for teachers like myself, a 29-year-old who is still living with her grandparents. Childcare workers, first responders, young professionals, seniors on fixed incomes. These are all the people who help keep our town running, and they deserve the opportunity to live in the community that they serve. Affordable apartments don't lower the value of our town, they raise the standards of fairness, accessibility, and care. I urge our town leaders to support the efforts that make attainable apartments housing a reality for the future of our town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Gail Russo. No. All right, she's opposed. Steve Evans. After Steve, I have Michelle Alcazar. We'll wait.
Hi, my name is Steve Evans. I'm resident of Incanterra. We've lived there about 4 years now. Thank you for letting us speak today. I'd like to address the security concerns. Many of our friends have brought up the other issues, and I agree with those, but my particular ones relate to security. This proposed development being some of the lower income housing around, we all know will result in higher burden on emergency services. We live in Incanterra. Neighbors, please raise your hand. Our HOA, run by the builder Shea, leaves the Algarve it's not Algarve, it's Algarve, shows a lack of knowledge of our trends of it, into our neighborhood, the gate open into our neighborhood for construction traffic. While this will eventually change, I am concerned that we will be inundated with trespassers and tailgaters coming through to use our private facilities and through traffic trying to avoid the Gansel-Combs intersection. Being in Queen Creek, we will be actively reporting trespassers by calling the Queen Creek PD. I assume they will involve the Pinal County Sheriff, so the burden on emergency services will be twofold. I'm also concerned about the increasing theft. We've had more and more burden on emergency services. Most of our neighbors and friends are retired and moved to Incanterra to enjoy the retirement at a quiet and peaceful setting. I'm concerned about noise from the new development of low-income housing. Noise complaints will increase the burden on law enforcement, again, Queen Creek and Pinal County. This type of development also typically has a higher turnover rate, so new people are constantly learning the ropes. Again, more burden on community services. If you worked hard for your professional career to eventually live in a quiet, secure neighborhood, would you want a high-density, lower-income, noisy housing next door, literally looking into your backyard? If you think low-income housing is needed, and I don't deny the fact that it might be, let's put it someplace else. Don't put it in our backyard. Put it in somebody else's backyard. This is not a win-win-win. It's a lose-lose-lose. Lose lives in accidents, lose land values, and lose security and quality of life. While we all know figures don't lie, life teaches us liars figure. Numbers can be twisted to give any answer desired. Use your common sense when considering the traffic concerns. Are you aware of the 4-star commercial restaurant that's open to the public today inside our gates? It's so busy that we as residents have a hard time getting seated. So the
30
comment
seconds.
about commercial customers not being able to access the business, I would say, build it and they will come. Please stop this development. We would be better served by restaurants like commercial and medical services. And Candera neighbors, if you agree, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. And we would have had more people there, dozens more left, but they were tied up in the dog wars. So thank you very much for your time. Any questions? Thank you. Oh, sure. Yes, sir.
Any other questions for, okay. In your speech, you said numbers don't lie. Can you give me quantifiable numbers on how it's going to, tangible numbers that's going to raise the crime, the noise, and so on?
No, I'm relying, I don't have tangible numbers. Again, figures don't lie, liars figure. I rely upon your common sense.
Exactly why I'm asking you. Numbers don't lie. Show me the numbers.
I don't have numbers to show that.
Thank you.
We have common sense.
That's not common sense. Numbers speak. You expect the applicant to do it. I'm asking the same of you.
I don't have those numbers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thanks. Michelle Alcazar. There we go. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Alcazar. I live in Incanterra. I currently work. I'm not 55. It's not just a 55 and up community. There's a lot of people that work there and, need to go to different restaurants and stores and shops around the area. But unfortunately, we don't have those in Incanterra or anywhere around there. I currently go to Tempe to see a doctor. I go to Gilbert and Queen Creek if I want to go to a decent restaurant of any sort. And so what we're lacking around here is quality businesses, medical offices, and things like that. We're not lacking in housing, unfortunately. There's a lot of housing going around, a lot of apartments going up, a lot of, new home communities going in. Obviously, a lot of people have spoken to that already. And it's just sad that our tax dollars are being sent to nearby cities instead of in our own communities where they should be going. People have already addressed the crime and traffic concerns with the apartments, which, may or may not occur. But what I'm concerned about is the parking. Have you guys ever been to an apartment complex that didn't have parking? on the street because nobody could park in their own community because there's never enough parking ever. And so I'm afraid that overflow parking is going to end up on Algarve Street, which is already a very small congested street. And the other concern I have is like, generally when you're asking for a zoning change, it's because there's a need in the community. And in this case, you're asking to change commercial zoning to residential. But I think it's been demonstrated that we aren't having a shortage of residential. There's a ton of residents in this community. So to change this from commercial to residential when we desperately need commercial, I think would be, you know, atrocity to the community. We really need our commercial businesses here. That's all I have to say.
Any questions? Good, thanks.
Thank you.
Next one is Dean. There we go. Thank you.
That would be easy to pronounce. Not quite.
I've been butchering names all day long, so we're.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I come to you this morning not only as a concerned homeowner, but also as a former employee in the public sector for 2 decades. As a public sector employee, I served as both a city department director and city department deputy director for 2 different cities. I share this to inform you that besides sharing the same sentiments as many of the other residents opposed to the zoning change, I may bring some different perspectives and experiences for you to consider. Our area, both Santan Valley and Queen Creek, have seen enormous growth recently in both housing and combined with some businesses open on already existing commercial properties. I believe for the most part, both cities and the county have done an admirable job of keeping up with or improving the infrastructure to accommodate the growth. However, growth is growth. And with this growth, there has been more vehicle traffic and more vehicle collisions. I'd venture to say that this portion of the roadway, namely from the intersection of Empire and Gansel, north to the intersection of Gansel and Combs, has experienced more traffic collisions than other areas within the city. And this with the same population and speed limits. All this traffic and subsequent traffic collisions have occurred without the impending vehicle traffic that will be created by the eventual sales of homes already in production just south of Algarve Place, and the opening of Target just north of Gansel and Combs intersection. Traffic and traffic collisions will get worse. That is just common sense. My primary concern is not just the traffic collisions, but death from traffic collisions. As I shared, I've worked for 2 different cities, and one of the cities was just like Queen Creek and Santan Valley. It was a relatively unknown city that quickly grew through development, mainly housing. The city did an excellent job of building the infrastructure before the homes or even began construction. The foresight was there. However, even with the widened roadways and traffic signals, there was still one obstacle that could not overcome. The main roadway from one part of the growing city to the other part of the growing city was dissected by a railroad crossing. The railroad crossing had all the standard safety protocols in place, arms, lights, everything you would expect. However, it still acted as a bottleneck for both directions of traffic. It didn't matter how many lanes of traffic you had in either direction before or after the railroad crossing, because it would decrease to 2 lanes in either direction. Complaints were made, but besides building a costly bridge over the railroad, there wasn't anything that could be done.
30 seconds.
Eventually, I'll just get to my point. Someone died. I think that could have been avoided. We have the same exact type of railroad bottleneck south of our complex. I urge you, the Planning Commission, to consider all the ramifications of this parcel change. What are the true costs versus the advantages of this parcel change? Is it worth increased traffic collisions or possibly even death? Is it worth the additional strain on our infrastructure? Is it worth having a proposed child care center near an exposed high energy power lines?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? No. Thanks, sir. Sandy Johnson, opposed but did not want to speak. Toby Carlquist.
Appreciate your time. Like many of the neighbors here and those that couldn't be here that had to leave early for various reasons, my wife and I did our due diligence before we moved into Encantera. We reviewed the surrounding zoning plan and felt confident investing in what we believe will be our last and forever home. This confidence came from knowing that the development of our city has been carefully guided by a master zoning plan, created by professionals, vetted by experts, and approved with a long-term vision in mind. That plan accounted for much more than just buildings. It considered traffic flows, density, access to parks, schools, and the proper balance between residential, commercial, and medical services. In short, it was designed to create a city that's functional, safe, and beautiful. Now you are being asked to set that vision aside. A developer wants to rezone this parcel of land, but nearby residents and even the city of Queen Creek stand unified in urging you to deny this request. This proposed zoning change would eliminate potential vital medical and commercial services our community needs, along with the tax revenue they would generate. It would worsen our already strained water supply. Apartments use significantly more water than medical and retail facilities, and it would pack 240 apartment units in a child care center into an area that was never designed for this level of density. This meeting isn't about just zoning, it's about safety, quality of life, and honoring an existing plan that works. Gansel Road is already overwhelmed. We're seeing traffic congestion, accidents, and excessive speeds. Now we're looking at potentially 300 plus more cars entering and exiting on Algar Place. Combine that with the new QT gas station and the 240 unit rental complex that's directly across the street, that will overwhelm an already strained area. None of us are opposed to affordable housing. Every great city needs it. But this is not the place. Families deserve a safer, quieter, and more livable environment, not one next to a high-speed corridor with dangerous, limited access points and no buffer. There are better locations in this area, many of them, places that fit our current zoning plan and serve both new residents and surrounding community more thoughtfully and safely. We are asking that the developer be charged with finding an alternative site that follows the zoning concepts that should be guiding our city and county. This is your moment to uphold the vision this city was built on, to protect what works, to ensure our community grows the right way. We request that you allow your hearts and good judgment to guide this decision, a decision that will support the continued emergence of a truly great city.
20 seconds.
We respectfully ask that you say no to this zoning change and yes to a better future for everyone. Thanks for your time and for doing the right thing.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. And Debbie White Cotton, opposed but does not want to speak. Dale White Cotton, also opposed, does not want to speak. Terry and Randy Williams, opposed, does not want to speak. Linda Sneath, opposed, does not want to speak. Sandra Peters, doesn't say opposed or in favor, it just says does not want to speak. Terry Allen, opposed, does not want to speak. Okay.
So I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak. I actually had originally not planned to say anything. Like many other Encanterra residents, I'm opposed to the housing unit for all the reasons have already been stated. But what concerns me now is a lot of people voicing the need for childcare in this county, and really it's a nationwide crisis. And so I just want to ask some questions. If the county infrastructure here, the government has done any needs assessments for childcare. Is there any opportunity for subsidized childcare or subsidizing rents in commercial properties for childcare? Have faith-based organizations been approached for childcare? So these are just things that are popping into my mind, how this is not going to be an ideal location for a childcare because it's just going to service really the residents of that apartment building. So it's not going to address a larger issue. So that's all I want to say, and I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. questions? No. Thank you. Teresa Billings, opposed, does not want to speak. Betty Lighton, opposed, but does not want to speak. Cynthia Corsetti, opposed, does not want to speak. Christine, there we go. Okay, come on up.
This will be brief, but I just want to reiterate what the lady prior to me said. I've lived here for 6 years in Queen Creek. I'm retired. My husband was a special ed teacher for 40 years. My daughter is a special ed teacher. She lives off of Meridian. She was able to afford a house. She's only 36 years old. She's a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. There is daycare, believe me. The churches have it. The schools have it. There's actually quite a bit of daycare. And some of it is subsidized. Some of it is not subsidized. But I don't think having subsidized daycare combined with a low-income housing unit is going to benefit our community and really the whole area as a whole. Like people have said, we need restaurants, we need dry cleaners, we need regular daycare. What about just regular daycare that actually makes money? Which is good for the valley. There's things that we need, subsidized housing and subsidized daycare. There are other places where it would be more beneficial. One other quick thing, if somebody's going north on Gansell, they turn at the light on the Algarve, which is safer. Are they going to be able to turn left? So are they going to take that medium on Algarve and chop it up so that people can turn left into the apartment complex? Or are they going to have to go for our gate, which is usually open during the day for construction, or go through our gate, maybe use some of our facilities? So there's plenty of reasons and plenty of places that an institution like this or a place like this can go. But as a whole, we would really rather see somewhere that's going to make money for the community and for the city. And that's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Gary Rice, opposed, does not want to speak. Kathy Rice, again, opposed, does not want to speak. Monica Parker, opposed, does not want to speak. Michael Parker, opposed, does not want to speak. Susan Parenti, opposed, does not want to speak. Jody and Karen I apologize. I'm not even going to try it. It'll butcher it. Opposed, does not want to speak. Arthur Hopkins, I believe. Opposed, does not want to speak. Tara and Edward Burke. Opposed, does not want to speak. You want to speak? Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Burke, and I've lived in Encantera since 2019. I want to begin by saying that I work full-time, and today is a holiday for my company. Yet I chose to be here, not because I had to, but because I believe it's important to show up and voice my opposition to this proposed zoning change. My presence here today is a reflection of how strongly I feel about the potential impact that this project could have to the surrounding area. While I understand the intention to support affordable housing for essential workers, it's admirable. But simply building affordable housing doesn't guarantee that the target workforce, first responders, teachers, nurses, etc., will choose to live there. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak.
Any questions?
Oh, God, no, please.
Well, now we all have to ask one.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the honesty. I mean, all right. George Sagal, opposed, does not want to speak. Bertha Householder, opposed, does not want to speak. Gerald Kolsak, he left, okay, just as opposed. Tara Walter, okay. And I think the next one got called to Don Wilkinson, yep. And the rest of these, I believe, are for the next cases. Yeah. The rest I have are for the next one. I have one, sorry, one more. Christine Harness.
Hi. Actually was here at 8:30 and wound up having to leave when you took your break to take some other people back who were in my car, who had appointments. So I might have missed the answer to these questions, but I am curious. How many children can be accommodated in the daycare center? Was that a question that was asked before and answered?
We can't get into a Q&A here, but the applicant has, your question and he can answer those things.
Okay, and the other two things I have are more comments. I went to the meeting last year when the Rose Law Firm hosted Encantera people. And there was a drawing, which I saw before, or a photo of architecture for the apartment complex. It was up there before, I don't see it now, blue and white. And I specifically asked if that was what they were planning on building, and the answer from the people there in charge was, no, we just took this photo. So I don't know what the project's really gonna look like. And again, maybe that's a question for you guys. So it's the brown and white one now, not the blue and white? And is that actually a rendering of what it's gonna look like? And the other question, which I'm sorry, again, may have been answered when I had to, come back here, was the turn lane that I understand they wanted to have, between the medical buildings that already exist and the Algarve entrance, sort of in the middle of the street. They wanted to have a left turn lane for the cars coming north. Again, is that something that you addressed?
Again, the applicant can address these when they come back up.
Okay. Do you want me to give you my questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And I think I got one more last minute. Michael O'Connor, did you want to speak on this case? Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. I appreciate the time to speak with you. My name is Michael O'Connor. I've lived in Encantera for about a year and a half. A couple things about me. One, I'm a native of Phoenix, born and raised here my whole life. So it's been around, seen a lot of stuff, been through it a lot. Two, I'm also a software engineer. So I think with pure logic. I've taken critical thinking, and a couple of things. The only reason I came to stand up here tonight and speak is because there's a couple of things I heard that didn't make sense to me. The first thing was during the beginning of the presentation, they said there was 23 people or so that verbally said they agreed to the project. According to law, that's hearsay. That shouldn't be admitted, or it shouldn't be used as evidence because it's hearsay. I could say 1 million people said no. Is it true? I don't know. So that was one of my concerns. My other concern is you were not told the truth about our community. We have a lot of people in our community who are retired law enforcement, retired veterans. We even have 2 or 3 that are retired law enforcement that were wardens for prisons. So we have a community of people already that are very safe and protected. We don't need more around to help us. We've got our own community. Currently, we have to have a staff member we have to have an extra staff member at each pool and sit there all day long because we have other people coming from outside of our community to come use our pools. We have a beautiful community. Everybody wants to come in there. So we have to have extra people on staff now just to make sure that you have a member card and you belong there. So I'm guessing that if this community gets built, we're gonna have more issues like that. And that's gonna cause more problems because, a lot of us don't want the trespassers. The other thing that's special about our community, and I feel very blessed about this, I found out during this last Christmas, Incantera alone by themselves provides 90% of the Toys for Tots for Pinal County. Now, if there starts to be interactions between these different communities and our community starts to move away, now other kids Christmas time are going to suffer because they're not going to get their toys, things like that. This community does a lot for Pinal County. And I have nothing against people who need housing, things like that. If we could just find a better area that would mesh better, low and high income doesn't seem like it would mesh too well together. And that's my concern, people's safety. And a lot of people in our community are older too, and the retired law enforcement, they're not going to put up with
15 seconds.
People abusing our community. I know that as a fact. So, but that's it. Thank you for your time.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. And Andrea Gillespie.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrea Gillespie, and I actually own the Wonderwise Childcare and Preschool Centers here in the Santan Valley area. I had something written, and most of it has already been shared by those in favor, but I thought it might be helpful to stand here and just ask any of the questions that you guys might have in regards to the childcare. I know several have been brought up, but I'm here if you'd like to.
Unfortunately, we can't get into a discussion per se. This is just an open forum for you to speak.
Okay, well then I'll just say what I wrote. So when I first heard of this project, I was actually introduced to the Wolf development from Supervisor Goodman. He and I have been having several meetings over the last 5 years about the lack of childcare in the Santan Valley area. He's been a huge supporter in helping us try to find places to put more centers. We currently have 3. And I will let you know that all 3 of our centers are at full capacity with multiple pages of wait lists. It's heartbreaking to turn these families away. They don't have the quality childcare. And I want to clear something up. This is not affordable childcare. This is not subsidized childcare. This is just plain old childcare that there is just not enough of in our community. When I first heard this project, I too was like, apartments? Absolutely not. I don't want to partner with apartments. But the more I looked into it, I realized I researched the Wolf community, the Wolf Development Company. They do quality projects. This is not Section 8. This is not government assisted. I just want to make sure people understand what this is. This is just simply a great housing option for a lot of our young singles in the area. Most of my employees are in their mid to late 20s, working full time and have to live with a family member, or they live outside of the area that they work because a lot of them live in Apache Junction. They have to go far outside. This is a workforce issue as well. This is not just housing, childcare. This is a workforce issue. If we cannot provide affordable housing for this demographic, that it's a valuable work. All of us need them. We all want to go to these restaurants. Who do you think works there? These are people that need to afford housing, right? To be able to go to work and live near their work. I understand the opposition's concern. I understand. I definitely understand both sides, and I want that to be heard. But something is going to end up in this area, in this dirt. Something's going to end up there, okay? There's going to be traffic issues. There's going to be other issues that arise because of that. I believe that in this project, there are 2 very sustainable options that address a much needed lack currently in the Santanville area.
Time.
Thank you for your time.
Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may. How many families do you anticipate this childcare center serving?
So we just moved, our Queen Creek location just moved in. We relocated into a larger facility because we were out of space. We're in a 7,000 square foot building. We moved in January and we've already outgrown our space since January. So we anticipate about 200 families to be able to be serviced in this new facility.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
And had a couple more here, so sorry about that. Jerry Cochran.
My name is Jerry Cochran. I'm an attorney, real estate commercial attorney. I first became involved with this property in 2004. We are currently the owners of the property to the south. It was originally 37 acres for commercial property. We are in site plan review for the Circle K property and medical office on our approximately 9 acres that are left on this south corner. We are very much in favor of this project. We have worked diligently for those 20 years trying to get commercial to this site. This site is a C- commercial site. People may wish they get restaurants there. They may wish there. We've had CVS turn it down. We've had Aldi turn it down. It's not ideal. It doesn't have major intersections going both directions. It's not big enough for a power center. It's not big enough to that. So unless you can get an anchor tenant in there, you're not going to get the ancillary restaurants and such. We've got two pads available for drive-through type thing. We are getting some interest on that. So there is some coming, but this is a good use. We've got by my house, there's a Quick Trip and there are apartments around it. You get foot traffic in there for people using that type of thing. It's a good use. This is a good plan. And what you need for commercial, you need the rooftops. You can't just put a color on a map and hope it comes. There's got to be marketability and there's got to be stuff. And this is a good use for that site. Any questions?
Questions?
Yes.
Mr. Mooney.
As I stated earlier, Supervisor Goodman and staff invited Home Depot to come and look before they listed that property. I'm not sure if you were here when I made that comment. So has anybody been to that location and not just saying, no, I don't want to come? The numbers don't add up. The layout doesn't add up. They've actually been out there and seen the site, because that does sometimes make a difference, and it made a
Had
huge.
CVS view the site. We've had Aldi people view the site.
Okay, that's all I'm asking, is that
So
had
there-
somebody been?
Because yes, it's kind of a strange location. It's there. The lower end of that, the 16, 17 acres, that's now the Empire project, had the power lines and the railroad tracks coming through it. It was a difficult piece to do. That was a good use on it. We are working to get commercial there. We hope the market, we've got Nathan and Associates, the brokers working diligently, trying to get properties there. What they're the best land brokerage in the valley. We've been working on this site since 2005, very diligently trying to get things. We've explored assisted living. We've explored that. There's some interest on some self-storage on the site. That's not necessarily a thing, but that's a permitted use under the zoning. It's a very difficult site. As somebody said, as a planning point of view, you got a square piece there. Just because it's a square piece and you can plan buildings on it, unless you can get generation of interest for people that could run retail and make a profit from that location, it's dead in the water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think this is the last one. David Brown. Opposed? That's all the speaker cards I had for this case. I do have some cards for the other three cases that we'll hear next. Anybody else want to speak to this case? Seeing, oh, got one in the back. Please sign your name.
I filled out a form, but I don't know what
Oh.
happened to it. Thank you, Chair and Commission. My name is Margaret Bubick. My family and I chose to move to Santan Valley in 2004, and we have been and are actively involved in our community. I live in Anthem Merrill Ranch, which is in Pinal County, and every day I have the privilege of serving Pinal County residents at the Compassion Care Center, which is located close to it in Cantera. Compassion Connect, the Compassion Care Center, has worked within the Queen Creek Santan Valley area for 15 years, providing free medical and dental services. You may have heard of Compassion Queen Creek free medical and dental services that we've held for the past 14 years at Poston Butte High School. Working as an intake specialist at the care center, I can say with absolute certainty, the need for affordable housing is real, and it is urgent. For 13 years, I have also worked in a program called Building Healthy Families. I helped start the Building Healthy Families program, and I lived with different families in a learning home that was provided. I could give you multiple stories of families I personally worked with who needed someone to come alongside them and provide support, and when they got that, their lives were changed forever. At the Compassion Care Center, the most common request we receive is for rental and housing assistance. Many of them who have faced terrible hardships are struggling with affordable housing. And yes, while there are many apartments here in Queen Creek and Santan Valley, the cost of the rent for those apartments is unaffordable for many of our families. Unlike this proposed site where the cost of renting would be affordable for those families who are working with multiple jobs and are doing everything they can to survive. They are caregivers, they are service workers, they are parents doing their best to create stability for their children. These are not people looking for handouts, they are looking for a chance. When income restricted housing is met with resistance, the message received, intended or not, is one of exclusion. It tells struggling families that there's no place for them here. Not even near the very neighborhoods they help support every day through their work and service. The housing is planned near a beautiful and well-established community, but the presence of working families who are facing economic challenges does not diminish a neighborhood's value.
30 seconds.
It enhances it. Truly a strong community that welcomes people of all walks of life in their shared community. Financially struggling should never be pushed to the margins. Everyone deserves safety, dignity, and the opportunity to live close where they work and where they contribute. So if not here, where? This isn't just about housing, it's about values. It's about who we are and what kind of community we're choosing to build. Thank you so much for your time and your service.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? And before you get started, Margaret, I did find your card. It was with the other cases, so we got you.
Yes, my name is Barry Walter. I live in Cave Creek, Carefree, anywhere you want me to live. I'm a United States citizen, okay? And I've been in this country for 70 years. I came here from England, and it's a great country. And I've heard good and bad here from a lot of people. But we are a giving community. I'm talking about where I live. We are givers, not takers. And I want to say that everybody here has a good thing to say, but put yourself in our foot. You know, I worked for 55 years for one company, and I retired 25 years ago with my wife. And sure, we don't have everything, but you know what? We live and we work hard. And and I'm not taking anything away from the people that want to move into our neighborhood. But there's plenty of jobs. There's plenty of jobs. I see people still working, have signs working for money. We know they're not working. They want free money. And I'd like to see the kids get an education. My wife was an educator. She taught school for 45 years. So we're not that type of people that, saying these things, but I think that we deserve our community. We support our community, and whatever happens is going to happen, but we still love this area and we plan on living here to the day we die. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Sorry,
Nope.
questions?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I think we had another one. Come on up. Please sign in.
Thank you. My name is Judy Peterson. I'm a resident at Encantera. I didn't intend to speak today. And as you know, many of us in that area, you've heard people speak, the traffic is a really huge issue for us. We use the Algarve Gate every day. It's not very long. I hope you will all have an opportunity maybe to see the space that we're talking about here and the amount of traffic and the problems that's going to add. But I think I think daycare is badly needed, affordable housing. I was always a working parent. There was no daycare in my day. I had to rely on family and neighbors and friends. And I understand it. And, my children deal with that. So, but I think the issue is the best use for that piece of land. And how does the county figure out how to do that and make it happen? If you look where Banner Health is, that's a 4-minute drive from the Algarve Gate. Up above where the yellow site is, those are medical offices. We just heard the gentleman speak today who said they're building medical offices behind the gas station. There is a stoplight up there now at Banner Health. There is one at Algarve Place. Maybe this is impossible, but I've always wondered, why can't those medical offices be extended down into that area that is yellow where they're talking about these apartments? And there would be access from both lights to get into there. We go through many areas that have many, you go into one of those areas, there's lots of medical offices, where we see the dentist right now over in Queen Creek. It's like it, you drive through a big area. It seems illogical not to connect that to the area above and have access from both sides and use it for medical. The hospital is there. We need more medical care in our area. So seems to me that's a better use of the land. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Anybody else? We got a couple. Anybody else want to speak? Yes. See you two. Anybody else besides those two? Show of hands. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, my name is Gary Sanford. Yes, I live in Encantera. If you look up the map, that's up there right now, where the yellow square is. Everything just to the east of that, everything from Algarve Place all the way down, there's probably 600 houses there. As the lawyer said earlier, that's 1.5 cars per house. There's 900. So they're going in and out of that gate every day. So that's 1,800 cars a day going in and out of that gate. So please think about the amount of traffic just from Encantera using that gate in itself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? No. Thank you. Please.
I'll write my name down. My name is Susan Walter. I just have a question. I keep hearing the word affordable rent, but then I hear that it's not government subsidized. what is the guarantee that it is going to stay government or affordable rent?
We can't get into that here, so it's just a,
I mean, well, I guess my question is, do you have rent controls here?
um, again, this is for the applicant to address.
Okay, because I mean, I think people should know if this is still going to be affordable 3 years down the road, or if these people go in thinking they're going to be paying $1,300 and in a year it's raised to $1,600 and on up, and then it's no longer affordable. And then what happens? So that's my question, just curiosity.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody else? Anybody? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing portion for PZPA-00225. And with that, I'm going to call the applicant back up. And before you start in, Harvey, I have a traffic question for the county. Is it hard to get Chris to come down? Yeah, I know.
Good. If you could write it down, maybe we could text him, and if you got the question, we could write it and send it to him.
That's fine. Thank you.
Vice Chair, if I may.
Please.
I believe you said the wrong case number.
Did I?
You said PA, and we're on the first one, PZPD-00125.
I was going up the sheet I had written down, so that my error. I did.
Just want to make sure it was correct on the record.
I got a little stack of paper I'm dealing with here.
We're on the first one.
Yes, yes, this is PZPD 001-25. There we go. I'll go back to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the commission. I think you've done an admirable job today of listening and being respectful for everyone. I think everyone here did a good job of providing their input and opinions. But I just want to go through, I was writing notes in every single one of the speakers regarding what we heard here today. And I will tell you that I think what we heard from the Encanterra residents, and I understand it, I think it's in good faith, but we heard a lot of emotion, and I think we heard some misconceptions. What we're dealing here today is with facts, and we're talking about facts regarding crime, regarding traffic, and regarding a market analysis over here. There was a question earlier by Commissioner Mooney regarding the history of the property. I think the property owner who walked you through it involving CVS and Aldi, I think did a really good job. But as I understand it, the property was purchased in 2010. It's been on the market ever since, and there's just never been a commercial entity that's been able to figure out how they could swing something like this. And as we see here on this graphic right in front of you, that is a very difficult site to get and attract the type of commercial activity that you heard the residents of Encanterra asking for to see. I think there's other parts of the community where that type of commercial enterprise would be welcome, and I think would do a good job. But I think you can see here the way this property is situated. As I said earlier, it's about location. You're just not going to see the commercial happening, and they've tried. You've heard it. They've tried. We also heard comments today that this is a child care desert. No one has refuted that. And in fact, we have information regarding a retail leakage study, and people did talk about retail leakage issues and concerns for Santan that said there is a need for diversity of rental opportunities for workforce, because guess what? If you're going to have people working in retail, you need them to live nearby here. We heard from the Elliott Poly Group, the foremost economic study group here in Arizona. They told you that there is a need, and they said that where are the workers going to live? We also heard from people who provided very compelling personal stories, people regarding who live on single income households. One woman said that she is the spouse of a law enforcement official. Another woman said that she is a teacher. All of them detailed in living color for you the struggles that they are seeing. And we see a dichotomy here where Encanterra residents are concerned, and I understand that, but you've heard people talk to you about the acute problems that they're having obtaining housing and childcare. We heard about how daycare centers are filled to capacity, and I just want to clear something up from Andrea. She talked about 200 families. I think she meant 200 parents, because the information that we have is that they'll be able to serve up to 100 children. And also Mayor Walter said that this is a community solution which addresses and helps families who are just trying to contribute to the community. Once again, I'm going to say you're not going to get sit-down restaurants at this site, at this location, where it's situated and how it is situated. And also Econterra's desire for more commercial, it's just not going to happen at this site. So we'd be happy to see where else it could happen. Also parking, parking will be restricted on site. There will be security. And also Wolf Development is a great, successful Arizona company that's been run for 3 generations. They have thousands of units under their control. They're not one of those type of speculative builders who get something zoned differently and then they run away. No, they stick with it and they own it. And also they have a crime addendum to the lease. So if there's a criminal activity that occurs at the property that's being leased, they're able to end your lease within 3 days. That doesn't happen in any other type of housing that I can see of. And then there were some questions about subsidized payment for daycare. No, this is a market rate for daycare. This is a private enterprise, just like the apartment complex is the private enterprise. And I think the mandate here for this board is to do a balancing act in terms of our capitalist society and to see that this property hasn't worked. They've tried with commercial. But when you do the balancing act, you know that this is going to be a good site for multifamily residential, a good site for daycare. But at the same time, ask yourselves, if this gets approved, is it going to harm Encanterra? It won't. It's not going to harm them at all whatsoever. And we heard concerns that people are going to, try to sneak over already to try to use the pool. Well, there's a pool here. So maybe we can consult with those folks and see what they can do about consulting about security for a pool. But this is not going to harm Encanterra, but Encanterra is still going to have the issues of a desire for more commercial, but their commercial question is not going to be solved at this site. But moving forward with multifamily and daycare will be tremendous and will be hugely beneficial to Pinal County. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant or staff before I bring it back to the dais?
A question.
Mr. Chef.
For the applicant, does the Wolf Group Enterprises company have any ownership or interest in any other land in this vicinity, in this general area?
We're looking, but no.
Not currently under
The answer
your,
is no.
okay. But you're looking. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? It's more of a general one, and I know it's not something we can actually hold you to, but I need to ask anyway. What's the development schedule on this? Is this something that should it proceed forward? You're looking to move quickly on, or is this something that you're going to sit on for the next 10 years? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else before I close this? Bring it back to the dais. With that,
As soon as possible.
with that, I'll close it and bring it back to the dais for discussion and motion. Anybody want to jump in? Commissioner Money? Did I call you out too soon? I saw you push your button.
Did see that. I'm on the wrong page. I'm sorry.
I'll make a comment. Well, member Mooney's looking for her notes. Sometimes we are faced with some cases that aren't so clear cut and dry in the growth of a community. I think this is one of them. It's a good product. There is a need. I hope that daycare, we can find some more facility for them in the area. I feel like there's a need for that. And the product is good, and we do need multi-housing. I agree with that. On the converse, it's hard to see commercial property going when there's not enough of that, because in Santan Valley, you have land entitlements already. And so you're far in between on commercial properties that are already zoned commercial. And it becomes a challenge. And I get all it's not the best location, but if somebody wanted it, they would come. Certain commercial properties wouldn't like this property. I get that. Others might. So it's kind of a challenge for me to see commercially zoned property be removed, since we've already seen so much of it since 2017 go away. So I just wanted to make that comment to the commission, and I'll leave it at that.
Everybody looking at me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I make a motion that I move that the Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of denial for case PZPD 00125 to the Board of Supervisors.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
We want to do a roll call vote? Okay.
Okay, Vice Chair Clow.
Nay.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
It's yes to deny.
Yes.
So just so we're clear. Okay,
Yes.
all right. Sorry.
So it's Vice Chair.
Nay.
Okay. Commissioner Hartman,
Nay.
Commissioner Keller. I'm absent. Commissioner Lizarraga,
Nay.
Commissioner Chef,
Aye.
Commissioner Davila,
Nay.
Commissioner Mooney,
Yes.
Commissioner Pranzo,
Nay.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have five votes no. 1, 2, yeah. So the motion fails.
Motion failed.
That's why it was clear.
5-3 motion.
5 said no,
Five
three,
did not want to deny.
3 said yes, if I
I
understood
didn't
you
want
right.
to deny.
I didn't want to deny it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it passed.
Nobody wanted to make a motion.
The motion was to deny. 5 voted
Not to deny.
Not
not to deny.
Right.
Uh,
3
so
voted yes.
3 voted yes. So that motion fails. So do we have more discussion or do we want to?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a counter motion.
Commissioner Field?
I'd like to move that the Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of conditional approval for case PZ-PD-001-25 to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the 5 stipulations in the report.
Do I have a second? Second, by Commissioner Lizarraga.
Ready?
Want to do another roll call?
Yes. Go in a different order. Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Pranzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Mooney,
No.
Commissioner Davila,
Yes.
Commissioner Chef,
No.
Commissioner Lizarraga,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
and Commissioner Globe.
Yes.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion passes. Then we got 5 to 3.
Very good. All right, we still have 3 more cases as it relates to this project. We're going to hear the next 3 cases together, but there will be an individual vote for each one. So the first case is the PAD, which is the overlay, which is the land use change. That was just voted to approve to forward to the Board of Supervisors with the stipulations for the PAD. Now, there's 3 more cases that are getting ready to be heard for this case. As it relates.
Vice Chair, let me, for purpose of the public, let me clarify
Thank you.
what the first motion was about. Was there was a PAD that existed on 1,400 acres, and this was just 14 of the 1,400 acres. And so what this did was just divorce this particular parcel from the original PAD. So the next 3 cases deal with the actual apartment complex, as well as the requirements for the apartment complex. So the first motion did not approve the rezoning and the PAD overlay for this particular parcel, if that makes sense. It was basically what we call a divorce. They got approval to divorce themselves from the old PAD. Just
So with that, I'm going to call the next three cases together. Is PZ-PA-022-25, PZ-002-25, and PZ-PD-002-25. And with that, I'll turn over to Patrick.
Good afternoon again, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Patrick Zaya Roberts, Senior Planner, here to present case PZPA 00225, PZ 00225, and PZPD 00225 for the Wolf Gansel Algarve multifamily project. I'll kind of try and speed through this one a little bit. There's some additional information that's provided in this staff report, so we'll go through this fairly quickly. This is for the same portion of parcel 12.45 acres designated CV2, owned by 93rd Street Crane LLC and represented by Rose Law Group and Wolf Enterprises. County map showing the approximate location, vicinity map, or zoning map, excuse me, vicinity map, and aerial map showing the existing context. Now, under this consideration, the first item that we're discussing in PZPA 00225 is discussing a comprehensive plan redesignation. The current land use designation is community center, allowing 8 to 16 dwelling units per acre. As this project currently proposes 22 dwelling units per acre, a redesignation to urban center is required and proposed. Again, looking north on the property, south, east, and west. And as we saw in the applicant's presentation, this is a staff report, or sorry, excuse me, a site preliminary development plan showing the layout that's being proposed for the multifamily portion and the commercial site. And as the applicant also discussed, there was a redesign that was proposed due to concerns with the existing context of the project and trying to integrate this into the Santan Valley area, being proposed with new architectural designs. This is an image showing the proposed development through a photo rendering, looking east across Gansel Road. Another photo rendering looking northeast from the intersection. The applicant also shared this photo rendering, but this is the photo rendering from the Encantera site compared to a hypothetical commercial build out. So the applicant is proposing under the proposed PAD development standards some amendments to the existing allowances. Under C2, the primary building height could be as high as 40 feet. The proposal of the PAD would be to restrict that down to 35 feet as is allowed under CB2. Additionally, there would be a discussion of a minimum 6-foot wall between this zone and a rural or residential zone, except for the southeastern entry drive to allow access to the multifamily site near the shared Algarve Place entrance and exit. For the MR portion, the typically MR principally allows 36 feet building heights. They would be restricting the project down to 35 feet to be consistent with the existing CB2. And then appropriating the 33 feet of total area of the parcel minus the required front, rear, and side setbacks to allow for development of carports. And then additionally, a minimum distance to the front lot line of 23 feet for carport structures. All other structures need to be 60 feet from the front lot line. Under the use changes proposed under the PAD, C2 would have a restriction. Typically, C2 allows 100,000 square foot developments for commercial. They would be restricting that down to 35,000 square feet to comply with the proposed development for the daycare. Additionally, hotels and motels, self-storage facilities, and wireless communication facilities would all be removed from permitted uses for C2 development. And then for MR allowed uses, they will be retaining the same allowances as base MR zoning, except for restriction of the development to 240 residential units under the terms of the PAD. So some items for commission consideration. The submitted application for this land use request are for approval of a comprehensive plan amendment, rezone, and a PAD overlay. Approval of these cases will result in an amendment to the Santan Valley Special Area Plan from community center 8 to 16 dwelling units per acre to urban center 10 plus dwelling units per acre. A rezoning to multi-residence MR on 10.9 acres, and then general business C2 on 1.56 acres, and then approval of a PAD overlay incorporating amended development standards. The property has legal access and functional circulation under the proposed development plan. As of this morning, staff has received 930 letters of opposition and 88 letters of support, including a letter of opposition from Town of Queen Creek and a letter of support from Town of Florence, one Town of Florence City Council member, excuse me. As discussed previously, the issues of incompatible multi-story and single-family development raise a concern, traffic concerns, water resource availability, loss of property values, loss of rural character, and proposed visual impacts to the site. These are 4 organizations that we received letters from supporting the project: Entryway, Pinal Regional Partnership, AZ Nurses Association, and Pinal Professional Offices. For these cases, staff forwards PZPA 00225 with no proposed stipulations, PZ 00225 with 2 proposed stipulations, and PZPD 00225 with 12 proposed stipulations. At this point, does the commission have any questions of staff?
Any questions for staff?
I do have one.
Mr. Mooney.
Can the county explain, there's not a certificate of assured water for apartments versus developing HOAs and other single-family homes and things like that, or I shouldn't say single-family, but subdivisions and whatnot. And that's concerning because there have been lots of water issues. So I'm just asking why the county doesn't require it for 240 apartments or any complex that it is apartment related. They're just not required. And I don't know if that's you, Patrick, or somebody further up. Okay.
As to why that's not a requirement, I would likely refer to Harvey for possibly weigh in on that one.
Well, that's state law. We just follow state law in regards to the assured water supply. It's not a plat. It's a single parcel, and it's not required to have assured water supply. I mean, the applicant can address it more thoroughly, but that's.
We're not there yet. Okay, I understand. Well, I don't. If it's state law, it's state law, but that will be something we'll have to look into because that doesn't make sense. You're at 240 or 2,000 over here, but if we do a 2,000 HOA, you have to have an assured water supply for single family. And there can be just as many people living in an apartment, built to rent or whatever. So it's just very frustrating and scary for the water situation.
Yeah, multifamily is often looked as commercial property, and we don't require it for industrial or commercial property.
Thank you for the clarification.
I think the definition of subdivision doesn't apply here when it comes to multi-housing. It's one lot, or I think the shared water supply has to be 6 or 7 more lots within a area. So it is what he said, it is state law, unfortunately.
Any other questions? Hearing none. With that, I'll come back to the applicant.
Thank you. I'm Chase Kershane with the Wolf Company, 6710 East Camelback Road. Apologies, Tom had to leave for an appointment. He did a wonderful job giving the presentation. So unless there's any specific questions for me, I think we can move forward. There will be no presentation that mirrors what was provided previously.
Any questions for the applicant? Right, take it to the public. All right, with that, I will open the public hearing portion of our meeting. I only have a few speaker cards for this section. But anybody that's, willing to speak can. The first one, I'm going to try this. Is it Jerry Cohen? Is in favor? No. Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you. All right. Carmen Tybo? No. Opposed? Bob Tybo? Also opposed. Those are all the speaker cards that I had. Would anybody else like to speak on this? Feel free. Come up. We already have your card, but please state your name again.
Pat Aritz, ARITZ, 35539 North Morello Drive. We've listened to all this stuff. And yes, we need a daycare. It's already zoned for a daycare. If a daycare was going to be there, they would, if there's a market, it would pop. But I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to go back to the leakage study. The number that the gentleman from Rose put up showed $4 million of other retail that would this apartment complex and so forth would generate. Where is that $4 million going? It's not staying in Santan Valley. It's going to Maricopa County. The more rooftops we add, we're not adding jobs. We're not adding anything. We are becoming a dormitory for Maricopa County. And that is not what we're supposed to be. You know, I talk to all the supervisors. Everybody talks about we're going to grow. You know, if we incorporate, we'll keep all the sales tax revenue and blah, blah. There's no sales tax revenue from rooftops. It's time to stop approving rooftops until we have an infrastructure that can support what we have, and we have a business, commercial, retail, and sales tax revenue stream that we need. We don't need more rooftops. We already have a glut of apartments in Santan Valley and a 10.63 average up to 11% vacancy rate. And this complex, if you look at a vacancy map, according to Realtor.com, this complex is right in the middle of the highest vacancy segment. It makes no sense to me. Not having nothing to do with Encantera, nothing to do with anything, having to do with the community that we live in. We need goods and services. We don't need more people to live here and spend their money elsewhere and make their money elsewhere.
30
We
seconds.
need things that are going to bring people here. That time. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Feel free. Please state your name again.
My name's Steve Filler. I live in Encantera. This density now is 22 units an acre. It's higher than anything around. It's a ridiculous number of units. The high density aspects of this, in my opinion, are just ridiculous. The highest one around is 16 units an acre. The mushroom houses, they run about 10 units an acre. But this is 22 units an acre. I'm sorry. It's unacceptable. Aside from the economic standpoint, that's all they can build here. I don't buy that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Anybody else wish to speak? Please come on up. Oh, sure.
Thank you. Rod Buchanan still. I wanted to just reemphasize the point that thousands of people in Encantera did not get this notice to be able to go to the open house, and therefore I think it's disingenuous for them to say that they listened to everybody. I would have liked the opportunity to look at the traffic report. I want an opportunity to look at any environmental impact studies. It's just beyond me that this is being what I consider pushed forward without the proper vetting from a neighbor. Let's talk about neighbors. The town of Queen Creek voted not to support this project. That's a lot different than one other council members from another city. And by the way, when you say that, it's also not proper to say that that person's a council member from another city, because that person is just a person. They don't represent the council or the city of Florence. That is improper to couch it that way. So there's a big difference. Go talk to Queen Creek. There's no rush to put this project into the ground as a building. I just really want to emphasize there's no more property left. And I made it what I thought was a really good point. This is a direct conflict with your own comprehensive plan, and none of you address the fact it says developing infrastructure, preserving areas for commerce requires careful planning and disciplined implementation. You must preserve land for commerce. And nobody's really talking about that. And we didn't hear any discussion from the board on that. Thank you.
Any questions? No. Please.
I will sign in. Good afternoon. My name is Linda Barker. I live at 344 East Lime Court and have been in Encantera for about 6 years now. My part-time job, as I am 72 years old and still working, takes me to Santan Village because I could not find anything in Queen Creek or Santan Valley. So I drive 35 to 40 minutes to 60 minutes to get to that part-time job, there and back. And one of the areas that I believe hasn't been brought up is the additional pollution that I see for people like me who have to drive to their jobs and who also have to sit in that traffic at prime times during the day. So during school traffic, I have to leave at least 30 minutes early and sit on Combs Avenue for 30 minutes to get through that already existing traffic. Coming home, it takes an additional 30 minutes to get through either Highway 24 or to come down Ironwood, Meridian, or through the town of Queen Creek. And sometimes I sit through 3 or 4 traffic lights on Gansel just to turn, or excuse me, on Rittenhouse, just to turn left onto Combs Avenue. And then again, 3 or 4 more traffic lights to get up to Gansel to make a right-hand turn. So that is a significant amount of time, which I give, but so do many others. And we add additional people, additional vehicles. We do not all have electric vehicles. So we are adding that pollution to our city. With the construction, it's already terribly, terribly dirty. And we've got the winds and the dirt and those things that affect our yards in Encantera every single day. So I'm asking again that you really give some thought to this and to adding that many more vehicles to the road right in the same area where we already have such huge congestion. Please consider the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Please come up. Please sign in.
Okay. My name is Doug Hersberg. I live in Encantera, also been there for 7 years. One thing I don't think you guys are thinking about is Encantera is on Gansel, Combs, and Kenworthy. Currently, they're building 2 huge subdivisions from Kenworthy all the way to Schnepp Farms on both sides of the road. There's probably going to be 4,000 houses there. It's going to bring so much more traffic. And if you go down Schnepp Road, it turns into Skyline. Bunch more construction plots are down there. We don't have enough retail stuff. And maybe the price of this lot is too expensive. Maybe that's one reason we're not getting any people to buy that lot. But we need retail more than we need another apartment complex. There's just too much traffic already. And by the time the roads get widened, we're gonna probably have another 20, 30,000 people. It's just not keeping up with the infrastructure that we need to be able to move in our communities. And then the traffic, the wrecks, it's just, I think this is a stupid plan, totally. Not to call you anyone stupid, but I just don't think it's valuable for our community. And also in our community, the people's houses that look at the mountains are gonna be blocked by this 3-story building. When they bought their property, they bought that, the view too. And we live in a beautiful community. We're blessed, all of us from Encanterra. But we need something else besides this thing there. It's gonna look terrible, and it's just not gonna benefit our community. Thank you.
Questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Anybody else wish to speak? One?
Good afternoon. My name is Terry VC.
Please go ahead and sign in if you haven't
Do I
already.
sign this piece of paper? Okay, before I can talk. Thank you for taking the time to hear all of us and all of our concerns. I am another resident of Encanterra. I still work. The other gentleman that was here said the Algarve was one of the back gates. Well, I live in the back, and it takes me 5 minutes to get to the front of Encanterra. So the Algarve gate is the only gate that I use to egress from my house to go to work. I have almost been T-boned twice on Algarve and Ganzel, trying to go out and do my job. We live in a desert. There's lots of land. We shouldn't be squeezing everything in so tightly because our roads cannot handle it at all, especially if you guys are out driving in it. We're all drive in it. And the quality of life, yes, we need apartment houses. We need what you guys are calling affordable housing, but somebody already brought this up. How long are those going to be at $1,300? You know, what are the safeguards of Algarve not having people park out there when somebody in the apartment complex has a party? What is going to prevent those people from coming into Encanterra because they've made a wrong turn? There's just so many negatives about this. We live in a desert. There's lots of land to be used. And I hope that you will take into consideration the safety issue of the traffic. That is a big thing. I drive about 1,500 miles a month for work. I travel all over the state of Arizona. And coming home in the afternoon, it makes me want to commit hara-kiri, which I never thought I would say after leaving the state of Washington and the Puget Sound area. But the traffic here is getting just like that, and people do not stop on red lights. They do not stop because they're in a hurry to die. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody else wish to speak? Please.
Hi, thank you for this time again. Again, my name is Dawn Wilkinson with Enhancing Early Childhood. And I just want to bring it back to the families and to the community. Imagine you're a working parent living in a high-cost area where housing takes up more than half of your income. And childcare, if you can find a slot, which we heard from Andrea, you can't in Santan Valley, is either too far away or simply unaffordable. That's the daily reality for many families in our community. We're not just facing a housing crisis, we're facing the childcare crisis too. But what if we can solve both those challenges in this one place? Imagine what it means for families to walk out their front door and to drop off their child at a high quality early learning program just steps away from their home. No long commutes, no juggling multiple stops before work, no paying childcare costs that's more than rent, just stability, convenience, and peace of mind. By integrating on-site childcare into attainable housing developments like this, we unlock powerful, practical benefits for families, for employers, and for the broader economy. So today, I urge all of us to think bigger and bolder. Let's not build housing and hope the services come later. Let's design neighborhoods like this that support the whole family from the start. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment period. And I do have a quick question, if the dais would allow me. Well, Chris Wanamaker is here to address one item. I want to be cognizant of his time since he wasn't scheduled to be here today.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman. Chris Wanamaker, County Engineer. Any questions?
I do. Can we go back to their proposed site plan? That works. Chris, some of the things that we heard over and over and over today with public comments was access onto Algarve place there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a gated part of the community. They're worried about access, people coming in, turning around, trespassing, so on and so forth. My question that I wanted to ask you is from a traffic standpoint, are the two accesses directly off of Ganzel acceptable if we were to create a stipulation where they could not have direct access onto Algarve Road or place? Sorry.
Vice Chairman, yeah, it's a great question. So with the two accesses proposed on Gansel, if that were the only two accesses, one is primarily for the commercial and one is for the multifamily. So there would need to be cross access, which their site plan does show that, but it would need to be pretty clear that there is that option. Now, one of the downsides to just allowing or just requiring access on the Gansel only is you wouldn't be able to make a southbound left movement because it's right turn or it's left turn restricted, and there's not really a good opportunity to make a U-turn anywhere to the north. So any residents that live in this proposed facility that wanted to go south, they'd have to go pretty far north to be able to make a U-turn. So it may have those detrimental effects of the poor traffic circulation if you eliminated that.
Okay. And I'm not trying to get into a site plan design here. I just wanted to make sure that if it was a stip that was offered, that it was going to be doable and it wasn't going to be problematic.
Yeah, it would just, force more traffic to make U-turns and at northern intersections, which I already know at the hospital, Good Life Way, there's U-turns prohibited there for safety reasons. So improvements to that intersection may have to be made to allow that, if at all possible, which I don't know at this point if it is possible to do that, but so.
What if that access was right out only? It wasn't a full access.
Yeah, so with your right out access, I mean, that's fine. You have access. Again, it makes it a problem for anybody who wants to go southbound from the apartment complex or
But if they go right out onto, I'm going to butcher it again and I'm sorry. Algarve place, Algarve, I'll get it.
Oh, you're talking about restricting it to right out only.
Right out only. So they could exit the community.
Yeah, then
right out to the light.
If you did that, then you would be able to make all directional movements from this site. So if you wanted to go southbound, you would then exit there at Algarve, make a right, and then a left at the signal. So that would presumably have less impact to the traffic circulation, and I don't necessarily see a problem with that.
I'm just looking at different options. So,
Yep.
But I didn't want to cause an issue later on with traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for coming in on that.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're done with the public side. Thanks. All right. Any questions for Chris while we have him here?
Just one, I thought I heard somebody say that, is there a divider on Algarve?
Vice Chairman and Commissioner Mooney. No, there's not. So right now what would be proposed is basically a full access movement, but anybody making a left, you would end up at the gate and you can't go that direction. So effectively, it's a ride out only anyway. But you could, as part of the stipulations, require some sort of median to prevent that kind of movement if you felt it was needed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Chris? Thank you, Chris, for coming down. I know you weren't expecting it.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
All right. With that, I'll bring it back to the applicant to discuss any items that were picked up during the public hearing.
Yeah, we appreciate the additional comments. I think they were addressed in detail previously, so I don't have any further rebuttal to what was previously mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll close that portion and bring it back to the dais for discussion, motions, questions, comments.
I'm gonna go over, but I'm gonna make a motion.
Sure. Commissioner Mooney.
I move that Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of denial for case PZPA 002-25 to the Board of Supervisors.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Pranzo. Do we want to do another roll call vote?
Vice Chair Globe,
Nay.
Commissioner Hartman,
Nay.
Commissioner Lizarraga,
Nay.
Commissioner Chef,
Aye.
Commissioner Davila,
Quick question. Should I be a no vote since I stepped out for the discussion?
Abstain.
what the motion is?
No, should I abstain from voting since I stepped out during the discussion?
You don't have to.
You heard the majority of the presentation from the
Earlier, yeah, okay. Thank you. Yay, yes, or no? No.
No?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Mooney,
Yes.
Commissioner Pranzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
I think we're getting close here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 no and 3,
No.
I mean, 4 yes and 3 no.
I got 4 and 4.
Oh, 4 and 4, that's correct.
Oh.
So it's a tie, so
Tie fails.
the motion fails.
Chairman and Vice Chair May. So we don't have to go through it again. From what I understand, and it's happened in cases before, if it fails, then the other one just happens because it's going forward with a failure for that. So I don't think we have to vote on it again. We've done this in the past. I'm just wanted to, it's happened before, so do as you choose, but.
No,
Darren?
It's gonna fail the second time.
Yeah, excuse me, Vice Chair, members of the commission, if the vote fails because it lacks to earn or if it fails to garner a majority vote, the motion fails.
Okay.
A new motion could be presented.
Okay. And my question was, is if we wanted to go forward, since I can't make the motion, is there a motion that anybody would like to make regarding that access on, that we discussed, either no access or right out only access as part of the stipulations? Or none at all, it's fine, whichever.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. So Darren, I mean, would we even entertain a motion of approval if we know it's going to be 4-4?
I'll read the rule. This is from section 9 of the rules of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Failure of a motion when the question or motion is put to a vote and the affirmative fails to be carried, parenthesis, lacks a majority vote of the quorum, the motion fails. Another question or motion on the same issue may be put to a vote.
Maybe put to a vote.
And so if we do vote and it's 4-4, then it would go to the Board of Supervisors with no recommendation?
If the commission fails to pass any type of a recommendation, there would be no recommendation for failure to garner a vote one way or the other.
Okay.
Yeah. And we have to do all three of these, so.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner DeVille.
I move that the Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of approval for case PZ-PA-002-25, as well as case PZ.
We got to do one at a time.
One at a time, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Hartman. Roll call.
All right. Commissioner Scott. The recommendation is for approval.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Pranzo,
No.
Commissioner Mooney,
No.
Commissioner Davila,
Yes.
Commissioner Chef.
No.
Oh, we're getting there. Commissioner Lizaraga.
No.
Let's see, Commissioner Hartman
Yes.
and Commissioner Glow.
Yes.
Well, that motion failed. Well, 5-3.
No.
So the answer is, it was not approved. It failed.
Yeah. So how do we go forward with this one?
Done. Yeah, well, no, it's not the same vote. It's 5-3. It failed. It was recommended for approval and it failed, so it's denied. But then we need to vote on that third one.
I may have just 1 second, Vice Chair.
Ever a dull moment.
Vice Chair,
Yeah.
just to clarify then, my understanding is that the original motion failed. The second motion also failed to garner a majority. And so there's effectively no recommendation from the commission as to that matter.
Okay.
So if I can just rehash then, because I apologize, I stepped out for a moment and I
No worries.
came in kind of halfway through the voting procedure. The last motion was made by Commissioner Davila, correct? And your motion was?
To approve.
To forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors.
Correct.
And Harvey, if you could please reiterate how many voted in favor of forwarding a recommendation of approval? 3 voted in favor of forwarding a recommendation of approval
5 voted no.
and 5 voted no. So the forwarding a recommendation of approval failed.
Correct.
Correct. So both of those, so that motion failed as well. So we do not have a motion that's been put forward before the commission that has garnered a majority vote, correct?
Correct.
So effectively, there is no recommendation being forwarded by the commission to the Board of Supervisors.
Oh, no, it's recommendation of failure. It denial. It failed.
But the failure recommendation also failed.
it's a positive and a negative, so it counterbalance each other.
Again, let's rehash this just for clarity of the record. Which means it failed. So that one failed also. So you don't have a motion that's been approved, or there has not been a motion made to forward a recommendation of approval or denial to the board.
Correct.
There's no recommendation. So the matter would go forward to the Board of Supervisors. Effectively, there is no recommendation that this commission has made. All of the motions that have been put forward have failed. And now a record will be made for the Board of Supervisors to understand who voted in which ways and how many votes were made. Again, this is a recommending body. The Board of Supervisors will have the ultimate authority to make a decision on this case. So they will have a record of the votes and of what happened here at these proceedings today. But there was not a motion that's been made that has garnered a majority vote. And I'll read here again, Section 9, when the question is put to a vote and the affirmative fails to be carried, so in this case, the affirmative has failed to be carried on both motions. If my understanding is correct, that's exactly what happened. Then another question or motion on the same issue may be put to vote, which is exactly what happened, but it also failed. So again, effectively, there has been no motion that has carried with an affirmative vote.
Correct. Now, since there was essentially a no affirmative vote action on that case, how does that apply to the other two? Because don't we have to have a positive vote to carry the other two forward?
Yes. You can vote on each matter that's agendized before the board, for the commission today can be voted or should be voted on. I understand they're tied together, and it may not make sense to approve one if you don't approve the other.
But one couldn't, and I apologize for interrupting you, one couldn't be approved without the first one passing.
If you're talking about a PAD and a rezone, or
yeah,
well, it may not functionally be able to happen, but you can still forward a recommendation. Whether or not it makes sense, that's another matter.
Okay.
But the issue can be put before the commission for a vote. Again, whether or not it makes sense, that's another matter altogether. But the Board of Supervisors will have a record of everything that happened today and the way that people voted, the way that the commission voted on the matters.
Okay.
So we should probably vote on all three of them, just to give the Board of Supervisors a no recommendation or a recommendation.
Correct. To keep the record clean, there should be, each matter has been agendized today. And so the commission should hear or should vote on each one of those matters.
Okay. So I'll bring it back for PZ-002-25.
If I may,
Mr. Mooney.
I move the Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of a denial for case PD 002-25.
No.
That's the number they have here.
That's
They've got
correct.
it written wrong. I'm sorry. PZ-00-25.
Do I have a
Second
second?
that motion.
I have a second. Let's try it again.
Okay. All right, we'll do it one more time this time. Okay. Vice Chair Globe.
Nay.
Globe. No. Commissioner Hartman.
Nay.
Commissioner Lizarraga.
Nay.
Commissioner Chef.
Aye.
Commissioner Davila.
Nay.
Commissioner Mooney.
Yes.
Commissioner Pranzo.
Yes.
Yes. On the votes. Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
So what we got? We have 4-4, so the motion fails. I think we're done. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we have one more. One more, one more case to vote on.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Davila.
This is in regards to the PAD overlay. I'd like to move that we submit a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors for case PZ-PD-002-25.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
No. No.
Is that a no? Okay. Commissioner Pranzo.
Nay.
Commissioner Mooney.
No.
No. Commissioner Davila.
Yay.
Commissioner Chef.
Nay.
Commissioner Lizaraga.
Nay.
Commissioner Hartman.
Aye.
Vice Chair Globe.
Yes.
Yes. So it's 5-3, motion failed. So, okay, nothing passed. I just wanted to just clarify something. I think the first case, once again, was a divorce from the old PAD. So that case stands by itself. That doesn't give them entitlements, but I just wanted to let you know that passed. That motion passed. The other three items failed, or there no recommendation, as the attorney said. So that's a standalone matter. So that doesn't give them any entitlements or doesn't do anything for them to allow for building activity. It just allows them to be divorced from the old PAD. So they're a standalone, they can be a standalone PAD, but they don't have a PAD since that motion failed, if that makes sense. I know it's very complicated. I'm sorry. Yes, it's, I could do a chart. We'll do a flow chart later. Another announcement, I know it's the hour's getting, it's about 4:43. I have I'll have some staff limitations. Some of our staff has to leave at 5 since they carpool. Some stay till 6. So we're up against the clock. I was, if the commission so desires, we can recess the meeting till next week. The earliest I was looking at the calendar, Wednesday morning would work for us. If it works for the commission, we'd need to recess so we can continue and repost the. They won't be. I can't hear you, Jessica.
I don't think I'll need more than 10 or 15 minutes. My clients won't be here next week. I'll stay late.
If you want to handle the next case, that's your prerogative. We can stay. We can stay another 15.
Yeah. So we're closed out of the Santan Valley case then.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So thank you guys.
And
You're welcome. What? No, just that one case. We can just do one. We can do one case. We'll just do one case.
Because the applicant is not going to be available next Wednesday. Yes.
We can. We have enough to go to 6.
Yeah. I think that's.
No. Then I'm going to get Patrick right on.
I'm heading to Tucson.
I'm gonna do a 5-minute recess.
5-minute recess. Go ahead and pause the meeting. Oh, yeah. Showtime.
Yeah, let me get back to you. Okay. Thank you.
Can reconvene the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. Do I have a motion? Second?
Second.
Very good. Thank you. And with that, do you want to do a housekeeping notice before we jump into this next case?
I think we need to move along with the case and we can
Okay.
discuss other things afterward.
Very good. And with that, we'll pick up SUP 020-24.
All right.
It's all yours.
All right, good evening, Vice Chair, members of the commission. My name is Kendall Riley, title planner, here to present to you case SUP-020-24, Motoland MX Park. This is a request of the approval of a special use permit to operate a motocross park on 120 acres. It is located in the southeast corner of South Sisler Road, West Hannah Road, within the unincorporated portion of Casa Grande. Applicant and agent is Jessica Sarkeesian. Here's a county map showing the approximate location marked by the red star. Here's a vicinity map showing the surrounding zonings. It is entirely surrounded by general rule. Here's an aerial map showing the existing features. So the Santa Cruz Wash does run along on the eastern portion. The track is existing and is there currently. What else? I think that's all I had on the aerial map. All right, here's the notification boundary for the property owners notified within 600 feet. So the subject property is zone general rule. The special use permit will allow a motocross racetrack. Development Services Code special use does allow for a racetrack in general rule. All motocross events can only occur within the hours of 8 a.m. and 9 p.m., except during the summer months of June due to the heat. Earlier hours were requested from June, July, and August from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Applicant must use dust control measures on the track while operational. Current site conditions, so the entire parcel is located in flood zone AE. And the track is existing with existing storage buildings on site with plans of portable restrooms for facilities. Here's the site plan, and I also zoomed in on the parking area. They did provide ample parking, 10 by 20 spaces, also showing the existing structures on site. In August 2022, a complaint was submitted regarding structures without permits and the use of the property as a motocross track without an SUP. Case number is following. Upon research from staff into the code, applicant was advised to apply for a special use permit to allow the racetrack in GR zoning. So subject is existing and applicant does wish to continue operations with the approval of this SUP. And low density residential is surrounding the site. Just want to confirm that you guys got the updated staff reports prior to the meeting. I had them distributed. There was some stipulations that were added since then to clarify some of the existing stipulations, as well as we received 2 letters of opposition and then 3 additional letters of support, which I provided as well. One of the opposition persons wanted me to let you know that he could not stay for the rest of the meeting. But he wanted to make sure that you guys got the letter. He wanted me to state that in the record, and his name was Walter Catton. And that concludes my presentation. Is there any questions for staff?
Oh.
Question.